The morning Reeve Talbot came to count my furniture, my goat was too sick to stand up on her own, and I had 11 pennies in the house and no plan worth the name. Talbot did not knock. Men who hold paper on half a village stopped knocking somewhere in their 30s, and Talbot was past 50, with a soft gray coat and the patient face of a man who has never once had to hurry. He walked into my yard, took the lid off my grain bin, looked inside, and put the lid back down without a word. Then he started counting my things out loud, as you would count sacks at a mill. 1 table, he said. 1 bench, mended twice. 1 bed frame. 1 goat, and he paused a long time on that one because even Talbot could not decide whether Clover counted as property or as a problem I would be leaving behind. I told him she had a name. He said that was nice, and asked whether the name was worth 22 shillings, because that was the figure, and the figure had not moved since spring. Aldrich was there, because he had come to shout at me about being late for work and had arrived in the middle of something better. 2 of the Hollis boys were on the lane with a barrow, pretending not to listen and listening with their whole bodies. The witnesses were what stung. A man can be poor in private forever. Being poor in front of 4 people who will be at the tavern by dark is a different trade entirely. Talbot told me the quarter day falls at the first frost. He said it kindly. He always says it kindly, which is why nobody in Thistledown has ever managed to hate him properly, and why he has taken more roofs off more families than the weather. Then he asked whether I had considered that 4 acres of thin ground and a dying animal might not be a life so much as a habit. He made me an offer while he was there because he is never not working. 16 shillings for the lease and the standing crop, the debt cleared, and I could walk to Ostwin town by Sunday with 6 shillings in my pocket and no roof over my head in the world. Hollis boys stopped pretending at that. 16 shillings is a real number in Thistledown. It is a plow and a year of not being frightened, and every man on that lane did the sum in his head and looked at me to see whether I would take it. I said I would have the 22 shillings. He said he hoped so, brushed something off his sleeve that was not there, and walked back down my lane at the speed of a man who owns the lane. Aldrich waited until the coat was out of sight before he told me I could still make half a day if I ran. Then he looked at the barn and at me and said the goat should have gone in the spring, and that keeping her fed through summer was money I ate and called kindness. He was right. That is the annoying thing about Aldrich. He is right in the flattest, least useful way available, and then he goes back to work. Clover was lying on her side in the barn with her legs folded wrong, breathing in that shallow way that had started in midsummer. Patchy coat. 1 horn that never grew straight, so it hangs off her skull at an angle that makes her look permanently unconvinced. She had not eaten in 2 days. I had tried her on the good hay, on windfall apples, on the last of the barley. She turned her head away from all of it like a duchess refusing soup. So I sat down in the straw next to her and did the arithmetic out loud, because there was nobody else to do it with. 22 shillings. 4 pennies a day from Aldrich, 3 days a week when he had work for me. 6 weeks to the frost. It came out to about 1/3 of what I needed, and that was if I ate nothing at all. Clover put her head on my boot and left it there, which is the closest that animal has ever come to sympathy, and it was also the closest thing to a plan that either of us had. I sat in the straw until my legs went numb and the light went orange under the barn door. At night, I stood at the basin and cleaned my teeth in front of a cracked shaving glass my father had left me, along with the 4 acres, the debt, and a watch I will get to. The crack ran across my face from the left eye down, so I had been looking at myself in 2 pieces for 7 years and had stopped noticing. That night, I noticed. I said out loud that I was 26 years old and had less than I started with. Nobody answered. Which was fair, since I was the only one in the house with a mouth. I did not do anything dramatic. I want that clear. I put the brush down, blew out the candle, and lay in the dark deciding very calmly that I was finished, and that the finishing could start whenever it liked as long as it did not need me to organize it. Then I fell asleep. Because I had been up since 4 and had walked 12 miles of furrow that day, and a man who has quietly given up still keeps farmer's hours right to the end of it. And then I was standing in my own south field in the middle of the night with all my clothes on, and a woman was standing in it with me, in the bad corner that has never grown anything but stones and thistle. She wore more color than the entire village owns, green and a red that does not exist in dyed cloth around here, and she was looking me over as Bryn's mother looks over a bolt at market, turning her head to catch the light on it. She told me I was far too good looking to let it end like that. She said it as a finding, the way you would say a hen was laying well, and then she waited, plainly, for me to agree with her about it. I said I had not said anything about ending anything. She said I had not needed to, that she had heard it anyway, and that hearing it was rather the advantage of being a goddess. I asked her whose goddess. She said that was a rude question and a fair one, and did not answer it, And something went across her face for half a heartbeat that I did not understand for a very long time afterwards. Then she looked at her nails and said, as if it were a small thing she was mentioning to be polite, that she was in a competition with some of the others, who can do the most with the least, and that I was delightfully little to work with, so naturally she had thought of me first. I told her I was not anything. No family, no prospects, 4 acres of ground that grows stones, and 1 goat sicker than I am. Wrong, she said, and she said it with real delight, which was somehow worse than being pitied. She said I had exactly what she needed, because that goat already knows how to eat a thing and produce a thing, and she was simply going to give that a new rule. I asked her what rule. She held up 1 finger and let me wait for it, and I have met horse traders with less appetite for the pause before a price. Feed her something, she said. She will give it back to you, doubled. It will cost her to do it, so do not go thinking it is free, but doubled all the same. Doubled how? I asked. And doubled what? Because a man who has been poor since birth does not hear a word like that and feel joy. He hears it and starts looking for the trapdoor under it. That, she said, already going thin at the edges the way frost goes off a window in the sun, is the fun part. She said she would cap it, obviously, since it would not do to make me unstoppable inside a week, but that the rest was mine to work out. I said, wait, capped how? And I got as far as the second word before the field was gone and I was awake with the rooster going and my arm dead under me. The relief was enormous. That is the honest report. I lay there for a while thinking a man has to be in a bad way to dream a beautiful woman and spend all of it asking her about livestock. Clover was standing when I came out, which was the first good thing in a fortnight, and she went at the grass on the south patch like she had a grudge against it. I sat on the wall and watched her eat and turned the dream over as you turn a stone in your pocket, and I said, half to myself, that it would have been nice if it were real. Nice for the debt. Double the money, just like that. I had dropped a penny in that grass the night before, counting the 11 of them in the dark on the wall like an idiot, and I had not been able to find it again by candle. Clover found it about 4 seconds after I finished speaking. The way she finds anything I would rather she did not. Then she stopped chewing. Her jaw went still with a stem of dry grass hanging out of it, and she stared at the middle of nothing, the way an animal stares when something has started up inside it without asking her permission first. Her legs went stiff. Her whole body shuddered from the shoulder back. A real, working, physical strain, the way a cart horse strains at a stump, and her eyes rolled and she made a noise I had never heard a goat make. 2 pennies came out into the grass, not 2 coins that looked alike. 2 coins with the same worn edge and the same little dent above the crown, because I know my own money like poor men do by its damage. I said no, out loud, to nobody. I said no, that did not just happen. And I said it in the calm, reasonable tone of a man who has clearly lost the thread. Clover looked at me with her crooked horn and her flat yellow eyes and went back to the grass, and she was breathing hard, and there was a tremble in her back legs that had not been there a minute before. I picked up both pennies. I bit them because that is what people do in stories, and I had nothing better. They tasted like pennies. So I found a button off my father's coat and held it out to her, and she ate it without ceremony, because Clover has never in her life refused a thing on the grounds of it being a button. Nothing. She chewed, she swallowed, she looked at me. I waited a full minute with my heart going like a bird in a sack, and nothing came of it at all. Then, about the time I had decided I had imagined the entire morning, she braced her back legs, made that sound again, and put 2 buttons into the mud. The second time was slower than the first. That mattered later, and I did not notice it then, because I was on my knees in a field holding 2 identical buttons and laughing in a way that would have worried anybody watching. What I did next was find another penny, because I am not a clever man in the first hour of a miracle. She would not take it. She turned her head away exactly the way she had turned it away from the good hay for 2 days, and when I pushed, she stepped on my foot with real intention. I tried 4 times. She refused 4 times, and by the 4th, she had walked to the far end of the patch and put her back to me, which is the single most eloquent thing that animal has ever done. So that was the first rule I learned, and I learned it from a goat's backside rather than from a goddess. The same thing twice in a row costs her more than she has got. I gave up and gave her a heel of bread instead, and she ate it, and she strained, and 2 heels of bread landed in the straw, and afterwards she lay down and did not get up for the better part of an hour. Her sides were going like a bellows. I sat with her and put my hand on her neck and felt her heart doing more work than a heart that size ought to do, and the laughing stopped. That is the sum of the gift, worked out in one morning by a man with no education. It comes out of her. It comes out of her body, and her body is not in good repair. Aldrich arrived at noon to find me sitting in the straw with a goat's head on my leg and 11 pennies and 2 buttons laid out in a row on an upturned bucket. He looked at the row for a while. Then he asked, like a man who had already decided it, whether I had got into dice. I said no. He said his brother-in-law had gotten to dice, and it starts exactly like this, sitting about counting small money and going quiet when people come in. I told him I had not got into dice. He said that is what his brother-in-law said, and told me to be at the North Field by 1, and that if I owed money to hard men, I should say so now while it was still only money. He walked off entirely satisfied. I have watched that man look straight at the strangest thing in the county and hand himself the dullest explanation on the shelf, and he does it so fast it is almost a talent. Perrin came in the afternoon because Perrin always comes when there is nothing to come for, and found me feeding my goat a horn spoon. I told him everything. All of it. The mirror and the field and the woman and the pennies in the wrong order at speed, holding out 2 buttons like they were evidence in a hanging trial. He listened all the way through. Perrin is good at that. Then he asked, very politely, whether the goddess had said anything about my sleeping arrangements, or whether the goat had raised that on her own. I told him Talbot had been here at 7 in the morning counting my bed. He said he knew, the entire lane knew by 10, and that was rather his point. He asked me when I had last eaten, and I could not answer him, which did my case no good at all. Then he asked to see the buttons. He turned them over, held them side by side, and said his mother had a jar with 40 of these in it because they came off every coat sold in the county for 12 years, and I would not be the first man to match a pair by accident. I said the pennies then. He asked how I would tell one penny from another penny. I said by the dent above the crown, and he said quietly that I had told him that dent story before, about a different penny, 2 winters ago. That is the thing about a friend of 20 years. He has the full inventory. He can reach back and pull out something you said when you were 7 and set it down between you without raising his voice at all. I said he could watch. I said feed her something and watch, and I gave her a nail from the fence rail, a good long nail, and she ate it, and the 2 of us stood there in the barn like men waiting for a kettle. Nothing happened. Nothing kept happening. She had been strained 3 times already that morning, and she was empty, and I did not know that yet. So I stood there saying, give it a minute for about 10 minutes. Perrin put his hand on my shoulder. He said, Tobin. He said it the way you say a name at a graveside. He said, I think you need to sleep more, not less, and that he would come by in the morning and we would go into town and see about work. Then he left, and I sat down on the block by the barn door with 2 buttons in one hand and no way in the world to prove to my oldest friend that I was not coming apart. Clover coughed once behind me. That same shallow midsummer cough that had been getting a little wetter every week since the hay came in, and put her chin down in the dirt and left it there. Perrin deserves fairness here, because he was right about everything except the one thing that mattered. A man who has just been counted out of his own house in front of his neighbors and who then tells you a beautiful woman visited him with a solution is a man you take into town and find work for. I did the arithmetic again, out loud, because it was the only company I had. 22 shillings is 264 pennies. She had turned 1 into 2 on the first try before breakfast, at the cost of an hour on her side in the straw. And I sat there in the dark working out how many hours of that I would need, and whether I could get it done before the frost, and not once in that whole calculation did I stop to ask what it would cost her to keep up with me. That is the first thing I did wrong, and it was nowhere near the worst. Everything that came for us afterwards, the thief and the rules and the ones who do not have to knock at all, came down that same road, and I built the road myself, penny by penny, with a sick goat and a hard deadline and 6 weeks to be clever in. 4 days later, I had 31 pennies on the table, a goat who could not stand up before noon, and a sum in my head that would not come out right no matter which way I pushed it. The 4 days went like this, and I set them down because they are the only days in this whole business where I did everything correctly, and it still was not enough. Day 1, I fed her a penny at first light and got 2, and she went down in the straw for an hour afterwards, and I sat with her. Then I left her alone until dark and gave her a hen's egg and got 2 eggs, and she was up again in 20 minutes. Small is cheap. That was the first thing I learned that the goddess did not bother to mention. A penny cost her about an hour. An egg costs her about as long as it takes to drink a cup of tea. Day 2. I got greedy in a small way and gave her a horseshoe off the barn wall, a good heavy one, and she chewed it down like a carrot, and then stood shaking in the yard for most of the morning with her head low and her sides going. 2 horseshoes, worth about 10 pennies to the smith as scrap. It cost her more than the entire first day put together, and I made a note of that in my head and did nothing whatever with it, which is the sort of man I was that week. Day 3, I tried her on a whole cheese. A proper wheel of it I had traded 2 eggs for, on the theory that a bigger thing in gets a bigger thing out. She could not fit it in her mouth. She tried, out of pride, because Clover has never once admitted that a food exists which is beyond her. Then she gave up and looked at me as if the cheese were my fault, and it stayed a cheese all day. So there is the shape of it, worked out by a farmer with a stick in the dirt. It has to go down her throat. What goes down her throat comes back doubled. And the bill for it is paid out of the animal in hours she spends lying on her side. Day 3 was also when Perrin came back to see whether I had slept, and I made him a believer inside 4 minutes, and I will admit I enjoyed it more than a friend should. I did not argue with him. I put a copper on the block, let him mark it with his own knife, 3 scratches across the crown so nobody could tell him afterwards that he had seen what he wanted to see, and I gave it to Clover. He watched her jaw work. He watched her legs go stiff. He watched her strain like a cart horse at a stump, and he went the color of dishwater, and when the 2 coppers hit the straw, he did not pick them up. He asked me to say the woman part again. I said the field, the colors, the competition with the others, who can do the most with the least. He asked whether she had given me any rules, and I said only that it would cost, and that she had capped it somehow, and had not said how. Then he picked up both coins and found 3 scratches on each one, in the same place, at the same depth, and he sat down on my bench without being asked. For a long minute, my oldest friend did not say a word. He turned the coppers over and over between his fingers and looked at the barn wall, and then he asked very quietly, "Who else knows about this?" "Nobody," I said. He said, "Good." He said it again, "Good." And then he started talking in a way I had never heard from him, fast and flat, like a man packing a bag in a burning house. His rules were these: never in daylight where the lane can see the barn door, never anything a person could recognize again, no jewelry, no marked plate, nothing carrying a maker's stamp, never more than 1 thing a day, and never coin in a lump, because a poor man who suddenly has a purse full of pennies is a thief in the eyes of every neighbor he has until he can say where they came from. He said he sounded like a man who had been at this a while. He said he had been thinking about it since the moment the second coin came out, and that this was going to kill me, and that he intended to be inconvenient about it. Then his mother sent him to Ostwind town for 2 days to sit with her sister, and he made me promise on the block, with his hand on my arm, that I would not do anything clever while he was gone. When I said yes to him, I meant every letter of it, which has never once helped me or anybody else, and which I mention only because a promise kept for 3 days and broken on the 4th is worse than a promise never made. What broke me was the mill. I went up on day 4 to have a sack ground, and Corin the miller, who talks as water runs, mentioned that the reeve had been up asking what 4 acres of the low ground would fetch in a fresh lease at Candlemas. Fresh lease. Not my lease. He was pricing my ground for the next man before the frost had even come, and he had been polite to my face about it 3 days earlier while counting my bed. So I walked home with my sack and did the sum again. 31 pennies in 4 days, 264 pennies to find. 6 weeks less 4 days, and Clover already spending half of every morning down in the straw. At that rate, the frost wins by a month and a half. I could keep every rule Perrin gave me, do everything properly, be patient and careful and good, and still stand in that yard at first frost with 140 pennies, and watch the Hollis boys carry my table out. Arithmetic is what did it. Not greed, quite, though there was plenty of that in the mix. It was a man looking at a column of figures and understanding that being sensible was going to lose. My father's watch was in the bottom of the meal chest, wrapped in a piece of flannel, where it had been since the year he died. Silver case, worn thin at the hinge. A little scene of a stag cut into the back that you could only see if you held it to a lamp. It had not run since I was 19, and I had never had the money to have it seen to, and I had never once been hungry enough to sell it. 8 shillings, a fair man might say. 10 if the buyer liked the stag. 2 of them is a pound of silver going onto Talbot's table in one afternoon, and the business finished, done, over, with 5 weeks to spare. I stood in the barn with it in my hand a good while. I would like to say that the argument in my head was a real argument, with 2 sides in it. Clover did not want it. That is the piece that has never once let go of me. She sniffed it, turned her head away, and walked to the far end of the barn and put her nose in the corner like a child sent to face a wall. I followed her. I held it in front of her mouth, and I talked to her as you talk to an animal when you are about to make it do something. Low and warm and steady, all of it a lie. And I pushed the case past her teeth. She swallowed my father's watch because I told her to, and then she looked up at me, and there was one clean moment where nothing at all was wrong yet. Her legs went first, all 4 braced out wide, and she started to shake in a way that did not stop building. It was not like the coppers. A copper is a shudder and a noise. This came up through her from the floor, and the straw around her hooves stood up on end, and the hair on my arms stood up with it. Her eyes went white, not rolled back. White, lit from the inside, like a lamp behind a shutter, and I stopped being a man doing business with his goat and became a man in a barn with something in it. The sound I remember is no sound. The pigeons in the rafters went up all together, and I could not hear their wings. Then the yard let go. A ring of grass went flat around the barn in one movement, out to about 40 paces, laid down as neat as a scythe pass, and every blade of it pointed away from the door. The oak by the gate lost every bird on it at once. I watched them come off the branches in a single black handful and scatter for the ridge, and they did not come back to that tree for a month. The dust in the barn hung still in the air for a count of 3 and then fell straight down. All of it, like somebody had let go of it. Clover made a noise I am not going to try to describe, and 2 watches came out of her into the straw, and she went down on her side and did not move. I got to her before I got to the watches. I will keep that, whatever else I have to say about myself that week. My hands went to the animal first. She was breathing. It was fast and shallow and wrong, and her legs were making small running movements against the floor, and there was a smell in the barn like a struck flint. I sat in the straw with her head in my lap for about a quarter of an hour before I could make myself look at what she had given me. One watch was my father's watch. Silver case worn thin at the hinge, stag on the back, hands stopped at 7 minutes past 4, exactly as it had been in the flannel for 7 years. The other one was ticking, and I heard it before I saw it, lying face down in the straw about a foot from her back leg, making a small dry sound like a beetle in a wall. It should not have been ticking. Nothing had wound it, nothing had mended it, and it was going backwards, the second hand crawling widdershins around the face in little jerks, and it was warm. When I held it up to my ear, it was humming under the tick. A low note, off from any note I know. The kind of sound that makes your back teeth ache, and the stag cut into the case was on the wrong side, facing the way a stag never faces. Put it down on the block. Then I picked it up again, because leaving it there felt worse, and my hand did not want to be holding it, and I made it hold it anyway. Then I went out into the yard, still holding it, and made myself look properly at what had happened to my grass, which I had been avoiding since the moment I stepped over the threshold. A perfect circle. 40 paces across, flattened, with my barn standing at the middle of it like the pin of a sundial, and the edge of it as clean as if it had been cut with shears. You can hide a coin. You can hide 2 watches under a floorboard. There is no hiding a ring in the grass that a man can see from the ridge, and the ridge road is how everybody in Thistledown walks to the mill. Hollis boy came past on the ridge road at dusk with his father's dog and stopped, and I watched him stop from my own doorway with my heart going. He had seen the flash from up there. He told the whole tavern that night that there had been a white light out over Marsh's place, and that the sky had done something odd. And he was 14 and nobody believed a word of it. And it did not matter in the slightest that nobody believed him. Perrin got back the next morning and came straight up my lane, and I watched him stop at the gate the way the boy had stopped on the ridge. He walked the edge of the ring first, every yard of it. He did not come into the house until he had walked the full circle and stood at the 4 points of it, and by then I had the kettle on and had rehearsed 4 different ways of saying it. He asked me what I fed her. I told him. He asked whether she had wanted it, and I opened my mouth, and he watched my face do whatever it did, and he sat down heavily on my bench for the 2nd time that week. Then he said the thing I have never got out from under. He said that in 4 days I had learned every rule the woman would not tell me, and had broken the only one my own animal ever managed to say out loud. I told him she was breathing and that she had taken water at 4 in the morning. He said that was not an answer to the question he had asked, and he did not ask it again, and he did not need to, and we both stood there in my kitchen listening to the kettle. Then he asked how many people use the Ridge Road, and I said everybody, and he said no, count them, and I stood in that kitchen and counted out loud the households that walk past my ground to the mill, and got to 13 before he stopped me. He wanted the ring raked out that hour. We were still arguing about whether raking 40 paces of flattened grass would look more strange than leaving it when Aldrich came up the lane to tell me I had missed a second day. He got about 4 words into the shouting before he saw the circle. Then he stopped and set his hands on his hips and stood there with his mouth open, and Perrin went so still beside me that I could hear him not breathing. On fire, Aldrich said, and he said it as another man would say Tuesday, with no more doubt in him than the ground has, and I felt Perrin's whole body unclench beside me. He said it with total confidence. He said the Hollis boys and that lot from the Mill Row had been at it again, that they had done the same thing on his own stubble 2 summers back, and that a ring like that is what you get when a fire has been going all night and somebody has stamped the edge of it out. Perrin asked him very carefully whether he could smell burning. Aldrich said that was not the point. The point was that it was on my ground, and that I would be the one raking it, and that if I could not be at his north field by noon, then he had a nephew who could. And he complained about the price of nails for a while and walked off down my lane, entirely satisfied, to tell everybody at the tavern about the fool kids who had been burning bonfires on Marsh's low ground. I did not know it that morning, but that is the sentence that came looking for us. Not the boy on the ridge, not the light in the sky. A tired man in a hurry, guessing the dullest thing on the shelf, and then repeating his guess to 10 people who each made it stranger on the way to the next mouth. We raked the ring anyway. It took the two of us until dark, and it did not work, because grass that has been laid flat by whatever laid that flat does not stand back up when you comb it. Clover got up at midday and walked 4 steps and lay down again, and would not take water until evening, and the wet cough had gone deeper into her chest and stayed there. Perrin slept on my floor that night, which he had not done since we were boys, and he did not say why, and I did not ask. The bolt came a little after midnight, when I had finally got my boots off and had begun to think that the worst of it had been the raking, and that a man can survive being talked about at a tavern. There was no cloud. I had been out to the barn twice, and there was no cloud and no wind, and then the inside of the house went white through the shutter cracks, and my ears filled up with nothing, and all of it lasted less than a breath. We got out into the yard in our shirts. A single line of light, straight down out of a clear black sky, standing over my barn like a rope, and it touched nothing and burned nothing and made no sound at all. It stood there for 3 heartbeats, then it was gone, and the stars came back, and every dog in Thistledown was screaming. Perrin said one word into the dark, and it was not a word for polite company, and it was the only correct word available, and neither of us improved on it for a good while afterwards. Clover was on her feet in the barn behind us. She had got up for that. She was standing in the middle of the floor with her crooked horn up and her ears forward, looking straight at the roof, at the exact place the light had stood, and she was not frightened at all. I stood in my flattened yard in my shirt with a watch in my pocket that runs backwards, and I understood, about a day and a half too late, that what I had been handed in that field was never a private arrangement between me and a woman with good taste in colors. Something had just knocked on the sky over my barn to see what was underneath it, and whatever it was had not been invited by the goddess who gave me the goat, because she had promised me a cap on the thing, and a cap does not lay 40 paces of grass flat in one breath. We were still arguing about the watch at sunrise, when the yard went cold enough to see our breath, in the last week of summer, with the dew already burning off the flat ring of grass. Perrin wanted the warped one down the well. I wanted it under the hearthstone where I could get at it, on the grounds that a thing you cannot find again is a thing you cannot explain to whoever comes asking about it. He said explaining was the exact thing we were trying to avoid. I said a well is the first place a man looks when he thinks something has been hidden, and my father had drowned 2 litters of kittens in ours, and I had never once managed to forget it. That was the state of us. 2 grown men in a kitchen at dawn, deciding the fate of a haunted watch, when the light through the shutters went a color that the sun does not make. The cold came first. There was no wind in it. The air in my kitchen simply stopped being a summer morning, all at once, as a room changes when somebody opens a door onto a cellar. Then something out in my yard said, in a voice that came in through the walls rather than the doorway, that the mortal responsible would present himself. Perrin asked me whether I knew what that was. I said I had a suspicion. He asked whether the suspicion involved a woman in a green dress, and I said no. This one sounded like a man who has been kept waiting at a toll gate. So we went out. I had my father's hoe in my hand, and I would like that pictured properly because I did not put it down for the entire conversation that followed, and nobody ever once mentioned it. He was standing in the middle of the flattened ring with his arms folded, and the frost was going out from his feet across the grass in a slow circle, and where it touched, everything I had raked flat the day before stood up straight and stayed that way, stiff and white. Tall, dressed in something between armor and a magistrate's robe, all of it gray and correct. A beard trimmed to a point sharp enough to open a letter with. He looked at my barn and at my midden and at the pigs and made a small sound through his nose. I have heard that sound from every important man who has ever walked up my lane. It is the sound of a person deciding before anybody has spoken exactly how much of the morning he is prepared to spend down here among the smells. Then he announced himself. Halvard, keeper of the covenants and rules of the contest, attending in his own person upon a matter of gross irregularity, and he gave the matter 3 separate times with different words in it, because gods do not repeat themselves, they revise. He asked which of us was the chosen mortal. Then, before either of us could answer, he walked straight past me and planted himself in front of Perrin. My friend was still wearing his town coat. He had come off the Ostwin road the day before and had not changed, and his collar was clean, and mine had 4 years of ditch water on it. So the keeper of the covenants began the accusation at my friend with his finger up. Reckless discharge, uncapped output in an unshielded location, endangerment of the common board. He wanted to know what Perrin imagined he had been playing at. Perrin said, with the composure of a man being drowned slowly, that there had been a misunderstanding. Halvard said misunderstanding was not a defense recognized in any covenant he keeps, and that the mortal beside him with the hoe could remain silent. He said that part while gesturing at me with 2 fingers as you move a dog off a chair. I have been dismissed by professionals my whole life, and I still had to admire the economy of it. And Perrin, I have to tell you, tried to take it. I watched my oldest friend square his shoulders and start composing something that would keep the gods' attention on the clean collar and off the man who had actually done it. He got as far as accepting full responsibility for whatever had occurred. Then Clover came out of the barn at a trot, which she had not managed in a fortnight, and went straight through the middle of the interview, because Halvard, in his majesty, had positioned himself directly between my goat and the trough where her feed goes. She put her head down and hit him just above the knee. There is no dignified way for a divine presence to be moved sideways by a goat with one crooked horn, and I have looked for one since, and there is not. He went 2 steps. His robe went one way and his arms went the other, and the frost stopped coming out of his feet for about 3 seconds while he worked out what had happened to him. Aaron made a noise. He turned it into a cough. It was not a cough, and Halvard knew perfectly well it was not a cough, and I have never in my life loved that man more than I did in that instant. Clover reached the trough, found it empty because I had not filled it, and gave me a look of pure accusation across a yard containing a furious god. Halvard straightened his robe. He asked whose goat that was, and I said mine, and he came across the yard and walked around her twice while she ate the barley I had gone and fetched, because I was not going to have my animal stared at by a god on an empty stomach. Then he asked my name, and I gave him all of it, Tobin Marsh, of the low 4 acres, in the tone a man uses at a hearing, and everything about him changed while I was still saying it. The pomposity did not go anywhere. He kept the beard and the robe and the 3 ways of saying one thing. What went out of him was the enjoyment. He said that an output at that scale, from a vessel granted this recently, at this stage of the contest, was not supposed to be possible. He said the word possible as our Smith says the word solder, as a fact about the world, with no give in it. Then he asked what I had put into her. I told him, a silver watch, my father's, worth about 8 shillings if the buyer liked the stag on the back. And I told him she had not wanted it, and that I had made her take it, because Perrin was standing right there, and I was not going to say it any other way in front of him. Halvard went quiet for a moment. Then he said the making her take it was a separate matter which fell under a different heading entirely, and that we would come back to it, and I did not understand him, and could not be bothered to ask, and that particular laziness cost me a great deal about 4 months later. I asked whether I had hurt her permanently. He said that was not a question he was empowered to answer. I asked whether the watch that runs backwards was dangerous to keep in a house, and he said that one was not his to answer either. So I lost my temper and asked him what in the world he was empowered to do, and the man brightened up like a lamp being carried into a dark room. He was empowered to observe, to record, to determine whether an irregularity had occurred, to name the covenant it touched, and to say so aloud in a place where it could be heard by the interested parties. So I stopped asking him for help and started asking him what the rules were, and that is the only intelligent thing I did that entire morning. He could not stop himself. Ask that man for a favor, and you get a wall. Ask him whether a thing is permitted, and he will stand in your yard until noon telling you which clause covers it, and who drafted it, and why the wording of it has always been defective. What I got out of him in a quarter of an hour, in wet grass holding a hoe, came to this. There is a cap, and it is set by what the animal can carry, and it is not a wall so much as a floor that gives way underneath you. Push past it, and the excess has to go somewhere. It does not stay in the thing you are making. It goes out into the yard, into the grass, into the sky above the barn, and anybody within a mile with eyes in his head gets to watch it happen. Whatever comes out of an overreach comes out unsound. It is wrong when it arrives and it stays wrong, and nothing in any covenant he keeps obliges anybody at all to come and take it back off me. Every one of these events is visible. The village sees nothing at all. The others see the lot of it. He called it a board and said a discharge like mine goes up on that board where every interested party can read it, with a name attached, and the name attached to mine was not mine. I asked whose name it was. He said the patron's, and he said her name in a slightly different tone than he had used for anything else that morning. And then he stopped himself. The identity of a patron in an active contest, he said, was not a matter he could discuss with a vessel's handler, and he had already been considerably more forthcoming than the circumstances warranted, and he would thank me not to repeat any of it. Perrin asked the good question. He always does, usually about 4 minutes before I have thought of it. He asked what happens now. Halvard said he had come because an irregularity had occurred, and that he had now observed it, named it, and recorded it, and that his function was therefore discharged. Perrin said that was not what he had asked, and the Keeper of Covenants looked at the two of us for a moment, and something almost human went across his face, and then he said the only useful sentence in the whole visit. He said a broken rule is a doorway. He said, "There are those in the contest who have been waiting a long while for somebody's entry to break open in public because a flaw that size is an invitation to intervene, and intervening is the one thing they all want, and none of them may do without a reason." Then he told us somebody else would come and look, and advised us not to be here when they did. I asked how long we had. He said that was not a question he was empowered to answer, and then the cold went out of my yard all at once, and the summer came back in like water into a hole. Left one hoofprint burned into the dirt at the edge of my flattened ring. Cloven, a hand and a half across, sunk half an inch into the ground, with the earth inside it white and hard. That frost did not melt that day, or the next day, or for 12 days, in the last of the summer heat, with the flies going over it. Perrin got down on his knees and put his hand flat on the ground beside it without touching it, and then went and sat on my bench. My bench had become the place where my friend goes to have his life ruined. He sat on it after the coppers, he sat on it after the ring, and now he sat on it with his elbows on his knees looking at a frozen footprint in August. Neither of us said anything for a while. Then he said we had just been warned by something that walked into my yard on its own legs, and that the warning came with a deadline on it, and that we did not know the length of the deadline, which in every practical sense is the same as not having one. I said we could not run. 4 acres, a debt of 22 shillings, an animal who cannot walk to the gate, and nowhere on this earth to go. The reeve would have the lease off me inside a week if he found the ground standing empty. He said he knew. He said he had worked all that out on the walk from the hoofprint to the bench, and that he had been hoping I would come up with something he had missed, and that I had not, and that we would talk about it again when we had both eaten. Widow Hollis came up the lane at noon with 2 of her grandchildren to look at the bonfire ring, and I got the hoe over the hoofprint about 4 seconds before she came round the corner of the barn. That is what she called it. She had it from her son, who had it from Aldrich in the tavern, and by the time it reached her, the tale had grown a barrel of pitch, 4 boys off the mill row, and a stolen keg, and she wanted to know whether I meant to make their fathers pay for the damage. So I stood in my own yard, 4 feet from a frozen hoofprint, and agreed with her at length that the young ones today have no idea what anything costs. She looked the ring over for a while and said it was a very neat edge for a bonfire. The older grandchild reckoned it was a fairy ring. She told him not to be a fool, and off they went up the ridge road, and I could still hear him arguing his corner 100 paces along. That is how these things travel, and never by one man telling one lie. It is 10 people each moving the truth a hand's width toward whatever they already believe about their neighbors, and by Sunday there was a version at the mill with a dead sheep in it. Aldrich worked me until dark that day, and never once looked at my hands, which were shaking, and told me at considerable length about the price of nails. Leora came that night, and she did not look the same, and I knew it before I had taken 3 steps toward her, as you know it about a person coming up your lane from how they carry their shoulders. The field was the same. The colors were the same. She was standing in the bad corner with her arms folded, in the exact place Halvard had folded his. And she started talking before I could get a word out, which she had not done the first time. She asked me what I had been thinking. She did not ask it playfully. She asked it as Perrin had asked it, and then she asked whether the animal was walking, and I said yes, a little, and something went out of her shoulders. She said she had told me there was a cap. She said there is a cap, and that I had found it, and that finding it is not the same as being stopped by it. And then she looked away and said that she should have explained that part properly. I asked whose board my name is on. She said it is not my name on it. I asked what she had entered me into, and she said, in a voice that did not suit her at all, that 9 days ago it had been a private wager between friends. I asked what it is now. She said it is not private any longer. She said the ones who are watching are not her friends. She said she was going to have to be cleverer than she had planned on being, and for a moment, she looked at the grass instead of at me. Then she told me to keep the animal quiet and to feed her nothing bigger than an egg until she came back. And she said she could not promise she would be the only one who visits, and that if anybody comes, I should be careful, because they are not all as harmless as— She did not finish it. She went out like a candle in a draught, in the middle of the word, with her mouth still open, and I woke in my own bed with my heart going and the taste of frost at the back of my teeth. I got up and went to the window, because I was not going to sleep again, and because the barn is the only thing I have ever owned that I actually care about. There was a man at my tree line, and the moon was 3 days off full, so I could see him well enough to be certain, and I stood at that window for a long time, making sure I was not inventing him out of a hedge. Hooded, crouched on the far side of the stone wall where the ground drops away toward the brook, holding still in the way that only somebody who has already been holding still for a long time can manage. He was watching my barn door. He was entirely ordinary. No frost, no ceremony, no cold, no light of any kind. And that was very much worse, because the god had come into my yard that morning, announced himself 3 times, and left of his own accord. This one had announced nothing. He had simply been sitting out there in my hedge for a length of time I could not measure, in the dark, learning where I keep her. For 3 nights we slept in shifts, and on the 4th I let a stranger stand in my yard for 20 minutes and told him a lie I had been handed by my own employer. The shifts worked like this. Perrin took the dark until 2, sitting inside the barn door with my father's hoe across his knees. I took 2 until dawn. Whoever was off duty slept in the kitchen with his boots on. He laid a hand of wood ash across the barn threshold every evening, smooth flat with the edge of a board, because a boot going over ash leaves a mark and a man cannot brush it out in the dark without leaving a worse one. Perrin hung his mother's cooking bell on the gate with a length of twine at shin height. It rang 4 times in 3 nights. Twice it was the wind and twice it was the Hollis dog, and both of us went out both times with our hearts in our mouths and our tools in our hands. The watcher came back on the 2nd night and did not come over the wall. He sat where he had sat before, on the brook side, out past the last of the light, and I watched him from the window, and he watched the barn, and neither of us moved for a good hour. By the 3rd night we gave up on the barn and moved Clover into the house, which I would not recommend to anybody living, whatever the animal is worth and whatever is out in the hedge waiting for it. She ate a rushlight. She ate the corner of my only blanket. She got her head into the meal chest twice and stood in the doorway of my bedroom at 4 in the morning making the noise she makes when she believes food exists somewhere in the building. Perrin said on the 3rd morning that we had successfully hidden the most valuable animal in the kingdom in the one room where it could destroy everything I own. Then he swept up the blanket wool and did not mention it again. The money went on going in the wrong direction. I kept to eggs because Leora had said nothing bigger than an egg, and because I had seen what came out of my barn when I stopped listening to sensible advice. Eggs work out at about 4 pennies a dozen at the Ostwin Road Market, and a hen's egg costs Clover about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. So with 2 hens laying and a very careful hand, I turned that autumn into 13 pennies of clear profit in a week. 13 pennies against 233 still owed with the frost coming, and the reeve already pricing my ground for the man who comes after me. Aldrich cut my days on the Friday. He did it standing up in the middle of his own yard in 4 sentences, as he does everything. He said I had been late 3 times, useless twice, and that his sister's boy could swing a scythe without falling asleep on the swing. He said 1 day a week, Wednesdays, and I could take it or leave it. And either way, he wanted the hoe back that I had borrowed in the spring. I asked him whether he was doing this because of the talk in the tavern. He said he did not listen to talk in taverns. He said he listens to his own backfield, and his own backfield says I have not been in it. Then he softened by 1 degree, which from Aldrich is a bouquet of flowers, and said that whatever the trouble was, dice or a woman or drink, it would still be there when I had eaten, and that a man cannot fix anything on 4 pennies a week. He was right again. He is always right in the flattest, least useful way available, and I stood there in his yard and could not tell him a single true word about any of it. The stranger came on the Saturday afternoon up the lane, whistling in the open, like a man with business. He was about 30. Good boots, a good coat gone shabby in the right places, the sort of face that has never once had to introduce itself twice. He called out from the gate rather than walking in, which put him ahead of the reeve and every god I had met so far. He said his name was Fenwick, that he was moving 80 of sheep down from the high pasture in a fortnight, and that he was looking for grazing on the way, and he had heard the marsh ground was thin but cheap. I said the marsh ground was thin and not for hire. He laughed at that as if I had said something genuinely funny, and it was such a good laugh that I found myself starting to like him. And I want to be honest that I liked him for a good 4 minutes. He asked whether the well was sweet. He asked how the low corner drains in a wet month. He asked whether the barn roof was sound, and while he was asking it, he was looking at my barn roof, and at my barn door, and at the ground in front of my barn door. Then he asked, in the identical voice he had used about the drainage and the well, without a flicker of anything in his face at all, what it was that had happened to my grass. I gave him the bonfire. Boys from the mill row, a stolen keg, a barrel of pitch, and their fathers ought to be ashamed. I gave it to him exactly as Widow Hollis had given it to me, with the grandchildren and the fairy ring left in, because a story with a small, stupid argument inside it sounds true. He agreed with me about the young ones today. He agreed a shade too fast and a shade too warmly, and he did not look at the grass again for the rest of the conversation. And a man who has just been told a mystery has been solved always looks at the thing one more time. He leaned on my gate, entirely at his ease, with his back to the barn for the first time since he had arrived, and asked whether I kept goats. I said 1. He said he had heard she was a good one. And he smiled while he said it, and I smiled back like an idiot, and he thanked me for my time and went off down my lane whistling the same tune he had come up it with. Perrin came out of the barn about a minute later, where he had been standing in the dark the whole time with the hoe. He asked me what color the man's boots were. I said good ones, brown, cut high. He said the hedge on the brookside is full of hedge parsley that has gone over and drops a black seed, and that the man's right boot had been speckled with it to the ankle. Then he asked who in this village had told a stranger on the Ostwin Road that Tobin Marsh keeps a good goat. Nobody has ever said that in the history of Thistledown. She has one horn pointing at the ground and a coat like a badly thatched roof. Aldrich offered me 2 pennies for her in the spring as a favor to save me the winter feed. We did not sleep at all that night, which is why we were both awake and both useless at the same time when it happened at 1:30. The bell did not ring. I want that in, because Param blamed himself for the twine for months afterwards, and there was nothing wrong with the twine. He came over the stone wall at the back corner, well away from the gate, on the side where my own hawthorn hedge stands high enough to hide a man's whole body from the house. What woke me was Clover, in the barn, making a sound I had never heard from her, and I have heard her make some noises. It was flat and hard, and it came in 2 parts, and I was out of the kitchen door before I was properly awake, in my shirt, holding the poker. The barn door was open. The ash was scuffed across in one long smear. There was a lantern on the floor with the shutter half down, throwing everything sideways, and Fenwick had a loop of rope round my goat's neck and his shoulder against her flank, and he was heaving. She was not moving, and that is the entire reason I still have her, and no cleverness of mine had anything to do with it at all. Clover has never in her life gone anywhere she did not want to go. She had all 4 feet planted in the muck, and her head down and her weight back, and she is not a large animal, and he could not shift her, and he had been trying for long enough to be angry about it. He looked up and saw me in the doorway with a poker, and his face did something quick. And then he said, quite pleasantly, that I should put that down before somebody got hurt. I did not put it down. I swung it at him, badly, from about 4 feet, and hit the doorpost so hard my hands went numb to the wrist. He got past me. He did not hit me, because he did not need to, and I have thought about that since. Then he went back for the rope, because he had come 9 miles for the animal on the end of it, and he was not leaving without her. There is nothing heroic in what came next. I got both arms around the rope and sat down on it. That was my entire contribution. He pulled, I sat, Clover planted, and the 3 of us stayed in that arrangement for what felt like a week. He got a hand into my hair. I got a thumb into something soft. Somebody's elbow found my mouth, and it was probably my own, given the geometry. Then Perrin came through that doorway with a hayrake held like a pike and hit him across the shins with it hard enough to break the handle. My friend had never hit anybody in his life. He is the man who talks a fight out of a tavern, who gets between 2 drovers with a joke and a hand on a shoulder. He came in low with a rake and broke it on a man's legs and then stood there holding 2 feet of splintered ash, looking faintly appalled at himself. Fenwick went down on one knee in the muck. That should have been the end of it, and it very nearly was. And I got up off the rope thinking it was over. He came up with a shepherd's crook off the floor, the long iron hook of it swinging, and he did not swing it at me, and he did not swing it at Perrin. He brought it down across Clover's back leg to make her move, because in his trade an animal that will not be led is an animal that gets struck until it changes its mind. She screamed. I did not know a goat could make that sound, and I have never heard it since, and I hear it fairly often anyway. What happened next I have from Perrin, because I do not remember any of it. He says I went over the top of the rope and put Fenwick into the barn wall and kept him there with my forearm across his throat, and that I was not saying words, and that he had to take my shoulder in both hands and pull. Fenwick got out under Perrin's arm and made the door. He was limping and there was blood on his chin, and he stopped at my fence line, which is a thing I have never understood, because he had every reason in the world to keep running. Turned round and he said it to me across 40 feet of moonlight in an ordinary conversational voice, out of breath, like a man giving you the price of something. He said he had come here on a rumor and that he had it now with his own eyes. He said, I ought to know I am not the only one who has heard something happened out here. He said the person paying him does not send one man twice. And then he said the thing that has kept me awake since. He said that up until tonight he had been able to report that there was nothing out here worth the walk. Then he was over the wall and gone into the hedge, and the Hollis dog started up half a mile away, and after a while everything was quiet, and my hand started shaking so hard I could not hold the lantern. Aaron got the lantern shutter up, and we brought the light round to where she was, and I did not want to look. And I made myself look, and I have gone over the next 4 seconds more times than I have gone over anything else in my life. She was standing. She was standing on 3 legs with the near back one held up off the floor, trembling from the shoulder down, and she had the rope still on her, and when I came toward her with my hands out, she flinched away from me. That is the one. Out of everything that happened that autumn and everything that happened after it, that flinch is the one I would pay to take back. Perrin got the rope off. He was better with her than I was, because his hands were steady and mine were not. He went over the leg with his thumbs, slowly, from the hip down, while I held her head and talked nonsense at her. Nothing broken. He was fairly sure, and he turned out to be right. A long swelling from the hook, hot to the touch, and she could put a little weight on it by morning and none at all by evening, and she went on favoring that leg for 11 days. He had left the crook behind. It was lying against the wall where it had fallen, and in the morning I turned it over and found a hire mark burned into the shaft, a running dog inside a circle, which is the mark of a yard on the Ostwin cattle road. A man does not hire a crook from a yard 9 miles off to steal one goat from one farm. He hires it because he was told to bring a beast back alive and he did not own the tool for it, and somebody else was paying for the hire. Perrin put that shaft in the rafters above my kitchen and said we would want it later. He was right. It came down again on a day I could not have imagined from where I was sitting, in front of people I had not met, and it did a great deal of work when it came. We sat in the straw. The lantern went low. Somewhere around 3, Perrin said out loud what we had both been carrying since the fence line. He said the man came to steal the animal, not to blackmail me, not to buy her, not to ask what she does. He came with a rope for a goat, which means whoever sent him has heard something strange happened on the marsh ground, and nothing whatever about coins or doubling. He said that was good, and Perrin looked at me for a moment. He said it was good for exactly as long as it takes that man to walk into Ostwin and make his report. Perrin's hands started shaking around 4 in the morning, hours after they had needed to be steady, which he told me is the usual order of these things, and which neither of us had known before that night. He kept picking up the 2 halves of the rake handle and putting them down, and he said his mother would want to know what happened to it, and that he intended to tell her it went in the door of the buyer. Then I asked whether he was all right. He said he had hit a man with a farm tool and would have to say his prayers about it, and that he would do it again on Tuesday if Tuesday required it, and that both of those were true at once, and he cared for neither. By full light, there were 4 people on the ridge road who could see my barn door standing open and me sitting in it with a cut mouth, and Widow Hollis sent her grandson down at 8 with a bowl of curds and a question. The question was whether the Mill Row boys had come back and done more damage, because there had been noise in the night and the dog had gone off. So I told the boy yes, and that one of them had run into me in the dark, and that is how I came by the mouth. He took it away with him at a run, delighted, and by dinner the village had a version in which 4 lads had beaten a farmer at his own gate. I let it stand, because the true one was not available to me. Put my hand on Clover's neck and felt her heart going and thought about what I had done in the last 12 days. I had made her swallow my father's watch. I had lit up the sky over my own barn. I had turned my 4 acres into a rumor with a shape. And now a man who does this professionally was walking to Ostwin in the dark to tell somebody with money that the rumor is worth a second visit and that they should send more than one man when they came again. Somewhere in that hour, sitting in the straw with my hand on a hurt animal, I stopped thinking about the 22 shillings and started thinking about the shape of the thing. Money that appears out of nowhere is what people notice. A poor man with a full purse is a story that walks. And there is one kind of money in this world that nobody looks at twice, and it is the kind a man is seen to earn. At dawn, I went out and looked at the hoofprint, which was still white with frost in the middle of a warm, dry August, and I understood that we had been visited twice in 1 week by 2 entirely different kinds of interest. One of them had knocked, announced himself 3 times, and gone away again of his own accord when he had finished his business. The other one had brought a rope and a hired crook, and had known which door to come to, and had gone home to be paid. The first honest thing I ever sold was a billhook, and I asked 9 pennies for it in front of a dozen people who all knew it was worth 15, and that is how Bryn Aldery got her hands on me. We had spent a week on the principle before we tried the practice. Perrin worked it out at my table with a knife point in the wood, as he works out anything that frightens him. Coin is the poison. A poor man with a fat purse is a thief until proven otherwise, and no man in Thistledown has ever proven otherwise. But nobody in the history of this village has ever asked a man to explain a billhook. So the rule became this: never duplicate money again. Duplicate goods, ordinary made goods, the sort of thing a farmer buys once and a tradesman sells 40 of, and then let the goods turn into money as goods normally do, out in the open, with witnesses. Clover was still on 3 legs for the first 4 days of it, and I fed her nothing at all in that time, which cost us a week we did not have and which I have never once regretted. When the swelling went down, I started again, small, and I kept to what Perrin called the spacing. 1 thing a day. Never the same thing twice running, because the second identical feed always came harder and slower and left her lower afterwards. She wanted variety as a person wants variety. Feed her a nail on Monday and a nail on Tuesday, and she will take the Tuesday nail with her ears flat and lie down for 2 hours. Feed her a nail and then a wooden spoon, and she is up and complaining inside 20 minutes. I had 4 shillings and change put by from the eggs, and I spent all of it in 1 morning at the Ostwin Road, on a billhook, a bolt of dyed cloth, 2 smoothing planes, and a copper pot. That felt like the cleverest morning of my life. I had turned 4 shillings into 8 shillings of goods by nightfall, and I stood in my barn looking at 2 of everything and thinking that I had solved it, that this was all there was to it, and that in 6 weeks I would be the richest tenant in the district. The market was on the Saturday, at the crossroads where the drovers stop, which is as much market as we get out here. Perrin came with me because he did not trust me alone with a stranger for 4 minutes, which was a fair assessment. I put the second billhook on a board laid across 2 barrels, next to a woman selling onions, and stood behind it with my hands folded like a man who has done this before. A man from the mill row picked it up, turned it over, and asked me what I wanted for it. And I looked at his face and got frightened because I had no idea in the world what a billhook costs. I had bought mine that week. I knew what I paid. What I did not know is that a smith sells at one price to a farmer and another to a dealer, and that a tool with no maker's stamp and no rust and no history sitting on a board in front of a man with no shop is a thing that needs a story, and I had not brought one. So I said 9 pennies because 9 was less than I had paid, and I had decided somewhere in my chest that a low number would make the business go away faster and with fewer questions in it. The whole board went quiet. The man from the mill row bought it faster than I have ever seen anything bought. 2 more people came over to see whether I had another one, and one of them asked me in a very friendly way where a man gets stock like that at that price. Perrin had my elbow through my sleeve. I could feel him working out whether pulling me off a market board in front of the mill row would be less memorable than leaving me on it, and I could feel him deciding it would not. That was when a woman I had known by sight my entire life put her hand flat on my board and said, loud enough for the 4 nearest people, that the billhook was seconds out of Ostwin with a bad temper on the blade, and that I had been robbed on it twice. Once buying and once selling. Bryn Aldery is a weaver, and her mother before her, and she does most of the cloth trade for 6 villages out of a room behind the smithy. She had been doing business with Aldrich's household since she was 14. She is not gentle. She told the crowd I was a farmer playing at trade and that they should not encourage me. She said it with enough contempt that everybody laughed and went away satisfied, and she made it look exactly like a woman being unkind to a fool. Then she stayed at my board until the crossroads emptied, and when there was nobody left, she asked me, without any change in her face at all, where the second bolt of cloth had come from. I said the same peddler as the first, off the same cart, on the same morning, and I said it steadily, because I had been practicing that one on the walk down. She said no. She said she had seen the first when I bought it because she buys off that same peddler and had been standing 3 feet away, and that a bolt of madder red out of Ostwin has a slub in it about 1/3 of the way down where the girl at the frame let the thread run. Then she reached under my board, unrolled about 4 feet of the second bolt, put her thumb on a lump in the weave, and looked at me. 2 bolts. Same fault, same distance down, same size, same shape. She said no 2 bolts in the world share a fault like a fingerprint, and asked me again where the second one came from. I said nothing at all, which was the most honest answer available to me, and I stood there in front of a woman with her thumb on the proof and let the silence go on long enough to be its own confession. Aaron tried. He is very good, and he tried the mill row cousin, the auction lot, the man in Ostwin who buys damaged stock in bulk, and she let him get all the way to the end of it before she said that she had woven cloth for 19 years and could pick out her own selvage by touch in the dark. Then she said the thing that decided everything. She said she was not asking in order to tell anybody. She wanted to know what it was, because whatever it was the first thing that had happened in this village in her lifetime that had not already been swallowed by somebody with a good coat before it got as far as her. She was not gentle about that either. She listed for us, in order, 4 ideas she had brought to Reeve Talbot for money over 11 years. A fulling trough on the brook, a dye garden on the waste ground, buying fleece direct off the high pasture instead of through the Ostwin factor. Talbot had funded none of them and had put money into 2 of them afterwards with other people, and she had watched him do it and had gone on selling him cloth because that is what you do. She said she was 34 years old and had made £11 in her best year and had never once owned a thing that was not the loom. Parents said we needed to talk about it alone. She said we could take as long over that as we liked, and that she would be at my gate on Monday at 7, and that if she was still standing outside it at 8, she would assume we had decided to be stupid. Then she rolled my bolt back up, tied it properly because I had done it wrong, told me the knot I had used was a knot for a sack and not for cloth, and walked off toward the smithy without looking back once. Talked about it for 2 days. Perrin was against. He is against every new person on principle, and he is usually right, and his case was good. He said we had 1 secret and 2 people who knew it, and that 2 is the largest number that has ever kept anything. He said she would want more later, that everybody wants more later, and that a person who tells you her grievances in the first 4 minutes will one day have a grievance about you. I said we had 5 weeks to the frost and 190 pennies still owing, and that I had just sold a 15-penny tool for 9 pennies in front of a dozen witnesses, and that we could either take a partner or wait for the 3rd or 4th stranger to work it out on their own. He said that was not an argument, it was a deadline talking. I said most of mine are, and that his objection was the same as mine, except that his had the good manners to sound like caution. We're both right. She did want more later. She also made us 3 times the money in the first month, and if she had not been standing at my gate on the Monday morning, I would have been in Ostwin by the frost with nothing. So I have never worked out which of us won. She came at 7. She looked at the ring of flattened grass and did not mention it. She looked at the frost in the hoofprint, which I had covered with a board, and she did not mention that either, and I have thought a great deal since about that woman's self-control. Inside, at my table, with her hands round a cup she had not asked for, she put one question to us, and it was not any of the 4 I had lain awake preparing answers for. She asked to see it. So we went to the barn, and I gave Clover a wooden spoon, and Bryn Aldery watched a goat strain and shake and put 2 spoons into the straw, and then she sat down on an upturned bucket without being invited, and did not speak for a full minute. She leaned forward with her elbows on her knees, looked at the 2 spoons lying in the muck, and asked whether it works on wool. Not what is it? Not where did it come from? Not is it holy? Not am I damned for standing here. She had gone straight past all of that to whether it works on wool, and I understood that we had found the right person and possibly the wrong one, both at once. I said we had not tried wool. She said we would try wool, and that fleece is the one thing in this district a person can sell 400 of without anybody blinking twice at the number. Then she said the red bolt had been a fool's choice for a first attempt, because red is rare out here and dear and traceable, and every trader between here and the capital remembers red. And one of them had already put his thumb on my proof in front of me. Then she reached out to take Clover's chin in her hand, as you do when you are looking at an ew's teeth before you buy her. I put my hand on her wrist. I did not do it gently, and I did not apologize for it, and I told her that whatever we agreed at that table, the animal is not stock. She has a name. She works when she is fit and not when she is not. And that if that ever became a problem, then the arrangement ended that day. She looked at my hand on her wrist for a moment. Then she said good. And I asked what she meant by good, and she said that a man who will not be pushed about his animal will not be pushed about her third either. Her third was the next thing. She wanted a third, and she wanted it in writing, and Paran nearly came off his chair. We settled on a quarter for the first season, going to a third after, on the strength of an argument I did not follow at the time, in which she proved with numbers off the back of a fleece receipt that her quarter of what she could sell was larger than our half of what we could. She was correct. That is the thing about Bryn. She has never once needed to raise her voice with me, because she arrives with the sums already done, and I have watched her do it to men far cleverer than I am. The rules she set that morning kept us alive for 2 months. Never the same fault twice, so every copy gets finished differently, hemmed differently, dyed a shade off. Never sell in the village what was made in the village. Never more than 2 of anything to 1 buyer, and never sell cheap. Cheap is the thing that gets noticed, she said. A man who undersells is a man who did not pay for it, and every trader in 6 villages can smell that on you from the far side of a field. We paid Talbot 4 shillings on the following Tuesday, out of the first week of Bryn's selling, and handing those 4 shillings over, hurt considerably more than earning them, had been pleasant. Walked it up to his house myself and put it into his hand because doing it any other way looks like hiding. He counted it, wrote it in his book, and asked me how the season was going, in that soft way he has looking at my boots. I said I had taken on some trade work with Bryn Aldery. He said Bryn Aldery is a sound woman with a good head, and that he was pleased for me, and that the balance was 18 shillings, and would he be seeing it before the frost. Then he asked, while I was in the doorway with my back to him, whether I had ever got to the bottom of what burned that ring in my low field. I said boys off the mill row. He said yes, that is what he had heard, and thanked me for the 4 shillings. And shut his door. First proper sale was on the Thursday to a merchant off the Ostwin Road named Halstead, who buys cloth in quantity for a house in the capital, and Bryn had been trying to get in front of him for 3 years. She did the talking. I stood there and looked like a supplier, which is a thing you do with your shoulders and your boots, and by saying almost nothing. 4 bolts, 2 red and 2 brown, finished 4 different ways, with the red ones cut from different ends and hemmed separately. Halstead was pleasant and quick and did not haggle much, which Bryn told me afterwards is what a man does when he means to come back. He had the money in a belt and he counted out 2 pounds and 6 and put his hand out. He stopped with the money still in his hand and unrolled about a yard of the second red bolt and put his thumb on the slub. He stood there a long time. He rubbed the lump between his finger and thumb and turned it to the light and looked at the selvage. and then he laid the bolt down very carefully on the trestle as if it had become heavier. Then he asked, in an easy voice, with his eyes still on the cloth and his money still in his other hand, exactly where this particular red had been woven, and told him Ostwin, off the Guildway frames, same as everything. He said yes, of course, and smiled, and picked the money up again and paid us, all of it, without another word about it. Then, while his man was loading, he asked me the same question a second time in a slightly different shape. He asked who had had the bolt before us, and I gave him the peddler's name, and he nodded and said he knew the man, and got up on his cart and looked back at my 4 acres for slightly too long as they went out onto the ridge road. Bryn was pleased on the walk home in her own manner, which is by immediately planning the next 4 sales out loud. She said Halstead would take twice that inside a month, and that we would need 20 bolts by then, and a second loom. I did not say anything to her about it, because I had no way to explain what I had seen without explaining everything, and Bryn had only known the truth for 4 days. What I had seen was this: when he put his thumb on that slub, Halstead was not surprised as a man is surprised by a fault in cloth. He was surprised as a man is surprised to meet somebody twice in one day, in 2 different towns, wearing the same coat. A fortnight after Halstead put his thumb on that slub, Reeve Talbot walked into Bryn's workroom behind the smithy and ordered 14 yards of brown for his own household and stayed 40 minutes. He did not ask her a single question about me. Bryn told me that the same evening, standing in my kitchen with her arms folded, and she said it was the most frightening thing about the visit. He asked about her looms. He asked how a woman with 1 frame and 1 girl was filling orders for a capital house. He asked admiringly where a person gets brown in that quantity this side of the Ostwin factor. Every time she answered, he agreed with her and moved on, and came back to the same ground from a different gate about 10 minutes later, and she said he did it 4 separate times without ever once repeating a word. She said he left having been told nothing and having learned everything, and that she had watched it happen and had not been able to stop it. Perrin asked her what she had actually said. She said she had told him she had a new supplier out of the East Road and had been careful. He asked how careful. She said careful enough that a man who had come for cloth would have gone away with cloth. Then she said the rest of it, which is that Talbot had not come for cloth, and that he had paid for 14 yards he does not need, in a household that has bought nothing new since his wife died. We were doing well by then. That is the thing nobody tells you about being watched, that it happens while everything is going right, and the going right is what makes the watching worth doing. The numbers for that fortnight were these: 9 bolts to Halstead's house through a factor in Ostwin, £4 and change. 14 fleeces sold at the fleece fair as ordinary fleeces at an ordinary price. 2 smoothing planes and a copper pot moved quietly at the crossroads. Bryn had hired a second girl and put a second frame in the room behind the smithy and had started paying her mother's rent, and had walked past Talbot's house on her way home every single evening for 11 years, and now did it in a coat that fit. My debt was down from 22 shillings to 9, paid in 5 separate handfuls, none of them large enough to make a man raise an eyebrow, all of them counted into Talbot's own palm in his own doorway with his book open. Clover was better. That is worth saying because it did not stay true. The leg had come right, the cough had gone quiet, and she had put on enough weight that Aldrich said she looked less like a rug and more like an animal. She worked 4 days in 6 and rested 2, and I never once pushed past that, and it belongs on the same page as everything I did wrong later. The best day of that entire autumn was the fleece fair, and it had nothing whatever to do with the goat, and I have always thought that is why it stayed the best one. The Ostwin factor who buys fleece for the eastern houses is a man called Prewitt, and he has been coming out here for 20 years, and every one of those years he has told the women of this district that the clip is poor and the price is soft, and he is doing them a kindness. Bryn had 14 fleeces and a number in her head. Prewitt offered her 4 pennies the fleece, which is what he always offers, and then he explained why, at length, in the voice men use for explaining. He let him finish. Then she said that Halstead's house in the capital had taken 9 bolts of her brown that month, and that Halstead's house buys fleece as well as cloth, and that she would be carting the 14 to Ostwin herself on Thursday, and would mention his price to Halstead's factor while she was there. Prewitt paid 7 pennies the fleece. He paid it in front of 4 women from the Mill Row who had been standing behind her in that queue every year of it, and one of them asked him very politely whether the clip had improved while he was talking. I did not say a word during any of it. I stood there holding a sack and watched a woman I had been afraid of 6 weeks earlier take 3 pennies a fleece off a man with a book, using nothing but a name and a Thursday. On the walk back, she asked to see Clover again, and this time she did not put a hand on her. She stood at the stall door with her arms folded and asked what the animal likes, and I said turnip tops and anything that belongs to somebody else, and she went away and came back the next day with turnip tops. The trouble was the mill. Everything in Thistledown goes through the mill sooner or later because everybody has to bring their grain, and while a man waits, he talks. Corin the miller is the sort of person you have known your whole life and have never had a single conversation with. Broad, soft, about 50, with flour in his eyebrows, and he talks continuously to whoever is standing nearest without minding much whether they answer. I had been going to that mill since I was 6 years old, and I could not, that autumn, have told you his wife's name. That is not an accusation against him. It is one against me, and it took a great deal longer than it should have for me to understand what it cost. He told me, over the noise of the wheel, that the reeve had been in twice that month and had asked him about the ring in my field. I said that was old news by now. Corin said it was, and that he had told the reeve exactly the same as everybody, mill row boys and a keg, and that the reeve had listened all the way through and then asked him a different question. He asked Corin when the noise had been. Not what happened. When? What hour of the night, and had it been before or after the Hollis dog started, and had there been any noise like it since? Corin thought that was a very odd thing to want to know and told me so cheerfully with his hands full of my grain, and then told me about his knee for a while, and I stood in that mill with my ears ringing and let him. I walked home the long way, past the low field, and did the sum Talbot had been doing, and it came out in 4 lines, and any man in the district could have done it if he had been paying attention. A tenant behind on his rent since spring. A light over that tenant's ground in August. A ring of flat grass a mile of people walked past. And then, from that same week onward, 5 clean payments off a debt that had not moved in 2 years, and a trade venture with the sharpest woman in the district. Talbot did not know about gods. He did not know about clover. What he knew was that value had started appearing where there had been none, and that a man who can make value appear is worth considerably more to a moneylender than 4 acres of thin ground. Aaron's answer was to pay him faster and clear the whole 9 shillings that week. Bryn's answer was to stop paying him entirely and let the debt sit, on the grounds that a creditor who is being paid is a creditor who keeps looking at you. They had that argument in my kitchen for 2 evenings. It is the first serious one they had, and it set the pattern for all the rest, which is that Perrin wants to manage a person and Bryn wants to price them. Talbot settled the argument himself on the Friday afternoon by walking up my lane in his good gray coat with a bottle of something under his arm and his book left at home. That is how far outside the ordinary run of things this had gone. A moneylender does not bring a bottle to a tenant who owes him 9 shillings. He brings a book and a witness, and he stands in the yard. He sat at my table and admired my new gate. He said he had known my father, which is true, and which he had never once mentioned in 20 years of holding paper on me, and he told me a small warm thing about him that I believed then and still believe now. Then he said he had been thinking about the 4 acres, that thin ground is thin ground, and that he had capital sitting idle, with no use for it. He offered to put £4 into the cloth business, his £4, my venture, Bryn's frames, a partnership drawn up properly, and the 9 shillings forgiven on the day of signing as a mark of good faith between neighbors. It was a good offer. If I had been what he thought I was, a lucky tenant with a knack and a partner, I would have taken it and been glad, and it would have been the making of me. I said I would think about it. He said, of course, and poured, and asked me, in the same breath, with no change in his voice whatever, what the light in August had been. I said mill row boys and a keg. He said yes and drank, and then said that he had put that question to 20 people and had been given the same 6 words back by every one of them. 30 years of asking people about money, he said, had taught him that a village hands you one sentence only when the village has nothing underneath it, and that a true thing comes back to you in 20 different shapes. Then he said the sentence I have never been able to put down. He said he did not care what it was. He said he had no interest in miracles or in mischief. He only wanted to be inside whatever it was before somebody else was, because being inside a thing is what his trade actually is. I told him the answer was no. Not the debt, the partnership. I would pay the 9 shillings and keep the 4 acres, and he could keep his £4. He was not angry. He put the cork back in the bottle and left it on my table, which was somehow worse, and said he was disappointed and that he hoped I understood there was nothing personal in any of it. And he stood in my yard for a moment, looking at the low field where the grass still would not stand up straight, and said that a man who will not take a partner usually already has one. Aldrich came by on the Wednesday to tell me I could have my 3 days back, since his nephew had turned out to be quite as useless as I had been, and he looked round my yard while he said it. New thatch on the barn corner. A gate that shuts. Clover fat. He put his hands on his hips and said, with the satisfaction of a man who has finally solved a puzzle, that he supposed I had a woman in Ostwin town. I said I had not. He said there was no shame in it, that a man my age ought to, and that if she had money of her own, then good luck to me, and he hoped she had a temper on her, because I would need somebody who could shout. Then he took his 3 days back to the Northfield, and told the tavern that Tobin Marsh has got himself a widow with a business, and that version ran alongside the other 4 all autumn and did us no harm at all. Word came back off the Ostwin road that same week, through Bryn's girl, whose brother carts for the factor. Somebody had been in Ostwin asking who supplies the red. Not buying. Asking. He had gone to the frames on the Guildway and asked to see the batch marks for the matter run, and had been turned away and had come back the next day and asked a different clerk the same question. Bryn said that would be Halstead, and that any merchant handed 2 of a thing does what he can to learn whether 400 more are coming. Perrin said the man had paid full and never haggled once. She said a buyer who does not haggle has already decided the goods are worth more than the seller knows. What broke it all open was a stranger at the Fleece, and I did not learn about him until 4 days after he had gone, which is the only reason any of the rest of it happened as it did. I was not there. I had this from Corin at the mill 4 days late, delivered in the middle of a long account of the price of millstones, which is how the most important thing I learned that month arrived. A man had come through on the Ostwin road and stayed 2 nights at the Fleece, which nobody does because the Fleece has 3 beds and a smell. He had drunk very little and bought a great deal, and he had been asking about the strange light in the summer. Reeve Talbot had sat with him for an hour on the second night, in the corner, with the settle pulled round. Corin said it as gossip. He said it as he says everything, pleased to have it, wanting to be the one to hand it over, and he added that the Reeve had come out of that corner looking like a man who had done a good piece of business. I stood in the mill with the grain running and understood that Talbot had not been trying to blackmail me at all. He had been trying to sell me. He had a thing he could not use, which is the knowledge that value comes out of the Marsh farm, and he had gone looking for somebody who could use it, and he had found somebody in a tavern on the Ostwin road who was already looking. I went for Perrin, and Perrin went for Bryn, and the 3 of us set off for Talbot's house at a walk that turned into something faster halfway along. We argued the entire way, all 1,200 paces of it, in the open, on the lane, at a volume I could not get either of them down from. Perrin wanted a cover story. He had one ready, and it was a good one, and it involved a small inheritance from my father's cousin in the south and a document he could have from a man he knows in Ostwin inside a week. Bryn said Talbot has been lending money in this village for 30 years and has heard 400 stories about inheritances, and that walking into that house with one would be the same as walking in and confessing, but slower and with more work in it. Perrin said what she wanted to do was worse. What she wanted to do was tell the man the truth, flat, and let him panic on his own time. Not all of it, she said. Enough. Tell him a thing is happening that is bigger than his lease and his book and his careful little inquiries, and that he has just sold a piece of it to a stranger, and let him work out for himself that he cannot get it back. I asked her what that would achieve. She said it would achieve a frightened man, and a frightened man who owes you something is worth more than a curious man who does not. Perrin said the word neighbor. She said she was talking about the man who holds paper on half of us, and that if I wanted somebody in that house to be kindly handled, I should have picked a kindlier creditor. Then she said the thing that ended it. She said that we were 3 people walking to a house to have an argument with a man who had already had his conversation 4 days ago in a tavern corner with somebody we had never seen. We came round the last bend with all of that still hanging in the air between the 3 of us, and Corin was standing at the bottom of Talbot's wall with an empty sack over his shoulder, looking up at the house. He said hello to me. He said it twice because I went past him without answering the first time, and I have gone back over that moment more often than I would like to admit to anybody. Talbot's house sits above the lane behind a wall, with a paved yard in front of it and a green door, and everybody in Thistledown has stood in front of that door at some point with their hat in their hands. Green door was standing wide open, which it never is, and Bryn stopped walking before either of us did because she had seen the step. There was frost on it. Frost on the step and frost on the paving out to about 4 feet in the second week of September, in weather warm enough that Bryn had her sleeves rolled to the elbow. Something was standing in the doorway, with its back to us, tall enough that it had to stoop under a lintel a good 6.5 feet high, in a coat the color of wet slate that did not move at all in the wind that was moving everything else. Halvard came into my yard like a magistrate who had been kept waiting. He announced himself 3 times and got offended by the smell of my barn, and I had a hoe in my hand the entire time. This one made no sound at all. It did not announce anything, and I could see, past the edge of that coat, one of Talbot's hands hanging at his side, holding his hat, which he had taken off in his own doorway, in his own house. Then it turned its head, without turning its body, far enough to look back over its shoulder at the 3 of us standing in the lane, and it went on looking at us in complete silence for long enough that Bryn took a step backwards into Perrin. And then it said, in a voice like a man reading out a list, that we were early and that it had not expected the entry to attend in person. The thing in Talbot's doorway told us we were early, and then it stepped out onto the paving and turned round, and the entire front of Talbot's house was standing in its shadow at 4 in the afternoon. It had a face. That is what I keep coming back to. 2 eyes, a nose, a mouth, all of them in the right places and all of them arranged with the care of a man who has drawn a face from a description without ever having seen one. Halvard had a beard he was proud of. Halvard got jostled by a goat and had to straighten his robe. This one had nothing about it that had ever been embarrassed. It said it was a herald in the service of an interested party, attending for the purpose of formal invocation, and that its principal thanked the household for the use of the doorway. Talbot said from somewhere behind it that it was quite welcome. His voice came out at the pitch of a boy's. He was still holding his hat in both hands, in his own front hall, in the house he built. Then the herald asked which of the 3 of us was the vessel's handler, and Bryn said Tobin Marsh and pointed, before either of us could do anything cleverer. She told me afterwards that it was the only correct move. A thing that has come this far to find a name will find the name, and the only question is how much of your household it goes through first. The herald looked at me for a while. It did not walk over. It simply gave me its attention, and having the attention of that thing was like standing in a doorway in February with your shirt open. It said my name, and my father's name, and the number of my acres, and then it said the date of the discharge in August, the hour of it, and the weight of the object I had put into her, to 1/4 of an ounce. It said all of that in the voice of a man reading from a list, without pausing to see how any of it landed, and nothing in this world has ever known me so thoroughly before or since. Then it began the invocation, and it took some while, and it did the thing that Halvard does, which is to say the same matter 3 times in 3 different sets of words, so that I have to assume they all learn it from the same place. Nobody explained it to me. It was not spoken to me at all, and I want that understood, because I stood in that lane and heard my whole autumn decided in the second person by a creature addressing an empty stretch of paving 4 feet to the left of Talbot's water butt. Whether some part of the game was standing there listening, or whether the words simply had to be said out in the air where the others could hear them, I could not tell you to this day. The shape of it was this. An entry had been made and had proved unstable. An unstable entry is a matter of common concern. Where an entry is unstable, any interested party may name a rival and contest it directly, and the contest supersedes the private wager. Perrin asked out loud what that meant in plain speech. The herald answered him without turning its head, which was somehow worse than being ignored. It meant, it said, that the arrangement between my patron and myself was no longer a private arrangement between my patron and myself. I heard Leora then, and I heard her nowhere in the world except behind my own eyes, and Perrin was standing close enough that his shoulder was against mine and he heard nothing at all. It was not the field, and it was not her voice as she uses it. It came in thin and fast and frightened, like a person talking through a door they are holding shut. And she said 4 words, and the 4 words were, "Do not agree to anything." So I said out loud into the middle of a paved yard, in front of my landlord and my 2 friends, that I did not agree to any of it, and I put my hand up like a man at a hiring fair while I said it. The herald said that agreement was not a requirement of the clause, and thanked me for my remark, and went on with the invocation from exactly the word it had reached. Bryn asked what happens if we simply do nothing. She asked it as she asks a factor about carriage, flatly, as a matter of terms, and I have never admired her more because her hands were shaking and her voice was not. The herald said that an uncontested entry is a forfeit entry, that a forfeit entry is struck from the board, and that a struck entry is undone along with everything granted under it. And it said the word undone in a particular way, without any weight on it at all, as you would say a word you have said 400 times before, and Perrin put his hand out and took hold of my sleeve. There is nothing in that word for a farmer to argue with. Undone is the animal in my barn who cannot walk to the gate without it, and the 9 shillings I have paid off with it, and the frame in Bryn's back room, and the girl she pays out of it. Then the herald said that the naming had already been made, and that the rival had been brought, so that the 2 entries might be shown to stand against one another in the presence of a witness of the household. Talbot said from the hall, in a small voice, that he would rather not be a witness of the household. The herald told him that his preference had been recorded. Then it required him to come out and stand on his own step, and he came out and stood on his own step, and I watched a man who has taken the roof off 4 families in my lifetime hold his hat over his chest like a boy at a funeral. And then the herald stepped aside, 1 pace, with the neatness of a servant showing somebody into a room, and every one of us turned to look at the place it had cleared. There was a man standing at the corner of Talbot's wall, and I would put money that he had been standing there the entire time, and not one of us had seen him arrive. He was perhaps my age, maybe a year or 2 younger. Brown coat, well cut and well brushed, boots with no mud on them at all, which out here in September tells you more about a person than his face does. He was holding a basket with a cloth over it, held in both arms against his front, the way a person carries eggs to a neighbor, and the cloth was clean and hemmed, and had a pattern worked into the corner of it. And he was frightened, though not of us. He had the look of a man who has been brought somewhere by people he cannot refuse, and has decided that the best available conduct is politeness. The herald named him as the rival named by its principal, and did not give his name, and the man did not offer it, and he looked at the paving while it was being said. Then the herald did the other thing, the thing I had not seen coming from any direction at all, and it is the reason my hands went cold and stayed cold the length of the walk home. Said that both entries would now demonstrate that they were live. It said it flatly, like a man asking two carters to show their licenses at a gate. The stranger put the basket down on Talbot's paving and lifted the corner of the cloth about a hand's width and did not take it off and reached under it with one hand. Something under that cloth strained. I could not see it, and I did not need to, because I have been listening to that exact sound in my own barn for 6 weeks, and it is not a sound that anything makes for any other reason. There is a moment of it near the end, a sort of catch in the breath of the animal that I could pick out of a market square. My whole body knew it before my head did, and my head arrived about a second later and said, out loud, in the middle of Talbot's yard, that it is not only her. It had never once occurred to me, not in the entire 6 weeks. I had gone about that autumn like a man carrying the only lamp in the world, and I had been so busy being frightened of who might take it off me that it had not entered my head that somebody else might simply have one. The cloth went back down. The stranger picked the basket up and held it against his chest in both arms, and he looked at it, not at us. And he was doing the thing you do with a cough in a church. Then the herald turned its whole body toward me, unhurried, and required the same of my side, and named the animal by the name I gave her when I was 15 years old. I said no. I said it before I had thought about it, and Perrin said something under his breath beside me, and Bryn said nothing at all, and moved half a step forward so that she stood between me and the paving. The herald said that a refusal to demonstrate is a defect in the entry, and that it would be recorded as such, and it asked me whether I wished it recorded. Then Leora came back in behind my eyes, thinner than before, and said one word, and the word was yes, and it cost her something to say it, and I could hear that it did. So I said yes, let it be recorded, and I did not know why, and she did not explain, and I stood there in front of a thing from another world and refused it on the word of a woman who lies to me for a living. That turned out to be the single best decision I made that entire autumn, and it was not mine, and I have never once taken credit for it or stopped being uneasy about it. The herald recorded the defect. Then it stated the terms of what would follow, and its principal would set the first of them, and there would be 3, and the count of them would be kept by an appointed keeper, and it would all be concluded before the turn of the year. 3 trials, a keeper, a date at the turn of the year, 15 weeks, near enough, from a doorway in September. Then it was finished, and it thanked the household for the use of the doorway a second time in exactly the words it had used the first time, and it walked out through Talbot's gate and did not come back past us, and I could not tell you which direction it went. The frost on the steps stayed until the following evening. Talbot did not go back into his own house for 2 hours. He sat down on his own step in the cold patch with his hat still in his hands, and Bryn, of all the people in that lane, was the one who went and sat down next to him. He asked her twice whether the tall one had been real. She said it had. He asked whether it would come back. She said she did not know, and he asked her again about 10 minutes later, as if the first answer had not happened. He said to nobody in particular that he had told a man in a tavern about a light in a field. He said he had been given 4 shillings for it and had thought it a good afternoon's work. He said the money was in his book, written down, in his own hand, on the Tuesday page. I did not go near him. I could not have said one useful word to him, and I was, that afternoon, still enough of a poor man to be enjoying it slightly, and I am not proud of that, and it did not last. The stranger stayed behind after his own herald had gone, which nobody in our party had expected, and which I have since learned nobody on his side had expected either. He waited until the herald was well gone, and then he came 4 steps closer with the basket held against his chest, and he stopped at what I have since learned is exactly the distance a well-brought-up man stops at when he is not sure of his welcome. He said he was sorry. He said it first before anything else, and he meant it. And that was somehow the most upsetting thing that had happened all afternoon. He said he had not asked for any of this, and that he had been given to understand that I had not either, and that whatever was said to me later about him, he wanted it on his own account that he bore me no ill will of any kind. I asked him what he was. He said he was a person who had been in a bad way, and had been visited, and had said yes. Then he asked me the question. He asked it gently, with his arms round a covered basket, in the middle of a lane in thistledown, And it is the strangest sentence anyone has ever said to me. He asked which of us believed his own animal was the stronger of the two, and he asked it as a man asks about the weather he is about to walk out into. I said I did not know what he meant. He said he thought I did. He said that whatever they end up asking us to do, it will not be done by him, and it will not be done by me. It will be done by the thing under this cloth and by whatever is in that barn of yours, and neither of them has been asked. Then he apologized again for taking up my afternoon, and turned round, and walked off down the lane toward the Ostwin Road with his basket, past Corin, who was still standing at the bottom of the wall with an empty sack and his mouth open. Nobody in Thistledown got a name out of him that day, but every soul on that lane saw a stranger in good boots carry a covered basket past the mill, and by Sunday there were 4 accounts of it, and one of them had the cloth coming off. We went home the long way round, past the mill, because Bryn said that 3 people taking the short lane at a run would be its own kind of announcement. Perrin held together as far as my gate, and then had to sit down on the wall with his head between his knees. Aldrich was in my yard when we got there, come about the Wednesday work, and he had already noticed the weather. He said there had been a frost patch up at the Reeves house in September, and that it was the same thing that took his father's beans in the year of the bad summer. He said it was the ground turning early, and that it would be a hard winter, and he told me to get my roots up before the month was out, and he went away entirely satisfied with an explanation that had a dead man's beans in it. Bryn stayed until dark and did what Bryn does, which is to take a catastrophe and turn it into a list. 3 trials, 15 weeks, 1 keeper, unknown, 1 rival, unnamed, and an animal in a basket that we now know is out there and doing the same work as ours. I asked her what the list was for. She said the list was so that when the frightening part starts, we are already arguing about details, because people who are arguing about details are not people who are running. Then she wrote the last item and turned the slate round so we could both see it, and the last item was the word keeper with a line under it. She said that everything else on that list belonged to them. The date belonged to them. The trials belonged to them. The rival belonged to them. A keeper keeps a count, and a count is a number, and numbers are the one thing in this world she has never yet been beaten at. Perrin said we did not even know what a keeper was. Bryn said no, and that we had 15 weeks to find out, and that she would rather spend them finding out than spend them being brave. I sat with Clover for a long while after the 2 of them had gone home, with the lamp down low and the barn door open onto a yard that still had a flat ring in it. I told her all of it out loud in the dark. The herald and the basket and the 3 trials, because there was nobody else I could tell it to who already knew everything, and because it is easier to hear a thing in your own voice before you have to say it to anybody who can answer. She ate my sleeve while I did it. She has never once been impressed by any of this. Gods have stood in her yard, and she has objected to them chiefly on the grounds that they were between her and the trough. That night, I went down into the dream expecting Leora, with about 4 questions ready and one of them sharp, and the field was empty. I stood in the bad corner of that south field for what felt like an hour, and nobody came, and there was no color anywhere in it, and I woke up before dawn with the fire out and the taste of frost in my mouth for the 2nd time that autumn. And out in the barn, Clover was standing square in the middle of that floor in the dark, with her ears forward and her head turned east, toward the Ostwin Road, listening to something that I could not hear at all. They came back 9 days later, at 10 in the morning, up my own lane, and there were 4 of them, and one of them was carrying a book bigger than his own chest. Bryn saw them first from the barn roof, where she had been for most of a week, on the grounds that a person who can see the Ostwin Road for 2 miles is worth more than a person who can weave. She came down that ladder faster than I would have thought possible and said one word, which was company, and then went and stood beside the barn door, and Perrin went and stood on the other side of it, and neither of them discussed it. The tall one came first, the same herald in the same slate coat, with the frost running out ahead of it across my flattened grass. Behind it came the man from Talbot's wall in the same good brown coat, carrying the same basket, and this time the cloth was off. There was a dog in it, sitting up on a folded blanket with her front paws together, looking out over the edge of the basket at my midden with the expression of a duchess who has been driven to the wrong address. She was about the size of a cat, white and buff, with a face like a squeezed cushion and a coat of embroidered wool buttoned round her middle, with a border of yellow flowers worked into it by somebody who had spent a fortnight on the job. She was, without any argument, the least agricultural thing that has ever been carried onto my land. Clover came to the stall door and put her head over it and looked at that dog for a long moment, and the dog looked back, and I want it recorded that they took to each other immediately and never once behaved as their patrons intended. The man put the basket down on my block and said his name was Edrin Vale, of Halloway, 4 days east, and that he was very sorry about the lane and the crowd and all of it, and that his people had wanted to come at dawn, and he had talked them out of it. Then he said the dog's name was Bijou, and that she was 9 years old, and that she had been his mother's. 4th of them had not come in at all. He was standing out at my gate with one hand on the latch and his weight on his back foot, in the exact posture of a man who has been told to attend and has decided how far attending goes. Fenwick Cole. Same good boots gone shabby in the right places. He did not whistle this time, and he did not lean on anything, and when I looked at him, he looked back at me with a perfectly flat face and did not pretend that we had never met. Perrin went into the house without a word, and came out with 2 feet of splintered ash and the hired crook, and he carried them across the yard and laid them down on the block next to a lapdog in a knitted coat. He said, to the assembled party, that this was the tool used on my animal in my barn at 1:30 in the morning 6 weeks ago, and that the hire mark burned into the shaft belongs to a hire yard 9 miles out on the Ostwin Road, and that a hire yard keeps a book of who takes what and pays for it. The herald said nothing. Fenwick said nothing. Edrin Vale looked at the crook, and then at Fenwick, and then at the crook again, and the color went out of his face in a way that no man can arrange on purpose. He asked quietly whether that was true. Fenwick told him that he had been engaged to collect a beast and had been given a description of the beast and the name of the farm, and that he had done it badly, and that he had not been told the beast belonged to anybody who mattered. Edrin asked who had engaged him, and Fenwick, with no more weight on it than a man giving the price of hay, said the same person who engages you. So I learned the name of the thing that had been aiming at my barn since August from a hired thief leaning on my own gate on a Tuesday in front of my neighbors with no ceremony at all attached to it. The herald supplied it. It said that the interested party in this matter is Vessa, and it said the name with a small pause on either side of it, the way a footman says the name of a house he is proud to work for. Edrin Vale sat down on my block next to his mother's dog and put his hands on his knees, and for about 4 seconds he was not a rival champion at all. He was a well-brought-up young man who has just found out what his employer does when he is not in the room. And he stood up and straightened his coat and apologized to me on her behalf, which is a thing I have thought about a great deal since, because it was not his to apologize for and he did it anyway. The third of the party had not got out yet. He had been sitting in the wagon the entire time with a book on his knees, and I had taken him for a driver, and so had everybody else, which is a thing I understand a great deal better now. He got himself down over the wheel in 4 separate movements, all of them wrong, and dropped the book on the way, and picked it up, and dusted it with his sleeve, and looked around my yard as if he had ordered a different one. He was small and round and gray, in clothes that had been fashionable in some other century, with ink on 2 fingers and a strap over his shoulder holding a board and a bundle of quills. He said he was Ferris, tally-keeper of the 9th degree, appointed to the count in this matter, and that he would require somewhere flat to work, out of the wind, and a chair with a back to it, and that he did not eat. Bryn brought him a chair. He inspected the chair. He asked whether the barn or the kitchen was less likely to be interrupted by animals, and I said the kitchen, and I was wrong about that within the hour. Before any of it, the herald required both entries shown live, since I had refused at the Reeves house and the refusal was sitting in the book as a defect against me. Edrin did his first. He took a loaf of white sugar out of his coat, the sort of thing I had seen twice in my life and never in a house I was welcome in, and he broke a piece off and held it down for the dog on his open palm. Bijou ate it delicately, in about 6 small bites, with the manners of a person at a table. Then she braced her little legs and shivered from the shoulders back and made a noise like a sneeze in a teacup, and 2 pieces of sugar dropped into the blanket. She was up and shaking herself in 9 seconds. 9. I counted, because I have spent 6 weeks counting, and when a hen's egg costs my animal the length of a cup of tea, a spoonful of sugar costs that dog 9 seconds and a shake. I have thought about the reason for a long time since, and I do not think it is anything to do with dogs. Bijou has never been hungry. She has never carried anything, never gone short, never coughed through a summer, and she has been fed by hand off a rich woman's plate for 9 years. Clover was born on my father's ground the year the roof went in and has spent her entire life eating what was left. So I did mine. I gave her a wooden spoon in my own barn doorway, in front of a god of records and a man with 4 wagons, and she took 2 full minutes and had to lie down afterwards, and I sat down in the muck beside her while she did it and did not look at anybody. Ferris wrote it down. He wrote both down, and then he read out both counts aloud, 1 and 1, and said the defect in my entry was cured. Edrin came over while I was still sitting in the muck. He crouched down at the stall door with his knees together to keep his coat off the floor, and he looked at Clover for a while, and then he asked me how old she is. I said 11. He said Bijou is 9 and she has never once been asked to do anything twice in a day, and he asked me quietly how often mine works. 4 days in 6, I told him. He said nothing at all to that. He got up and brushed his knees and thanked me, and went and stood by his wagon, and he did not talk to his own herald for the rest of the morning. And then came the sentence that took the top of my head off. He said that he had been present in the Reeves kitchen throughout the invocation on the 9th, that his count of the persons attending had been 6, and that he had recorded my refusal to demonstrate at the time it occurred. I said there had been nobody in Talbot's kitchen. He said there had been himself at the table with the book open, and that he had been 3 feet from the door the entire time, and that Bryn had come within a yard of him twice. Bryn said that was not possible. He said, without any pride in it at all, that nobody looks at a keeper, that it is the single great convenience of the office, and that in 400 years he has been noticed on purpose 4 times and remembers all of them fondly. The book went down on my kitchen table with a sound that shook the cups, and it took up most of the table, and my table has fed 4 people at a harvest. It is bound in something between leather and horn, about the size of a hearthstone, and the pages of it are not paper, and when he turned them, they made a sound like a hand going through dry barley. He said it holds the founding rules of the contest, in the words they were made in, and every count taken under them since. He said the rules are not many. He said people always expect them to be many. He read the first ones out, because I asked, and I asked because I had learned in August that these creatures cannot refuse a question about their own procedure, as they can refuse a question about anything that matters. Perrin got a stub of charcoal and wrote down what he said on the back of a feed bill, and that scrap of paper is the reason we were still standing in December. 3 trials. The keeper counts. A patron may act through agents, messengers, and mortal proxies at any time, and a patron who comes into the mortal world in her own person while a contest is running and lifts a hand against the other side, loses her entry outright, and nobody living or otherwise has any say in it afterwards, the keeper included. I asked why there was a rule against a god turning up in person when one had turned up in my yard in August. Ferris said that Halvard had come to observe an irregularity in an entry, which is not acting against a rival's side, and he said it in the tone of a man correcting a spelling. Then he read another one out, further down, and he read it fast and flat, and I very nearly did not listen. No patron or handler may knowingly require of a vessel more than the vessel can bear, or push it past its own recovery. Any count taken from an activation made in breach of it is void, whatever the output. Bryn made him read that one twice, and then made him say what void meant, and he said it means the number is struck out and does not exist, and that the tally is taken as if the work had never been done. I asked him how anybody would ever prove such a thing. He said the keeper is present at every activation, that the keeper sees the vessel, and that the keeper's eyes are the mechanism and there is nothing else in it. Then he sniffed and said that in all his 4 centuries he has voided 9, and that 7 of the 9 were argued at him for a month afterwards, and that he had enjoyed all 7. Edrin Vale had gone very quiet during that part. He was sitting by the door with Bijou on his knee, and he had his hand flat on that dog's back, and he was rubbing her with his thumb as people do when they are thinking about something else entirely. Then the herald came in through my own doorway without being asked, which put 4 of us and a god and a book and a lapdog into a room built for 1 man and a fire, and it read out the terms of the first trial. Both entries to produce for the good of the village of Thistledown, in the village of Thistledown, between sunrise and sundown on the last market day before the frost. The keeper to count the goods produced. The greater tally takes the trial. Bryn asked immediately, what counts as a good? The herald said any made or grown thing of use to the community. She asked who judges use. The herald said the keeper counts, and the count is of goods, and there is no judgment of use in the rules. She sat back and said out loud that they had written it to be won by whoever can put out the most. The herald did not answer that, because it was not a question, and Ferris wrote down that she had said it. Edrin, to his credit, looked embarrassed. He said that he had not chosen the terms and had not been consulted about them, and that he would rather it had been something else. Then he told me exactly what we were up against, and he did it kindly, with his hat off, in front of my own barn door, which made every word of it worse. He said that he did not want me to take this badly, and that his household in Holloway keeps a store, and that he had been told to bring whatever he required. He said he had 4 wagons coming. 4 wagons, against my 4 acres, 1 goat who works 4 days in 6, and a woman with 2 frames in a room behind a smithy. Bryn asked him what was in them. He said cloth, tools, salt, glass, sugar in loaves, and 20 casks of wine, and that he was sorry, and that he had told them the wine was a mistake in a place like this and had been overruled. While all that was being read out, Clover got the barn door open with her head, which she can do and had chosen until then not to bother with, and came into my kitchen. She went straight past a god, a herald, and a rival champion, put her front feet on my table, and ate 2 of the keeper's quills in the corner of a page. I have never heard a noise like the one Ferris made. He came up off that chair with the book clamped to his front like a man saving a child from a river, and he stood in the corner with it and told me at very great length what the penalties are for interfering with the count. Bijou got down off Edrin's knee and went and stood between Ferris and my goat 4 handspans of embroidered lapdog with her chest out, and barked at a minor god of record-keeping until he sat down again. Nobody in that room said anything for a moment. Then Edrin said, in the mildest voice imaginable, that she does that at his aunt. The keeper spent a full 15 minutes on the damage and announced that the missing corner had held part of the 11th clause, and that this was the 4th time in 4 centuries that a beast had eaten a rule. Aaron asked what the 11th clause was. Ferris went pink about the ears and admitted that the 11th clause concerns the safe storage of the book. By then, there were 15 people standing on the ridge road, and 20 more at the bottom of my lane, and 2 boys up the oak by the gate, and not one of them had a reason to be there. You cannot put 4 wagons, a gray wagon with a book in it, and a man in a slate coat onto the Ostwin Road in September without every soul in Thistledown finding a reason to walk that way. Widow Hollis came down for the 2nd time in her life. Aldrich arrived at noon, looked at the wagons, looked at the well-dressed young man standing beside them, and told me later that afternoon, with total satisfaction, that he now understood the business. The widow with the money, he said. She has brothers, and they have come out to look me over, and the little dog belongs to the sister, and he advised me to say as little as possible and to let them see the new gate. Talbot stood at the end of the lane for about 10 minutes and did not come up it. He had a clear view of Fenwick Cole leaning on my gate, and I watched him look at that man for a long moment, and I would have paid a shilling to know what he was thinking. I have since found out. He was thinking that the pleasant stranger he had sold 4 shillings of information to in the corner of the Fleece had been sitting with a man who steals goats for a living, and that he had not been told that part. After they had all gone, I stood in my kitchen and looked at the sums on the back of a feed bill, and understood that we were going to lose in front of every soul I have ever known. Perrin said we should not compete on quantity. Bryn said quantity is what the rules count, and that a man who plays a game by a rule he wishes existed loses to a man who plays it by the rule that does. Then she went quiet for a long time with her chin on her fist, looking at the doorway where a small dog in a knitted coat had been sitting on a rich man's knee. She said, mostly to herself, that a thing is only a good if somebody in this village will take it, and that the keeper counts goods, and that nobody in the entire arrangement had said one word about who has to want them. Perrin spent the 5 days before the trial walking into every kitchen in Thistledown and asking people what was broken, and that is how we won it, and not one thing about it was magical. Bryn started it. She said we could not beat 4 wagons, and we did not have to, because the wording said produce for the good of Thistledown, in Thistledown, and that a thing nobody in the village takes is a thing sitting in a wagon. Aaron said that was a fine argument to lose on. She said it was the only argument we had, and that arguments are won in advance by the person who has already made them true on the ground. So he took a slate and went visiting. He is the only one of the 3 of us who could have done it. I would have been asking for charity, and Bryn would have been taking orders, and Perrin simply sat in 14 kitchens drinking tea he did not want and let people complain. What came back off that slate is the most useful thing anybody has ever handed me, and I have kept it, and it is on the wall of my kitchen to this day. Widow Hollis had 4 foot of ridge open since the August gales and a bucket under it. The Fen place needed a new share for their plow and had been plowing with a cracked one since Lady Day. The smith wanted charcoal and could not get it before the frost. Horn's mill had a drive strap gone thin in 2 places, and he had been nursing it along for a year and had told everybody about it, and nobody had done anything because it was Corin telling them. 9 households were short of salt for the pig killing. 4 wanted nails and could not justify the cart trip to Ostwin to buy them. The Cobb family had no blankets fit for a child and had not said so to anyone, and Perrin found it out by looking. Then he came back and we sat down with the slate and worked out what all of that came to in things, and it came to a great deal, and every single one of it was dull. Nails, laths, salt, tallow, seed corn, a plowshare, a drive strap, blankets, charcoal. Not one item on that slate would have interested anybody in the capital for 4 seconds. The making of it took 5 days, and it nearly broke my animal. And I have to set out exactly how, because I have spent a long time since arguing with myself about it. Bought one of each, with Bryn's money and the last of mine. 1 share, 1 strap, 1 dozen nails, 1 bushel of salt, and so on down. Then Clover doubled them, and we doubled the doubles and the doubles of those. Nobody ever works this out on their own. She does not have to make 100 nails. She has to make 12, and then 24, and then 48, and the 4th time round you are handing her a thing she has already met, and she hates it, and it costs her double. By the 3rd day, she was refusing the 2nd feed, and it was not sulking. She put her head to the wall and left it there, as she refused the good hay in the summer, and Bryn was standing in my barn with a slate saying that we were 20 short on nails. I said no, I said it out loud in front of both of them, and I said we would go into that square 20 nails short, and Bryn could explain it to Ferris, and Bryn looked at me for a long moment and then wrote the 20 off the slate without a word of argument. Perrin told me afterwards he had been ready to fight her about it, and had not needed to. She told me, 2 months later, that she had already known she was going to lose that one, and had asked anyway, because it is her job to ask. Clover rested the entire 4th day. We went into the last market day before the frost with a barn full of dull goods and a goat who could stand up. The square was full by 8 in the morning. It has not been full since the harvest fair of the year the old king died. They had come for the wagons, of course. Word of 4 wagons and a lapdog and a coat had gone round 6 villages, and there were people there from Halloway, and from the Mill Row, and from farms I did not know, standing on carts to see over each other. Edrin's wagons stood along the north side with the cloths off, sugar in loaves stacked like a wall, glass, 20 casks of wine, bolts of figured silk in colors that do not exist out here. Our side was Bryn's handcart, Aldrich's wagon, which he lent us without being asked and without saying anything about it, and about 10 feet of trestle. Pharaoh sat at a table under the market cross with the book open, 2 fresh quills, and a boy off the mill row holding an inkpot, having formally engaged the boy at a rate of 1 penny for the day, and having written that down too. The herald stood behind Edrin's wagons and did not move all day, and the children of this village, who are frightened of nothing, gave it a berth of about 4 paces without ever discussing it among themselves. The rules were read out. Sunrise to sundown, both sides producing, the keeper counting, the greater tally taking the trial, and I stood on those cobbles in front of 200 people I have known my whole life, and felt my hands go cold. Then Edrin Vale did a thing that I did not expect, and that I have never fully forgiven him for, because it made everything afterwards harder to enjoy. He came over to our trestle in front of everybody, took off his hat, and asked Bryn whether she needed help with the handcart. She told him to go and stand by his wagons. He said, of course, and went, and the entire square saw a rich young man be polite to a weaver and be sent away, and it did us no good at all, because now nobody could hate him. The morning went to them, and it could not have gone any other way, and anybody standing in that square at 10 o'clock would have told you the thing was already finished. They had a man at each wagon handing things down, and the herald calling the count, and Ferris writing, and by noon they had put out 406 goods, and the square was making the noise a crowd makes when it is being shown wealth. We had 191 by the same hour, out of a shed behind the alehouse with the door shut, and every single one of ours went somewhere before it had been on the trestle 4 minutes. The shed is where the work actually happened, and almost nobody in that square saw any of it, which is the only mercy in that day. Ferris sat on a milking stool by the door with the book on his knees and watched every activation, because the keeper must see, and he wrote each one down as it landed and said the number out loud. Clover worked from 6:30 in the morning, a dozen nails, then 2 dozen, then 4, a bushel of salt, then 2. Laths, 12 at a time, until the shed would not hold them and Perrin was carrying them out at a run. Between the 4th and the 5th, she lay down on her side in the straw and would not get up for 20 minutes, and I sat on the floor with her head on my knee and told Bryn to go and sell something. Somewhere in the middle of the morning, Ferris said, without looking up from the book, that the animal had been offered 9 feeds and had taken 9, and that, in his experience of vessels, the number that matters is not the one the handler counts. I asked him what he meant by that. He said it was not a matter he was empowered to speak to, and then, after about 4 seconds, he said that the clause about recovery exists because somebody 400 years ago had needed it to. Edrin came to the shed door twice. The first time he looked in, saw her lying down, and went away without saying anything at all. The second time he had Bijou under his arm, and he put her down on the straw, and the 2 animals lay in the same corner for a good while, and my goat did not headbutt anything, and that dog did not bark. He did not say a word the whole time. He stood in the doorway of a shed with his hat in his hands and watched 2 animals sleep, and then he picked us up and went back out into the square where a man was calling his count. That is where the difference lay, and it did not look like a difference at the time. Their goods went onto the ground in front of the wagons in stacks. Ours went into hands. Perrin worked it like a man dealing cards. The blankets to the cobs, 4 of them, done quietly at the back of the cart with no announcement, because he had worked out that a mother who has to take charity in front of a square will not take it at all. The strap to Corin, who came to fetch it himself, and then stood in the middle of the square holding it above his head and told 4 separate people that Perrin Vale had remembered a thing he had mentioned once in a mill in June. Share to the fens. The charcoal to the smith, who examined it, spat, and said it was decent, which from that man is a proclamation. Salt to 9 households out of 1 bushel that never emptied, because we kept feeding a quarter of it back to a goat in a shed behind the alehouse all afternoon while a keeper watched and wrote. And at about 2 in the afternoon, with the light already going yellow, a wheel came off one of their wagons. There was no reason for it. It was standing still, unloaded on that side, on flat cobbles. The pin went, and the wheel went, and the corner of the wagon came down on a stack of glass and put 16 panes of it into the market square in a spray that went as far as the cross. A boy from Holloway was under that corner and did not get hit, and I have thought about the width of that since. Corin was the one who got him out. Corin, with his flower and his knee and his whole life of being talked past, was standing 4 feet away and simply reached in and pulled a stranger's boy backwards by the coat before the corner came down. Nobody in that square made anything of it then or later, and I did not either, and I have had to live with that too. Edrin went white and started apologizing to the boy's mother. The herald looked at the wheel for a long moment and then turned its head to look at nothing in particular, and Ferris, at his table, wrote something down and underlined it. 16 panes of glass came off their tally. Wagons do not simply drop wheels on flat ground, and there is no rule against a thing being unlucky, and everybody there took it as bad luck, and I did not, and neither did Bryn. Talbot came into the square at 4 and stayed at the back of it by the churchyard wall, and did not speak to me, and did not speak to anybody, and left before the count. Smith spoke to me instead. He came over with our charcoal still black on his hands, looked at the trestle, and said that whatever I had got myself into, the share I had sent the Fens was better iron than the one they broke. Then he said he had told his wife in September that Tobin Marsh had fallen in with sharp people and would be sold up by spring, and that he had been wrong about the second half of it, and he walked off without waiting to see what I would do with that. The count came at sundown at the market cross, with the whole square packed in around it, and boys hanging off the shafts of the wagons to see. Their number was 782. Ours was 390, and the arithmetic of that took no genius at all, and I heard 4 people behind me start explaining it to their children. The herald said the tally was concluded, and thanked the village of Thistledown for the use of the square, and had already begun to turn round when Bryn Aldery said, loudly, that she had a question for the keeper about the wording. The square went quiet as a square does when somebody has stopped a procession, and she did not raise her voice again after that first word, because she has never needed to, and because she had 200 people already leaning in. She asked Ferris to read out the term as it stands in the book. He read it. Produce, for the good of the village, in the village, between sunrise and sundown. Then she asked him whether a thing standing in a wagon at sundown had been produced for the good of anybody in it. She said the word for twice and did not explain herself, and let it sit. The herald said that all goods produced had been produced within the village. Bryn said nobody was arguing about where. She said the term does not say produced in the village and left there, it says produced for the good of it, and asked the keeper what for means. Ferris put down his quill, and everybody in that square who had spent the day taking him for a clerk in a bad coat found out at the same moment that he was not one. He said in the voice of a man who has waited 400 years for somebody to ask him a real question that the term is old, that it is one of the older ones in the book, and that it has been litigated twice, both times over grain. Then he said that on both occasions the finding had been the same. Goods offered and refused are not produced for the good of a community. A community demonstrates the good by taking the thing. The herald said that no offer had been refused. Bryn said that no offer had been made, and asked whether anybody in that square had been given a pane of glass. Nobody had. 200 people worked that out at the same moment, and the sound it made was not a cheer, it was a kind of low, delighted mutter, which is the noise this village makes instead of cheering. Ferris ruled on the spot. He said the count would stand in 2 columns, and he would tally what had gone into a hand of the village, and he required an hour, and he took an hour and 20 minutes, and would not be hurried by anybody, including the herald. The wine went to them. 20 casks, every drop of it, broached in the square and taken up with enormous enthusiasm by exactly the people who had refused the silk, and it counted heavily, and Bryn watched it count with her jaw set. The sugar went to them in part, because sugar is sugar, and 14 households sent a child up for a piece. The glass and the silk and the figured cloth and the painted boxes and the sweet oil and the wax fruit stayed in the wagons. Final count, read out under the market cross by a small gray god standing on a chair to be seen. Holloway, 241. Thistledown, 390. I did not hear most of what happened next, because Aldrich had hold of my shoulder and was shaking it, telling me at volume that he had said all along there was something in me, which is the exact opposite of everything that man has ever said to me. Edrin took it well. He came over and shook my hand and said, so that people could hear, that it had been fairly done. Then he said, so that only I could hear, that he had never in his life been given a thing that somebody needed, and he did not say it bitterly, and he went off to see about his wheel. We were still in the square at 8, taking down the trestle by lantern light with about 40 people who had found reasons not to go home, when Ferris came through the crowd and found me. He had the book under his arm and his hat in his hand, and he had lost the manner entirely. He asked whether we might step behind the cross, and then he opened the book on the base of it and put his finger on a column. He said that his count from the demonstration in my yard, taken 9 days ago, entered in his own hand, was 1 and 1. The entry on the page said 1 and 2, in his ink, in his hand, with the tail of the 2 crossing the rule of the column exactly as he crosses it. He said the ink was his ink and the hand was his hand, and the figure was not his figure. He stood there in the dark holding the corner of a page my goat had eaten, and he said that in 400 years nobody had ever touched his book. Then he said, more to himself than to me, that a thing like this cannot simply be corrected. It has to be reported to the keeper of covenants, and the keeper of covenants is Halvard, and Halvard takes an alteration personally. Halvard came back on the Thursday, and this time nobody mistook Perrin for anybody, because Halvard walked straight past all 3 of us to the book. He came into my kitchen without being asked, in full gray, with the frost going out under him across my floor, and he put both hands flat on my table on either side of that ledger and stood looking down at it for a long time without speaking. Farah stood beside him with his hat off. 400 years of 9th-degree pedantry, and the man stood in my kitchen holding his hat like a boy outside a schoolroom. Then Halvard asked him one question, which was whether the book had ever been out of his possession, and Ferris said no, and Halvard said that was plainly untrue, and Ferris said in a very small voice that it was untrue, and that he had been asleep. Keepers sleep. I had not known that. 4 hours in every 96, he said, and the book stays where he sleeps, and where he sleeps had been the loft above my own barn for that entire fortnight, because he had asked me for somewhere out of the wind. So the keeper of covenants of the contest between gods stood in my kitchen, under my own smoked beam, with my kettle on, and interviewed my household about a burglary. He did it properly, which is to say slowly, in the wrong order, and with a great deal of ceremony that helped nobody. He required each of us to state our whereabouts. He required Bryn to state hers twice because she had been curt with him the first time. He asked me whether I had touched the book. I said I had not. He asked whether my animal had touched the book, and I said she had eaten a corner off page 11. And he said he was aware of that, and did not wish to discuss it further. Then he told us the 2 things he had actually come to say, and he said them standing up, and both of them mattered a great deal more than anything else that happened that week. The first was that the alteration had been made by a mortal hand. He said it the way our smith says a weld is cold. There are marks, he said, that a divine act leaves in a book of that kind, and there were no such marks anywhere near that column. The second was that he could not tell us which mortal hand. He said the covenants give him authority over gods and their agents, and no authority whatever over a farmhand with a pen, and that this is deliberate and that he had voted against it. Aaron asked him what happens to Vessa if the tampering is traced back to her. And Halvard, for the first time since August, smiled, and it was not a pleasant thing to have in a kitchen. He said that a patron who alters a keeper's count has broken a rule that is older than the contest, and that he would very much enjoy being the one to read it out. Then he said that no such finding could be made on a mortal's word alone, and that we would need the hand and the payment and the mouth that gave the order, and that in his experience the third of those is never available. He was gone by noon. He left Frost in the doorway and a keeper who could not stop apologizing, and Ferris moved his sleeping place from my loft to Bryn's back room and would not be argued with about it. The keeper took it harder than anybody. That is a strange sentence to write about a fussy little god who had spent his first fortnight here complaining about my chairs. He would not eat, which is easy for him, and he would not put the book down, which is not. And Bryn found him at 3 in the morning sitting on the floor of her back room with it on his knees and both arms round it. She did not say anything sensible to him. She put a blanket over his shoulders and sat down on the floor next to him and told him about the year her mother's frame was broken by a man who owed money and how long it took to get it working again. He told her some way into that the count is the only thing he has. He said a keeper does not judge and does not choose and does not take a side, and that the count is the whole of him, and that somebody had reached into the whole of him with a pen while he was asleep in a loft. Bryn told me the next morning that she had gone in there to be kind to him, and had come out having recruited him, and that she had not planned it, and was not going to pretend otherwise. Notice of the second trial came on the Monday, brought by the same herald, read out at my gate 4 sentences long. The second trial would be held at midwinter. The terms would be set by the interested party and delivered not less than 4 days before. A neutral arbiter would be appointed for the occasion by the interested party, since the keeper had shown himself unable to secure his own count. Ferris went a color I had not seen on him. He said the appointment of an arbiter over a keeper is provided for in the book, that he had never in 400 years had one appointed over him, and that the wording of it is defective, and he had said so at the time. Bryn asked him whether it could be refused. He said no. Then he asked her, in a very small voice, whether he might keep the blanket. The rest of that week was the best one we had. I set that down deliberately, because of what it sat next to. Bryn's trade doubled inside a fortnight. not from the magic, from the square. 200 people had watched a weaver from a room behind a smithy argue a god's herald to a standstill over the meaning of a word, and by the following Tuesday she had orders off 2 villages who had never bought from her. She hired the cob girl, whose mother now had blankets, at 4 pennies a day, and she did it in the open street so that the mother heard the wage before she heard the offer. Clover slept for the better part of 3 days, and on the 4th she was up before I was, and she celebrated her recovery by eating my hat. Entire hat. She had it off the peg while I was carrying water, and I came in to find the brim going down and an expression on her face of complete and settled contentment, and I did not have the heart to take it off her. I walked up to Talbot's house on the Friday to pay off the last 9 shillings and be done with the man for good, and he would not take the money. He did not say no. He was worse than that. He looked at the money in my hand and said that there was no hurry, that it could stand over to Candlemas, that the arrangement between us had always been a flexible one. Talbot has never in his life said the word flexible about money. That man counted my furniture in August. He priced my ground for the next tenant before the frost. I put the 9 shillings on his table anyway and asked him to write it in his book, and he wrote it, and his hand was not steady, and while he was writing, I looked past him down his own hall and saw a man's coat over the back of a chair in the room behind. It was not Talbot's coat. Talbot dresses gray. This was a good dark green, cut for somebody a good deal younger, and there was a hat on the seat under it. Whoever owned that coat was in that house at that moment, in the room behind, listening, and Reeve Talbot stood in his own front room and wrote a receipt with his hand shaking and told me there was no hurry. I did not ask. I have gone over that 1,000 times. I took my receipt and thanked him and walked home, and I told Perrin and Bryn that night, and Bryn said we should go straight back, and Perrin said we should not, and for once I sided with Perrin. We were 4 days from the second trial being named. We had a keeper who had been burgled and a rival who had been beaten in public, and I did not want to walk into a house with a stranger in the back room and find out what he was. That is cowardice worked out into a plan, and it cost Talbot something, and he never once threw it in my face afterwards, which is the single hardest thing about that man. Leora came that night, and she was already talking when I got there, halfway through a sentence that had started before I arrived, which she had never done in her life. The field was wrong. Everything in it was the same, and all of it was thinner, the colors worn down like a coat at the elbows, and the bad corner where she always stands had no grass in it at all. She asked whether the animal was resting. She asked it first, before anything, as she has asked it every time since August, and I said yes. 3 days, and she said good, and then she said she needed to tell me something, and would rather do it badly and quickly. Then she asked me what I supposed happens to a god who loses one of these things, and she asked it as if she genuinely wanted my answer, which nobody of her sort had done yet. I said I did not know. I said I had assumed it was pride. Where I come from, a man who loses a wager buys the ale, takes the ribbing for a fortnight, and it is all finished by the next market day. She said that sounded very pleasant, and she laughed once with no sound in it, and then she told me what it is actually like. Then she told me, gods are not fed by winning. They are fed by being thought about. Belief, attention, the saying of a name, a tale carried from one mouth to another mouth. A woman on a road telling a stranger something that happened to somebody she knows. That is the diet, she said, and there is nothing else in it. And there has never been anything else in it, and every one of them knows it, and none of them say it out loud to each other. And a god who loses a contest in front of the others loses the telling of it. The others take the tale. Your worshippers hear a better one about somebody else, and the name goes out of use, and it is not death, because there is no body, and it is not sleep, because you are there for all of it. She said the word for it is erasure, and that she has watched it happen 4 times, and that the last one had been somebody she liked. And she told me about him, because I asked. A small god of a ford on a river 300 miles east, whose whole business had been that people said his name before they took a cart across in high water. They put a bridge over it. Nobody says a name before a bridge. She said he was perfectly well for a generation, and then thin, and then he was somebody the old women mentioned, and then he was a shape in the water that nobody could put a name to. She said the last part took longer than anybody expected, because there was an old woman in a village near that ford who went on saying it out of habit, for years, into her own kitchen, and had no idea she was the only one left doing it. I said that sounded like a hard thing to watch. She said it was, and then she said, in a completely different voice, that the woman had died in the spring. I asked her how long a thing like that takes to finish, and I asked it as you ask about a sickness in somebody else's family, which is to say without any idea that the answer is going to come back at you. She said it depends entirely on how much of you there was to begin with. Then she stopped talking and looked at the ground, and I did not understand what I had just been handed, and it was standing 4 feet in front of me with no grass under its feet. So I asked her, standing in a thinned-out field in my own head at 3 in the morning, whether she was frightened. She said yes. She said it flatly, with none of the performance she puts into everything else, and it was the first true sentence she ever gave me for free. I asked her what I could do about it. I asked it as a farmer asks it, which is to say I wanted a task, and I would have taken almost any task she named that night. And that is worth remembering about the man I was in October. She said there was nothing. She said it too fast and too kindly, and she changed the subject inside 4 words. And I let her, because I did not want to stand in a thin field and watch a woman be frightened. Then she picked her chin up and told me she had not chosen me out of pity. She said she had looked at a great many people that summer and had picked the one whose odds she liked, and that she had been right about my odds, and that she was going to go on being right about them. I told her about the coat in Talbot's back room. She said that Vesa does not attend in person and never will, because the rule against it is the one rule that even Vesa is frightened of, and that everything that touches me will come through mortal hands and mortal mouths. Then she said, in a slightly different voice, that mortal hands are worse, because a god can be read out of a book and a neighbor cannot. I woke up at 4 in the morning with all of that in my head and could not get back to sleep, so I went out and sat with my goat in the dark, which is what I do instead of thinking properly. I told Perrin and Bryn all of it the next morning at my table, all of it, the erasure and the diet and the 4 she had watched. Bryn took it as she takes everything, which is as a fact about the market, and she said it explained the shape of the thing. We had been treating this as a wager between 2 rich people, she said. It is 2 of them fighting over the last of something, and people fight in a different manner altogether when it is the last of something. Perrin did not say anything for a long while. He sat there turning his cup round and round on my table, and then he said the thing that broke the year in half, and he said it lightly, almost as a joke. He said it was a remarkable piece of luck, when you thought about it, that of all the poor men in this kingdom she had happened to pick the one whose situation made the best telling. Bryn asked him what he meant. He said only that if a god is fed by a tale being carried, then some tales must feed better than others, and that a farmer with nothing and a sick goat beating a rich young man with 4 wagons is the sort of thing people repeat in a tavern without being asked twice. I laughed at him. That is what I did. I laughed and said that she picked me because I had good odds and because she said I was handsome, and Bryn said that a woman who tells you that you are handsome while she is asking you for something is not paying you a compliment. Then we all laughed and the kettle went, and we talked about the second trial instead, and it all went into the wall like a nail, except that Perrin did not let it go, and I did not notice that he had not let it go, because I was busy being pleased with myself about a square full of people and a share of iron in the fen's plow. He is the only one of us who has never once let anything go. He went to Bryn's back room that afternoon and sat with Ferris for 3 hours with the book open, and he did not come to me with a theory, because he does not do that. What he came to me with, 4 days later, was arithmetic. The book had been out of the keeper's sight only while the keeper slept, 4 hours in 96, and only in 2 places in that fortnight, and one of those was my own loft. He had the days written down and the hours written down. Whoever had opened that book had done it in the dark, in a loft above a barn where a goat was sleeping, within about 20 paces of the man who was hunting them. The man who comes in off the Ostwin Road does not know which 4 hours in 96 a minor god sleeps. The thing that caught Corin Maffey was flour, and it had been sitting on the edge of a page in a god's book for a fortnight while 4 of us walked past it. Perrin found it because Perrin reads a room and then reads it again. He had the hours written down and the 2 places written down, and he went back to the object itself, which is the one thing none of the rest of us had thought to do properly. He asked Ferris to open the book at the altered column and then to hold it up against the window, and there it was along the outer edge of the page, a smear about the length of a thumb, pale gray against something that is not paper. Ferris licked his finger and touched it and said it was ground grain. He said it flatly, like a man who has just understood something he would rather not have. There are 4 people in Thistledown who go about with flour on them, and 3 of them are children. Perrin did not go to the mill first. He went to the alehouse and drank 1 cup very slowly and let people talk, and he came back with 2 facts, and both of them were the sort of thing this village hands over for nothing. Corin had paid off 11 months of slate at the Fleece in 1 afternoon in September, and Corin had told 4 separate people at some length about a very pleasant gentleman in a green coat who had come through and had asked him all about the mill and had listened to the answer all the way through. For any of that, I spent 2 days being certain it was Talbot, and I want that written down because of what came afterwards. It fit. He had sold a stranger information in a tavern for 4 shillings. He had a man's coat in his back room. He had watched my ground for a season and knew every hour of my day, and he is the only person in this village with a reason to want a number changed in a book. I put it to Perrin at my own table with a good deal of heat, and he heard me out, and then he asked me one question, which was what Talbot would have gained by it. The alteration made my count larger by 1. It did not help Vessa's side, and it did not hurt mine. And no man alive gets 4 shillings for making his enemy look better. Bryn worked it out while I was still arguing. She said the point of it was never the number. The point was to break the keeper, because a keeper whose count has been touched can have an arbiter put over him, and somebody had wanted that 4 days before anybody knew it was possible. So it was not Talbot, and I had spent 2 days building a case against a man in my own head, and I never told him about it, and I have wondered since whether he could tell. Bryn said we should send Ferris. Perrin said no. He said that if we walked a god into that mill, the man would say whatever a god wanted to hear, and that we needed the true version once, from a frightened man, before he had a chance to build himself a better one. So the 3 of us went up on the Wednesday morning, on foot, and Perrin talked about the weather the whole way, and I have never wanted less to arrive anywhere in my life. Corin was pleased to see us. That is the part that made it unbearable. He came out wiping his hands and started telling me about the strap, our strap, the one we had made him, and how it had held for 6 weeks, and how the wheel was running truer than it had in 20 years. Perrin let him finish the entire account of the strap, and asked 2 questions about the wheel bearings, and then, in exactly the same voice, asked him about the gentleman in the green coat. It all went out of his face at once. He did not deny anything. He did not even do us the courtesy of a first lie, which people always tell and which gives you something to push against. He stood in his own doorway with his hands hanging and said that he had not meant any harm by it, and then he said it again. And then he sat down on the step. The account took a quarter of an hour to get out of him, and it was the smallest thing you can possibly imagine, and I could never make it into anything larger. A man in a good green coat had come to the mill in September, on foot, alone, and had spent nearly 2 hours there. He asked Corin about the workings of the wheel. He asked about the water in a dry year. He asked him what he would do to the leet if he had the money, and then he listened to the answer without once looking at the door. Corin said, and I believed him, that nobody had asked him a question like that since his father died. Then the man had explained that there was a wager going on between merchants over some goods out of Ostwin, and that a clerk had entered a number wrongly in a book, and that the clerk was too proud to correct it, and it was going to cost an honest house a great deal of money. He wanted a small correction made, 4 shillings for it. Nothing taken, nothing damaged, 1 figure amended in a book that belonged to a clerk who would never notice. Corin asked him why he did not do it himself. The man said that he was known in Ostwin and would be recognized, and that he needed a man nobody would look at twice. That is the sentence that bought him, and it was not the 4 shillings. The 4 shillings paid his slate at the Fleece, and he was ashamed of them by the 3rd day. What bought him was being told by a well-dressed stranger, who had already listened to him for 2 hours, that he was a man nobody would look at twice, and having it said in a way that made it sound like a rare and valuable quality. He had been up my ladder 3 times over 4 nights before he found the loft empty. He knew when the little gray clerk slept because he had watched my barn from the mill road, which anybody may do, because a mill road is a public road, and a man on it is a man going home. Bryn asked him, quite gently for her, whether he had known what the book was. He said he had thought it was accounts. He said the word accounts twice, as if saying it again might make it more true than it was. Then he asked us what it actually was, and Perrin told him, and I watched a 50-year-old man learn that he had reached into a wager between gods with a borrowed pen for the price of a winter of ale. He was sick over the side of his own step. Then he cried, which is not a thing men do in this village, and he apologized for crying, and he apologized for the crying twice more before the morning was out. Perrin was the one who got him up off the step. She has no patience at all, and she went and sat down beside him, and told him that the 4 shillings were the smallest part of it, and that he was going to have to come down to the village and say all of it aloud in front of a keeper. He asked her whether he would be hanged for it. Nobody laughed because he was not joking, and because none of the 3 of us was entirely certain of the answer at that point in the morning. I did not say very much that morning. I have gone over the reason a great many times, and it is not a good one. I stood in the yard of a mill I have been walking to since I was 6 years old, and I could not have told you the name of that man's wife. She has been dead 4 years. Perrin knew it. Bryn knew it. I ground my grain there twice a month for 20 years and had never asked. A man in a green coat came through this village in September and asked Corin Maffey 2 hours of questions about a water wheel and got him for 4 shillings, and I have never once been able to feel properly angry about it. Ferris took the correction the following day, in Bryn's back room, with the shutters open so that all of it was done in daylight and could be seen from the street. He would not accept an apology. Corin tried 3 times and got nowhere, and it was not coldness, it was that the man genuinely has no procedure for it. What he required was a statement of the fact: who, when, which column, at whose instruction, for what payment. He wrote every word of it and then read it back and asked Corin to confirm each part separately, which took an hour and was worse than any punishment anybody could have devised. Then he took his knife and scraped the false figure off the page and wrote the true one, and he did it very slowly, and his hands were perfectly steady, and when it was done, he shut the book and stood there with his palm flat on the cover for a while. Then he said that the count was true again. And he said it to nobody in that room, facing the shutters, in the voice a man uses in a church when he thinks he is on his own in it. One thing he did require was the name and description of the green coat, and Corin gave it in enormous detail, because a man who has been listened to for 2 hours remembers everything. Middle height, fair, about 40, a ring on the smallest finger of the left hand with a green stone in it, very good boots that had been walked in. He gave no name, and Corin, being Corin, had not asked for one and had felt it would be rude. Pharos wrote it all down and said it was the agent of an interested party and could not be pursued by him. And then he said, with real regret, that Halvard would want it and that Halvard could do nothing with it either. Bryn got there before I did, which is usual. She stopped in the middle of the street on the way back and said the words "good dark green" out loud, and I stood there like a stone. There was a green coat over a chair in Reeve Talbot's back room on the Friday I went to pay off my 9 shillings. Good dark green, cut for a man of about 40, with a hat on the seat under it. The same man had been in this village in September buying a miller, and had been in the Reeves house in October, and in between those 2 visits, Talbot had stopped taking my money and started telling me there was no hurry. Perrin wanted to go up there that hour. Bryn said no, and gave her reason, and her reason was that we now had exactly one thing the other side did not know we had, which is that we can put their agent in 2 houses, and that we should spend it once and spend it well. I said Talbot was in that house with that man. She said yes. She said the Reeve is a grown man who has been selling other people's difficulties for 30 years, and that he had made his own arrangements, and that we would find out what they cost him when he decided to tell us. She was right about all of it, except the last part, and the last part took until the middle of winter, and by then, the price had gone up considerably. The village took the business better than I expected, and better than Corin deserved, and about as well as I did not deserve. Nobody put him out of anything. 2 men stopped speaking to him for a fortnight and then started again. Widow Hollis told him to his face at the well that he was a fool, and then sent her grandson up with a pie on the Sunday, which is how that woman conducts every relationship she has ever had. And Corin, having been forgiven far too quickly, set out to earn it, which is where the trouble actually started. He would not stop. He carried things. He came down to the shed behind the alehouse every morning at 6 and was standing there when we arrived. He mended a hinge on my barn door that had not needed mending and had been better before. He offered to sleep across the doorway of Bryn's back room to guard the book, and did it for 2 nights, and snored so loudly that Ferris, who does not sleep more than 4 hours in 4 days, moved into the loom room to get away from him. Perrin said it was going to end badly. Bryn said the man was working for nothing and that she would take it. Perrin said that a person who is trying to prove something is the most dangerous thing on a farm, and he was right, and it took 10 days. It happened at the Fleece on the Saturday night, and I was not there, and everything I know about it I have from 4 people who were, and all 4 of them agree about the words, which never happens in this village about anything. Bryn's girl was carrying pots that night. Perrin came in halfway through. The Hollis boy was under the window where he had no business being, and Aldrich was 3 feet away with his back to it the entire time, which turned out to matter a great deal later. Drover from the Holloway Road, who had heard about the trial and had money on nothing at all, was holding forth about how the business in the square had been a swindle, and that the weaver had cheated the count with lawyers' talk, and that the farmer had been carried by a woman and a clerk. Corin Maffey stood up in a room where he has been furniture for 50 years, and every soul in it turned round, because he had never done it before. He said it was not lawyers' talk. He said the goods had gone into the hands of people who needed them, and that he had one of them running on his own wheel that minute, and then the drover laughed at him. A man who has been forgiven too quickly cannot bear to be laughed at, and Corin told the entire room where those goods had come from. He told them about the goat. He said it standing on a settle in the middle of the Fleece in front of a dozen people, and a fire, and his own face in the black window. Not all of it. He did not have all of it. He had enough, which was the feeding and the doubling and the strain, and he had it in the voice a man uses defending a friend, which is the most convincing voice there is. There were a dozen people in that room at the start of it. There were nearer 30 by the finish, because the ones who came in fetched the ones who had not. And Corin, who had been overlooked in this village for 50 years, stood on the settle and answered questions for a solid hour. Clover was in her stall the whole evening with her chin on the door, eating the top of a fence post she has been working on since the spring, entirely unaware that she had become the property of public conversation. Perrin got there at about 10:30 and told me afterwards that the strangest part was not the noise, it was that nobody in that room was frightened, not a single one of them. They were arguing about whether it would work on beer. I was asleep in my own bed the entire time, with my boots off and the fire banked, sleeping better than I had slept since August, because we had won a trial and mended a count and caught our thief. At 4 in the morning, Bryn banged on my door with her coat over her nightgown and told me what had happened, and I stood in my own kitchen in the dark with a candle in my hand and could not think of one useful thing to do about it. She said there was nothing to do. She said 30 people is not a secret and is not a crowd either. It is the worst possible number, and that by noon, it would be the entire village, and by the weekend, it would be 4 villages. Perrin arrived at 5, having walked Corin home, and the first thing he said was that the man had been happy. He had come off that settle glowing. He had defended his friend in public and had been listened to for an hour by a room full of people who have never listened to him, and he did not understand until Perrin told him on the road what he had just done. Then Perrin sat down at my table and said the practical part, which is that we had spent 4 months keeping a thing quiet from a village while gods and thieves came up my lane in daylight, and that the village had been the only part of it we ever actually controlled. I went out to the barn at 6 with the sky going gray. Clover was asleep on her side with her legs out, breathing easy, entirely well, with a fence post half-eaten above her head. By the time the sun was properly up, there was not one soul in Thistledown who did not know what was standing in my barn, and 20 of them had already found a reason to walk past my gate. There were 19 people at my gate by 9 o'clock, and the first thing any of them said to me was not about gods or thieves. It was Widow Hollis wanting to know whether it works on butter. I had come out expecting to be run off my own ground. I had spent the walk from the barn to the gate composing 4 different speeches, and every one of them was about being sorry, and not one of them was needed. Nobody was frightened. Perrin had told me that after the fleece and I had not believed him, and standing at my own gate that morning, I found out he was right about a thing I had been wrong about for 4 months. The reason is not complicated, and it took me a while to see it. These people have watched a light in the sky, a ring in the grass, a frost in September, and 4 wagons from Halloway come through this village, and none of it did them any harm. Then a farmer they have known since he was 6 years old put a plowshare in the fen's furrow and a strap on Corin's wheel, and the business stopped being strange and started being about goods. So the questions were about goods. 19 people at my gate, and every one of them had already worked out what they wanted doubled. Butter from the widow, nails from 4 separate men, seed corn from the Fens, who had thought about it properly and had brought a sack with them, a drove of pigs from a man who had not thought about it at all. Cobgirl asked whether it works on a shoe, and when I said yes, she asked whether it works on one shoe because she has one good one and one bad one, and I had to sit down on the wall for a minute after that. Aldrich arrived at 10 and came through that whole crowd like a plow through a hedge, and 4 people got out of his way who had no idea who he was. He stood in front of me with his hat in his hand and his ears red and said one sentence, which was that I could have just told him. I said I had not been able to tell anybody. He said that was rubbish. He said he had known me since I was a boy, that he had stood in my yard in August and looked at a burnt ring in the grass, and that I had let him walk away talking about bonfires. Then came the part that actually stung. He said that he had told the entire tavern I had a widow in Ostwin, and that he had told it 4 separate times, and that his sister had written to a woman about it. I said I was sorry. He said he did not want an apology. He wanted 3 days a week and a straight answer when he asked one, and that if there was any digging to be done on this farm before the frost, then it had better be done properly, and not by a man who is up all night. He took over the crowd inside 4 minutes. He is not a kind man, and he has no charm at all, and he stood on my wall and told 19 of my neighbors that the animal is not a mill and does not run all day, and that anybody who wants to be useful should come back at noon with a spade. 14 of them came back with spades. We got the entire low field turned over before dark, which had not been done properly since my father, and Aldrich complained about the state of my tools for the entire afternoon. The hard part of that week was saying no, and I had to learn it in public, which is the only way anybody learns it. The Fens first. They had brought a sack of seed corn and had waited in the lane 4 hours and had not pushed in ahead of anybody, and Mother Fen is the sort of woman who apologizes to a door. I said yes to them. Of course I did. Clover ate a double handful of their seed corn and gave it back doubled and lay down for half an hour, and the whole crowd went quiet watching her do it, and Mother Fen cried into her apron and then apologized for that too. Then there were a dozen more sacks standing in my yard within 2 days, leaned against my wall in a row, each with somebody's name chalked on the side of it. Not from bad people. That is what makes it hard. From the Cobbs, from 2 families off the Mill Row, from a man at the far end of the parish with 4 children who had walked 6 miles carrying it on his back. Clover did 2 of them and was flat on her side by the 3rd, and I stood in my own yard and told a man who had walked 6 miles that the answer was not today. He took it well, which was worse. He said, of course, and thanked me, and picked up his sack, and started walking, and I had to go after him and take the sack off him and tell him Thursday. So on the Wednesday, we did the thing that saved us, and it was parents, and it is the only piece of governing I have ever been part of. Called the whole village into the square, and not to explain the magic. He called them in to make a list in the open of who had asked for what and in what order, with the reasons written next to each one. Then he read it out and asked the village to argue about the order, and they did, for 2 hours, and it was the loudest and most enjoyable meeting anybody could remember. The Fenn's seed corn went first because it was already done. The man with 4 children went second, and nobody argued about that once his 4 children had been mentioned out loud. Widow Hollis put herself 11th from pure vanity, so that everybody would notice her doing it. 2 men had a real row about nails. The smith settled it by saying he would make the nails himself if the goat made the iron, which is the first time anybody in this parish worked out that you can double a material instead of a finished thing. And Bryn stood up at the end and said the part that nobody wanted to hear. She said that the animal does about 4 workings in a day and needs 2 days in 6, and that the list was 41 items long, and that the arithmetic on that is 10 weeks. The village took it. That is the miracle of that week, and it had nothing to do with any god. 20 grown people looked at a number they did not like and agreed to it because Perrin had let them do the arguing themselves. The smith's idea turned out to be worth more than everything else decided in that square, and he had it by accident while trying to win a row about nails. We tried it on the Friday. A bar of pig iron off his own stock, fed in 2 pieces because a whole bar will not go down a goat, and it cost her about what a horseshoe costs her, and it came back doubled and perfectly sound. Then he worked it. 2 bars became a fortnight of nails, hinges, blades, hoops, and a new share, made by a man who has been making them for 30 years, and every one of them stamped with his own mark and nothing strange about any of it. That is the answer to a question I had been getting wrong since August. She does not have to make the finished thing. She has to make the stuff, and then a person who knows their trade turns the stuff into 40 things, and the trade is the part that gets counted. Warren organized the watch. Nobody asked him to. He simply had a rota drawn up by the Thursday, with 2 men a night at my own gate and 2 more on the Ridge Road, and he had already talked 20 of them into it before he came and asked my permission. I told him he did not need my permission. He said he did, and that he would rather have it, and then he stood there until I gave it to him properly. The comedy of that whole fortnight was people trying to feed her, and half the parish had a theory, and every theory was tested on my barn floor. She will not eat anything that is alive. We found that out when a man from the mill row arrived with a hen under his arm and a very clear plan, and Clover took one look at that hen and went to the back of the barn and stood with her back to the entire proposal. She will not eat anything wet enough to be called a liquid, so the butter came out as butter, and the widow's second question, which was about ale, never got an answer. She will eat wood, cloth, iron, rope, leather, wax, bone, bread, sugar, wool, a hat, 3 quills belonging to a god of records, and the corner of a page containing a rule about the storage of books. And she will refuse a thing for no reason anybody can see, twice in a row, and then take it on the 3rd morning as if the argument had been ours all along. By the 2nd week, they were coming from outside the parish, and that is when it stopped being our village's business. 4 from Holloway on the Tuesday. A cart of 7 from the far side of the Ostwin Road on the Thursday, who had left before dawn to be there. A man on his own from somewhere he would not name, who stood at my gate for 2 hours and did not ask for anything at all. They did not want goods. That is what I could not get my head round. The ones from 6 miles off had nothing to double and no sack with them, and they stood at my wall and looked at a barn. Corn's watchmen ended up spending most of their nights telling strangers politely where they might and might not stand, which is not what any of them had signed on for. On the Friday, I came out at first light, and there was a bowl on my gatepost with barley in it, and a bit of red thread tied round the post underneath it, and nobody would own up to either. Perrin took the bowl down. It was back the next morning, and by the end of that week there were 3, and one of them had a name scratched into the rim of it, and the name was Leora. Nobody in Thistledown had ever heard that name. I had never said it aloud to a living soul, and Perrin had never said it, and Bryn had only ever called her the woman. I stood in my own lane holding a bowl with a goddess's name cut into it by somebody who had walked here from a village I could not point to, and I could not work out how it had got there, and I told myself it did not matter. She came to me that night in the field, and she looked well, and it is the one thing out of that whole fortnight that I should have taken hold of. That is all of it, and it is the only thing about that fortnight I should have chased and did not. The field had grass in it again. The bad corner was not bad. There was color in all of it, more than there had been since the first night in August. I said she looked better. She said she was better. I asked what had changed, and she said, with a shrug and her chin up and all the old style back in her, that these things go up and down. Then she asked about the animal, and about the list in the square, and about who had argued with whom, and she wanted the argument about the nails told twice, and she laughed in the right places. Went to bed pleased. A woman who had been frightened in October was not frightened in November, and I put it down to the trial we had won because I am a farmer and a win is a win. Bryn's trade went strange in a way that none of the three of us had expected, and she was the only one who saw it coming about a day and a half before it arrived. We'd spent 2 months building an honest cover, and the cover was now dead because every soul in 6 villages knew where the goods came from. She should have been ruined by it, and instead, her order book filled up in a fortnight. She wanted the magic version. That is what they called it, to her face at her own door. A woman came from Holloway and asked, in a perfectly serious voice, for a blanket that had come out of the goat, and would not be told that it is the same blanket and there is no difference in it at all. Bryn sold her one at a penny over the ordinary price, and then stood in her doorway afterwards looking as if somebody had hit her with a plank. She said, that evening at my table, that she had spent 19 years learning to weave and 11 years learning to sell, and that she had just made more from one word than from any of it. Perrin asked whether she was going to stop. She said no. She said she was going to put the price up and use the money to buy a fulling trough, and that in 3 years the trough will still be there and the word will not. The delegation from Nethercombe came on the Monday with a proposal and a purse, and it is the funniest thing that happened to me that year. 3 of them. A churchwarden, a farrier, and a man in a good coat who did all the talking. And they had rehearsed it, and they made me sit down at my own table to hear it. They wanted to buy her. They offered £12, which is more money than my father saw in his life, and when I laughed, the man in the good coat took it as haggling and went to 14. Then he explained kindly that the animal was clearly a burden on a man of my means, that Nethercombe has a proper stone buyer and a man who keeps beasts for the manor, and that she would want for nothing. Aldrich was in my yard mending my gate when they came out, and he had heard every word of it through the window, and he told them at the top of his voice that they could have his nephew for 4 shillings and that the nephew eats less. The farrier asked whether the goat was for sale at all, at any figure, and I said no. He asked why. I said because she is mine, and he waited for the rest of it, and there was no rest of it, and the 3 of them went away, thinking me a fool. Barris was famous by then, as a small grey god of records can be famous in a parish of 400 people. Children followed him. He complained about it constantly, and to anybody who would listen, and he was, without any question at all, enjoying himself more than he had in 400 years. Talbot came to the square meeting and stood at the very back of it by the churchyard wall, with his hat on, and did not speak once in 2 hours. I understood, watching him, exactly what had happened to him. He had spent a season quietly assembling the one thing in this district that nobody else had, which was knowing about me, and a miller had given all of it away for free in a tavern to 30 people in an hour. He had nothing left to sell to anybody now, and whatever it was he had already been paid for, he still owed, and the people he owed it to do not write things off. He caught my eye once across that square, and he did something I have thought about since, which is that he looked away first. Perrine was the only one of us who did not enjoy that fortnight, and he did not hide it, and we all let him carry it alone because he is good at carrying things. He said at my table, on about the 9th night, that we had lost the last thing we had. In August we had a secret, in October we had a cover. Now we had 400 people who all know where a valuable animal sleeps. Bryn said the village was the reason we won the trial. He said it was also the reason a man in Holloway knows which shed she works in, and that both of those are true and only one of them has teeth. Then he said, quietly, that he had counted the strangers at the gate on the Thursday, and there had been 14, and that he had known 11 of them by sight and had not been able to place 3. I told him he had turned into an old woman. He said yes, probably, and went home, and locked his mother's door, which he had never done in his life. The stranger came on the last night of that fortnight, and I was not in the room again, and I have it from Bryn's girl who was carrying pots. He was not from Holloway, and he was not a drover. He was well-spoken, and he bought a great deal and drank almost none of it, and he did not ask about the goat at all, which is the entire reason she noticed him. He asked about the keeper. He wanted to know where the little gray clerk sleeps now, and whether he sleeps every night, and whether he takes the big book with him when he goes. The terms of the second trial arrived 4 days before midwinter, in 12 lines, and Bryn read them twice and then put the paper down, and said that this one was not going to be won with words. Both vessels to work in the same place at the same time, sunrise to noon, each thing produced to be counted as one. The greater count takes the trial. No goods to be given away, no persons to be consulted, nothing to be judged useful by anybody, had learned. Everything Bryn had used in the square was gone, and what was left was the plainest possible question, which is, whose animal can do more? And the last 2 lines named the arbiter. Pelamir, of the fourth degree, appointed for the occasion, whose determination on any matter of conduct during the trial is final. The keeper to count only. Ferris read that part out loud twice, and then went and stood in the corner of Bryn's back room facing the wall for a long stretch of minutes, which is what that man does instead of swearing. We had 4 days and one advantage, and the advantage was that we had been doing this every day since August, and they had not. I knew what my animal could do to the hour. I knew that the third feed of a morning costs double the first, that anything she has met that week costs more than anything she has not, that she works better cold than hot, and that she will do more for barley in her own barn than for anything at all in a strange one. They had a lapdog who had produced pieces of sugar in a warm room about a dozen times in 3 months, and a household that had never once had to find out what she could not do. So we rested her. 6 full days, no work at all, better feed than she has ever had in her life, which was the smith's doing, because he sent up hay from his own loft and would not be paid for it. Perrin worked out the material. This is his kind of arithmetic, and he sat at my table for 2 nights with a slate and got to the answer before either of us. The count is of things, not of weight. A bar of iron doubled is 2 things. A handful of nails is a handful of things. So you do not feed her anything large or valuable, you feed her the smallest countable object she will swallow, as many times as she can stand. We settled on horn buttons, because Bryn could get 400 of them from a bone worker in Ostwin for 14 pence, and because they are small and dry and go down easily, and my goat has been eating buttons since the second morning of all this. Then Bryn said the sentence that made it possible. She said we should give her the buttons in a bag. She swallows the bag. The bag comes back doubled with everything inside it, because we had tried it in September with a purse and it works perfectly well. Ferris confirmed it on the Tuesday, with enormous reluctance, after 2 hours with his own book, that a bag of 90 buttons produced from a bag of 90 buttons counts as 91 separate things. Leora came the night before the trial, and she was in the best humor I had ever seen her in, and I have turned every minute of that dream over since, because all of it was true and none of it was for me. The field was green. Not the worn-out thing it had been in October, green all the way to the hedge, and she was got up in a color I have no name for, and she turned round twice to let me see it. She said the entire district was talking about us. She said it as though she were telling me my own news, and she said there were people in Nethercombe telling the tale of the square to people who had come from further off than that. I said I was more interested in whether we were going to win. She said of course we were going to win, and that the other side had spent the autumn building a trial around raw quantity, which is a fool's ground to fight on against a man who counts. Then she said one more thing, and I did not hear it properly until months later. She said that whatever happened at noon, the important part is that 400 people are going to be standing in that square watching it happen. I said I would rather they were not. She said, laughing, that I would come round to it, and then she asked whether Clover was rested, and I said 6 days, and she said good. And that dream took about 4 minutes, and I woke up cheerful. Midwinter morning was the coldest of that whole year, and I was up at 4, and Perrin was already in my yard when I came out. There was ice on the inside of my window, and the square had been swept and sanded, and there were 400 people in it by dawn, which is more than live in this parish. They had built a low platform under the market cross, and on it were 2 tables, and behind the tables 2 chairs, and it had all been done overnight by people from Halloway who had come with a wagon of timber. Pelamir arrived in a litter carried by nothing at all, which came up the Ostwin road at walking pace with 4 poles and no bearers, and stopped at the edge of the square. He was a small, pleasant person in white with a soft voice, and he shook my hand, and he told me he had heard a great deal about the affair and hoped very much for a clean contest, and I have never in my life felt so thoroughly lied to by a stranger. Adrian was there before either of us. He had Bijou on a cushion on his own table, in a coat of dark red for the season, and he looked as if he had not slept in a fortnight. He came over before the start and asked quietly how Clover had wintered. I said, well. He said he was glad, and then he stood there for a moment as if there were something else, and then he went back to his table. The first hour was ours, and it was not close, and for about 40 minutes of it, I allowed myself to think that it was going to be simple. Buttons in a bag, 90 at a time, then a second bag, then a third, and Ferris calling the count from the steps of the cross in a voice you would not think a small gray person could produce. We had it organized like a harvest, which is the only thing this village is good at. Bryn counted the bags out, and Perrin counted them back in, and the cob girl ran between the table and the sack, and Corin stood at the front of the platform with his arms out keeping 400 people off the edge of it. Aldrich had put himself in charge of Clover's water without being asked, and would let nobody else near the bucket, including me. Talbot was there. He stood at the churchyard wall in the same place he stands for everything, and he did not cheer, and he did not leave when it got cold, and he was still there at noon. And every quarter of an hour, Perrin came and put his hand on my shoulder and said a number, which was how many minutes she had been resting, because he had decided in advance that I would not be capable of counting it myself once we were in front of a crowd. By the end of the first hour, we had 430 and they had 60, and Ferris called both numbers out and the square made a low pleased noise at ours. Bijou was doing sugar. Loaves broken into pieces, one piece at a time, because that is what she has been given all her life, and because a dog that has never gone hungry is not going to start swallowing a bag of buttons in front of 400 strangers on a cold morning. I watched Edrin try 3 times to get her to take something small and dry, and she turned her head away exactly as mine does, and I stood on a platform at midwinter feeling a sort of terrible sympathy for a man I was supposed to be beating. Then, at about 8:15, with the light barely up over the churchyard, Pelamir made the first of his determinations. He determined that a bag was a container and not a produced thing, and that a container which is itself doubled cannot be included in the count of its own contents, and struck 16 from our total. Ferris stood up and said that determination was contrary to the finding of the Tuesday, which had been made by the keeper on the record in the book in the presence of both parties. Pelamir said very pleasantly that matters of conduct during the trial are for the arbiter and that the keeper counts. He said it in the voice he had used to shake my hand. He made 4 more determinations before 10 o'clock, and every one of them went the same way. Our bags were re-examined. Our count was recounted. Twice we were made to wait while he considered whether a button that had come out in 2 pieces was one thing or none. And every single time we were made to wait, Bijou rested on her cushion, and Edrin's count came up, and not one person in that square could have told you it was being done on purpose. By 11, it was ours 480, theirs 390, and my animal was lying down between feeds and getting up slower each time, and I stopped her at 480. Bryn did not argue. Perrin did not argue. I put my hand flat on the table and said that we were done, and Ferris wrote down that the entry had declared itself concluded at 480 with an hour of the trial remaining. The crowd did not like it. 400 people who had been up since before dawn made a noise I did not enjoy, and Aldrich shouted something at somebody, and I stood there and let all of it happen. Then it became Edrin's problem, in front of everybody, with 55 minutes on the clock and 90 to find. He worked her hard for half an hour and got 60 of it. Sugar, then wax, then a length of ribbon, and she was slowing badly by the end of it, and twice he stopped and put his hand on her, and told the arbiter she needed a minute. 20 minutes to noon, they were 30 short of us, and the bell of our church is 4 minutes fast, which everybody there knew and nobody mentioned. I want to say exactly what I saw, because I was 4 paces away, and out of this whole business, it is what people ask me about more than anything else. Edrin picked her up off the cushion and held her against his chest with both arms and said to Pelamir, not loudly, that she was finished for the day. Pelamir said there were 20 minutes remaining. Edrin said there were, and that his vessel was finished, and that he was declaring the entry concluded the same as the other side had. Pelamir said, in that soft, pleasant voice, that a champion who withdraws with time remaining forfeits, and that the forfeit falls on the patron, and that he was quite certain Edrin would wish to consider his position. Everybody in that square heard it, because it was not said quietly, and because 400 people had gone silent about 4 seconds earlier without being asked to. Edrin Vale stood on a platform at midwinter holding his mother's dog with 400 people watching him, and he looked at the arbiter and then at the herald standing at the foot of the platform, and then he put her back down on the cushion. He fed her a piece of sugar the size of a thumbnail. She would not take it at first. He put it in her mouth with his fingers and held her jaw closed and said something to her that nobody heard. She strained for 11 seconds and made a sound that was not a dog noise, and 1 piece of sugar came out, and she went over sideways on the cushion with her legs going and did not get up. Half that square came up off the ground, and not for Edrin and not for us. 400 people made the noise that people make when an animal is hurt in front of them, and a woman 2 rows behind me started shouting at the arbiter in language I would not repeat. Edrin had her against his chest. He was not looking at the count. He had his coat open and the dog inside it, and his back to the whole square. And Ferris, tally keeper of the 9th degree, stood up on the steps of the market cross with his book open and said the word void. He said it once. Then he said it 4 more times, in a voice that went to the back of the square, and he read out the clause exactly as it stands in the book, which forbids a handler or a patron to require of a vessel more than the vessel can bear, or to push it past its own recovery. Pelamir said that the determination of conduct rests with the arbiter. Pharaoh said that voiding a count is not a determination of conduct, it is a determination of the count, and that the count is the keeper's, and that this had been true 400 years before either of them had been appointed to anything. Then he said what I had not expected out of him at all, and he said it looking straight at Pelamir with his chin up. He said that the requirement had not come from the handler. The handler had declared his vessel finished before witnesses, and had been told to consider his position by the arbiter, and the arbiter had spoken for the patron, and the clause names the patron. He voided the last activation. Then, he voided the 4 before it, back to the point where the handler had first said she needed a minute and been refused. Their count came down from 450 to 411. Ours stood at 480. Pelamir told him that a keeper who voids a count on his own authority may be reported. Ferris said that he would report it himself in writing that afternoon, and that he had already begun composing it, and asked whether the arbiter would care to check the spelling of his name. The herald came up onto the platform then and stood over the keeper, and it did not say anything at all, and Ferris went on writing with his ears going red and his hand perfectly steady. Then Corin Maffei, of all the people in this world, stepped up onto that platform, between a herald and a god of records, with his arms folded, and said nothing, and did not move. 4 men off the mill lane came up after him, then the smith, then Aldrich, who told me later that he had not the first idea what he thought he was doing and had simply not been able to stay where he was. Ferris read the final tally out twice, and then wrote it, and then held the book up over his head with both arms, which is not a thing anybody had asked him to do. The square went up. I have never heard a noise like it in this village, and I do not expect to again, and about a third of it was for us, and the rest of it was for a small gray pedant in a bad coat who had just told a god in white that a rule is a rule. Edrin did not celebrate anything. He was sitting on the edge of the platform with his coat wrapped around a dog, and Bijou was breathing, and he would not let the herald near her. Got down off my table and went over and sat down next to him, because I could not think of anything else to do, and I told him that mine had been like that in August, and had come right in 11 days. He did not answer for a while. Then, without looking up, he said that he had done it anyway. He said that 400 people had watched him do it, and that he had known, and he said the word anyway again, and I did not have one word to give him back. And then the sanded cobbles in the middle of my own village square, about 4 paces from where I was sitting, went white. Not frost, glass. The stones went from gray to white to clear in a circle about 10 feet across, with a sound like a bucket of ice going into a pond, and everybody in that square came off their feet and away from it. And standing in the middle of that circle, in her own person, in the mortal world, on a Tuesday at noon, in front of 400 witnesses, was somebody nobody there had ever seen. She was not tall. I had expected tall, and she was about the height of Bryn, and she was standing on a circle of glass in the middle of my village in a gown the color of a fresh bruise. Everything about her was finished. That is the only word I have for it. Halvard looks like a magistrate who dressed himself. The herald looks like a face drawn from a description. She looked like somebody who has been looked at her whole life and has arranged herself accordingly. Nobody in that square screamed. 400 people simply went backwards all at once, the way water goes back off a stone, and there was a crush at the mouth of the Cooper's Lane, and a child got knocked down and picked straight up again. She did not look at me first. She looked at Ferris, and then at the book in his hands, and she held that look for long enough that everybody on the platform understood what she had come about. And she asked, of the air rather than of anybody standing in it, in a perfectly level voice, with no heat in it whatever, who had appointed this keeper. Nobody answered her. Pharaoh stood there with the book against his chest and his chin up and did not say one word, and I will remember the shape of that little man's back for the rest of my life. She said that the count had been altered by a keeper acting beyond his office, that the trial was tainted, and that she would have it set aside. Pharaoh said, and his voice went up and cracked in the middle of it, that the clause is plain, and that he had read it out as it stands written, and that anybody who wished to argue with it might argue with the book. Then she turned a market stall to glass, and I have told this part to a great many people, and none of them have ever got it as it actually happened. It was the fish stall, which had nothing on it in December, and she did it with a small movement of one hand while she was still looking at Ferris the way you would flick water off your fingers. All of it went. 4 uprights, a plank counter, a hurdle roof, and a sack of sand. All of it clear as a window and shining wet in the winter light, and then the roof came off it under its own weight and went into the cobbles and broke into about 1,000 pieces. And she stopped. For about half a second, in front of 400 people, she looked at the mess of it, and something crossed her face that I can only describe as the expression of a woman who has slammed a door harder than she meant to. Then she covered it. She said loudly that she had been minded to improve the square for some time. That is when I stopped being frightened of her as I had been frightened of the herald, and started being frightened of her as you are frightened of a horse in a small yard. The herald had no such difficulty. The herald had gone down on one knee in the sand the moment she arrived and had not got up. She began telling the square what she was. I do not remember all of it. She said her name twice, and she gave herself 4 separate titles, and she said that she had held a place at the table since before there was a road through this valley. Erin, beside me, said very quietly that she had come all this way to tell a village of farmers that she was important, and that this was the first useful thing we had learned about her. Then she turned round to take in the whole square, and she threw her arm out to make some point about the smallness of the place, and it went wrong. Something came off her hand. It was not aimed. It went out sideways in a spray, the way water comes off a wheel, and it took the corner of the platform and about 10 feet of the front row. Corner of the platform went to glass and dropped. 2 men went down with it. A woman's basket turned to glass in her arms and broke on her own knees, and she was not hurt, and she stood there afterwards holding 2 handles. And it clipped the end of Edrin's table, where he had bijou wrapped in his coat, well back, as far from the middle of that square as a man could get without leaving it. The dog went off the table and into the sand and lay there yelping. Not hurt in any way that showed. Knocked flat and frightened out of her small wits and making a noise that went through that whole square, on and on, the way a dog does when it does not understand what has happened to it. Edrin was off his chair and on his knees in the sand with her before the sound of the platform coming down had finished going round the square. Vesa did not notice. She did not stop talking. She was mid-sentence about the dignity of the contest, and she went on through the entire thing, and the dog was screaming 9 feet behind her, and she did not turn her head. That is the moment. Everything that happened afterwards, all of it, the ledger and the tribunal and the day she was put out of the game, comes off that one thing, and it was not cruelty. Cruelty would have been better. She simply did not hear it. Aldrich went and helped a man out from under the platform. Corin got the woman with the 2 handles away from the glass. The village went to work on its own square with its usual bad grace and no fuss at all, and a goddess stood in the middle of it explaining her titles. I got to Edrin. He had bijou inside his coat, and he was checking her legs one at a time with his thumbs, as Perrin had done with Clover in the barn in August, and he was saying something to her over and over. He looked up at me and he was crying. He was not making any noise about it, and he did not wipe his face, and he said, in a perfectly ordinary conversational voice, that he was finished with all of it. I told him to keep his voice down, because there was a herald 4 paces away, and I had spent 4 months learning what happens to people who are overheard. He said no. She spoke to me once and only once, and it was while I was getting up off my knees beside a man with a dog in his coat. She said my name, not all of it, as the herald says it. Just Tobin, as a woman says it across a yard, and I turned round without meaning to, which I think was the point of it. She said that I had done rather well. She said it without any edge on it at all. She said that she had watched 400 people take a stranger's part against her in a public square, and that she had not seen a village do that in about 200 years, and that I should be proud of it. Then she said that she had one small thing to give me for nothing, since we were unlikely to speak again. She said that a man who is loved by 400 people is a man who has been made useful to somebody, and that the only question worth my time was who had made me so, and how long they had been at it. I told her that she had knocked over a dog and had not noticed. I said it badly, and my voice went, and it was not the thing I had wanted to say. And she looked at Edrin, and at the coat, and at the animal inside it. For about 2 seconds, she had genuinely not known. I watched a goddess find out what she had done and file it somewhere and put her chin back up, all in the time it takes to breathe in. The temperature in that square dropped, and the frost came out across the sand from the mouth of the lane, and Halvard came in through the crowd with his beard first. He was, and I say this with a great deal of affection, having the finest afternoon of his existence. He did not look at me. He did not look at Ferris or at Edrin or at the wreck of the fish stall. He walked into the middle of a square containing 400 mortals and one goddess, and stopped about 8 feet from her and said her name in a voice like a gate shutting. She told him that this was not his affair. He said that it was precisely and exclusively his affair, and that he had held the office of Covenants for 1100 years, and that he had been waiting a very long time for somebody to hand him an afternoon like this one. Then he did it properly, which meant slowly and in the wrong order and 3 times over, and I have never been so glad of anything. He said the clause aloud. No patron may personally, physically, in their own presence act against a rival's side within the mortal world during an active contest. Then he asked her whether she was present in her own person. She said that was a foolish question. He said he would record the answer as yes. He asked whether the vessel of the rival entry had been struck, And he turned round and pointed, with his whole arm, at a young man kneeling in the sand with a dog inside his coat. She said that Bijou is not the rival entry. She said it quickly. She said that the animal belongs to her own side, which makes it her own property, and that a patron may do as she likes with her own. Halvard said that this was an interesting argument and that he would enjoy hearing her make it before the others. The word others did something to her face that all 400 of us saw, and it was gone again inside a heartbeat, and it was the first crack anybody had put in her. She recovered fast. She said that a herald had knelt, that an arbiter had been appointed, that a keeper had exceeded his office, and that this entire proceeding was tainted and would be set aside, and that she would be heard on all of it at the proper time. And Halvard, who is a pompous, self-satisfied, hidebound old procedure clerk, and to whom I owe a great deal, said that she would indeed be heard, and that the record would be read first, and that the record is read from the book. Every soul on that platform looked at Pharos, and so did she, and so did the herald, and so did about 400 people who had no idea what they were looking at. He was standing where he had been standing for all of it, holding a thing the size of a hearthstone against his chest with both arms, with 4 men off the mill row, and a miller and a farmer standing between him and the platform edge. Vesa looked at that book for about 4 seconds. Then she looked at the men standing round it, and I watched her count them, and I watched her decide something. She said that she would see all of us at the proper time. Then she was not there, and the cold went, and the sand blew back over the glass, and it was noon in Thistledown on the shortest day of the year. Halvard stayed a short while after she had gone, and he gave a good deal less away in it than he had given away standing in my yard in August. He would not answer one question about what happens next. He would not say what a forfeiture means for us or for Leora or for anybody. He inspected the glass. He inspected the platform. He asked Ferris 3 questions about the void and wrote all the answers down himself. The one thing he gave us, he gave to Ferris, not to me, and he gave it as a correction rather than as help, because that is the only way that man is capable of handing anything over. He said that a violation witnessed is not a violation established, and he said it as a correction of the keeper's phrasing rather than as anything anybody might find useful. 400 mortals and a keeper and a rival champion may all have watched a thing happen with their own eyes, and it changes nothing whatever until it is read out from the founding rules before the assembly, word for word as they were set down, with the book lying open. Ferris asked him what happens if the book is not there. Halvard said that a clause which cannot be read cannot be invoked. Then he said the last thing of the afternoon, and he said it to the entire platform rather than to any one of us, in the flat voice of a man reading out a rainfall figure. In 1100 years, he had known 4 instances of a founding book being lost, and in every one of the 4 it had gone missing within the month following a violation, and he did not trouble to explain that arithmetic to anybody present. Then he went and left a frost-scorched hoofprint in the sand at the foot of the market cross, which the village left uncovered until spring, and which children came from 4 villages to look at. We walked Ferris home to Bryn's that night with 6 men round him, and Corn in front carrying a lantern he did not need, and it was the first time in 400 years that anybody had escorted that man anywhere. He did not want to go. He said the book had been in his own keeping for 400 years and had never once needed guarding by anybody. Then he sat down at Bryn's table with it and did not let go of it, and Bryn put the blanket over his shoulders again without a word. Edrin Vale left the village at about 3 with his herald and his wagon and his mother's dog in his coat, and he did not speak to any of us, and he did not look back at the square. The village did not come out of that afternoon as it went into it, and anybody who tells you a place like this is brave has never watched one get frightened. 2 families took their names off Perrin's list that week. The man with 4 children was one of them, and he came up my lane to do it in person, and he stood in my yard turning his hat over and said his wife had seen the glass. I told him he did not owe me an explanation. He said he did, and gave me one anyway, and it took him a long time to get through it, and there was nothing in it that was not perfectly reasonable. Bryn lost the Halloway order and 2 others inside a fortnight. Nobody wrote to tell her why. She said that was how it is done, and that she had expected worse and had been putting money by since November for exactly this. And a woman at the well told Widow Hollis, who told everybody that none of this had happened in Thistledown until Tobin Marsh started meddling with things that were not his, and that it would go on happening as long as that animal was in this parish. She was not wrong. That is what I could not get round, then or now. Every single thing that came into this village came in through my gate, and I had opened it myself, in August, for 8 shillings and a stag on the back of a watch. Leora came that night, and the field had gone thin again, and I saw it from 4 paces off before either of us had said a word. Not as thin as October, worse than November, and I stood in it and looked at the grass and felt something turn over in me that I did not have a name for yet. She was frightened, and she was not hiding it. She said the manifestation was the best thing that had happened to us and the worst, and that Vesa had put a rope round her own neck in front of witnesses and would now spend everything she had to make sure nobody could ever pull it. So I asked her why it was that she had looked so well a month ago, on the night before the trial, in a field that had grass in it right out to the hedge. She said that these things go up and down. She said it in the same words she had used in November, exactly the same words, in the same order. And I noticed it, and I let it go, and I have thought about that a great deal since. I went out to the barn at dusk. Clover was standing at the door with her chin on the top rail waiting for me, entirely well, entirely herself, 480 buttons and a trial to the good and none the worse for any of it. And I stood there scratching her ear and understood that at some point in the next few weeks somebody was going to come for a book, and that the only thing standing between it and them was a small gray pedant, a weaver, and a village that had not yet worked out what it had got itself into. Ferris sent up his petition on the 2nd day of January and got an answer back in 7 hours, which he told us was the fastest reply he had received in 400 years, and it frightened him more than the delay would have. The assembly would be held on the 1st day of spring, not before. The keeper to attend with the founding rules, the violation to be read from the book itself, before all of them, and determined there. 58 days, and Perrin counted them on his fingers twice in my kitchen, and then went and cut 58 notches into a stick and hung it on my wall, which nobody asked him to do, and nobody took down. Bryn worked out what 58 days meant before anybody else had finished being pleased about the date. She said it meant that every night between now and then, in a village of 400 people, there is a thing sitting in her back room that somebody very rich would give a great deal to burn. Ferris said the book cannot be burned. Bryn asked him whether he was certain. He said he was certain, and then he was quiet for a moment, and then he said that he had never actually tried. The first thing we did was the stupid thing, and we did it on the 3rd day, and I put it here because Perrin still brings it up. I suggested we double the book, and I wanted on the record that Bryn thought it was a good idea for about 4 minutes, which is 4 minutes longer than Perrin has ever admitted to. It is not a foolish idea on its face. 2 identical books, one of them in a place nobody knows about, and the clause survives whatever happens to the other one. We went to Ferris with it as a group, which was the mistake because 3 people arriving together gave him time to work out what we were about to ask for. He asked us to say it again. Then he asked us whether we were proposing to feed the founding rules of the contest between gods to a goat in a barn. Perrin said yes. Ferris went and stood in the corner facing the wall for a quarter of an hour, and Bryn made tea, and none of us said anything while he was over there. When he came back, he had 4 objections. 3 of them procedural and 1 of them practical, and the practical one settled it. The book is the size of a hearthstone. Nothing that size is going down my animal's throat, and I would not have asked her. So we did the other thing instead, which was Bryn's, and it worked exactly as she said it would, and it very nearly got a man killed in a burning yard 9 days later. She made a false one. 2 days of her own work and a fortnight of stock, horn plates off a boneworker in Ostwin, an old dyer's book from her mother's press cut down and rebound, weighted with lead sheet to about the right heft. It was not a good copy. It would not have survived a candle held near it, and Ferris refused to touch it or look at it directly. It only had to be the right size and the right color on a table in a dark room for 4 seconds. The false one went into the back room at Bryn's, on the stand, under the shutter, where anybody who had ever walked past that window in daylight would expect to find it. The true one went into my barn, in a grain bin, under 200 weight of barley, with a goat sleeping 4 feet away who wakes for anything and complains about everything. The man in the green coat came in daylight on the 14th, up the middle of the village street, and he came with paper on him instead of anything else. I had never seen him. Corin had, and Corin identified him from 30 feet through a doorway, and then sat down on a bench and had to be given something to drink. Middle height, fair, about 40, very good boots that had been walked in, a ring with a green stone on the smallest finger of the left hand. He had a pleasant, unhurried way of standing, and he was the most frightening thing that came into this village all winter, including the goddess. He introduced himself as an agent for an interested party and asked for the keeper. Then he presented an order, sealed and correct, from Pelamir, arbiter of the 4th degree, requiring the founding rules to be surrendered for inspection and safekeeping pending the assembly. Ferris read it 4 times. Then he asked to see the appointment under which an arbiter of the 4th degree claimed custody over a keeper of the 9th, and the man said that the appointment was a matter of record. Ferris said that he was the record. He said it in a doorway, to a man a foot and a half taller than himself holding his hat. The 2 of them stood in Bryn's doorway for the better part of an hour, and there was no violence in any of it, and it was the worst hour of that month. The man never raised his voice. He simply came back at the same point from a different direction every time, exactly as Talbot had done to Bryn in the summer. Ferris held. He held on procedure, which is the only ground the man has, and he held because Bryn stood behind his shoulder the entire time and never said a word. At the end of it, the man put his order away, looked past Ferris into the back room where a false book sat on a stand under a shutter, and said that he was sorry to have troubled us. And he went, unhurried, the same way he had come. And Perrin said, watching him go up the lane, that whatever else had just happened, we had been surveyed. They came on the night of the 19th, in a wind off the ridge, with the entire village indoors and the moon down. 4 of them. 2 at the front of the workshop and 2 who came over the churchyard wall. And they did not knock anything over and did not shout, and the first any of us knew of it was the smell. They fired the stockroom first, which is the part that tells you these were not thieves. A thief does not burn the thing he is standing in. They fired it to bring the village to the wrong end of the building, and it worked completely, and it took 11 minutes for anybody to reach the back room at all. Warren was on the watch that night, at the top of my lane, 300 paces away, in the wrong place entirely. He got there second. He got there because he did not run to the fire, which is what everybody else did, including me. He ran round the back of the smithy to the shutter of the back room, because that is where the book was, and he had spent 4 months thinking about nothing else. He came round the corner of the smithy at a run, and there was a man halfway out of the shutter with a book under his arm and one leg over the sill. What Corin did was not brave, and he has never once let anybody call it brave. He tripped. He came round the corner at a run on frozen mud, went over, and got both arms round the man's leg on his way down, and then he simply would not let go. They both said afterwards, independently, that the man told him to let go about 10 times. He did not do anything else. He did not fight. He did not shout for help. He lay on his face in the mud in a burning yard holding a stranger's ankle with both arms while the man hit him. That bought about 90 seconds. Bryn got there first out of the 4 of us, and Bryn is not a large woman, and she had a beating stick off her own loom. She did not go for the man. She went for the book. She got it off him while he was busy with his leg, and she was gone with it round the corner of the smithy before he had got Corin off, and she went straight past me in the lane going the other way with the thing under her coat and did not stop. And Perrin arrived with 4 men from the fire, and it stopped being anything, and the 4 of them went over the churchyard wall and were gone. I was no use at all to anybody that night, in any part of it, and I have never once pretended otherwise to any of them. I ran to the fire, the same as everybody, because a fire in a village of thatch is the oldest fear there is, and your legs go before your head does. I was on the chain from the well with a bucket in my hands for 11 minutes, while the actual business happened 40 feet behind me round a corner. Perrin worked it out before I did. He came off that chain at a run without saying anything to anybody, which is why he was in the yard when the 4 men went for the wall, and I only understood any of it when I saw Bryn go past me in the lane with a book under her coat. We put the fire out at about 2 in the morning. The whole village turned out for that part, every soul of it, including 2 men who had taken their names off the list in December. Talbot was on the chain 2 places up from me, in his own good gray coat, at midnight in January, passing buckets to a weaver's fire with the entire village watching, and he did not stop when the roof went in, and he did not stop when it was plainly hopeless. At about 4 in the morning I found him sitting on the churchyard wall with his hands black to the wrist, and I sat down next to him, and neither of us said anything at all for a while. Then he said that he had asked a man in a tavern in September what he was in the way of buying. He said it to the middle distance, not to me. He said he had been given 4 shillings for the answer and had thought himself clever about it. I said that 4 shillings had not burned that building. He said no, and that he was not asking to be told it had not, and then he got up and went home, and I let him go. And I have gone back over that hour more than almost any other in this whole business. We saved the loom room. We did not save the stockroom, and we did not save the dye shed, and the roof between the 2 of them came in at about 1 and took the good frame with it, the one her mother worked, the one she had been paying off since she was 19. Bryn stood in her own yard at 3 in the morning holding a book that was not the true book, watching 4 months of stock go out in steam, and she did not say anything at all for a very long time. Then she said that a man had carried that thing 40 feet under his arm and had got his hands on the boards of it, and that he would describe the weight and the feel of it to somebody who has held the true one, and that the trick was spent. She gave it a week before they tried again. What she did not allow for is that the next attempt would not be a thief at all, and would not come near the book, and would come up my own lane in a gray coat with an apology in its mouth. We moved the true book that night. Ferris carried it himself and would not be helped, and we took it out of my grain bin in the dark and put it somewhere I am not going to write down, because 2 of the people who chose the place are still alive. Corin had a broken cheekbone, 4 teeth gone on the left side, and a hand he could not close for a month. He apologized to Bryn. That is the thing about that man. He came up to her in the yard with his face open and swelling and said he was sorry about the workshop, and she looked at him for a moment and then took hold of his coat with both hands and put her forehead against his chest and stood there. Nobody in this village has ever seen Bryn Aldery do anything like that before or since, and about a dozen people saw it, and not one of them has ever made a joke about it. The cost of that night came out over the following week, item by item, and it was a great deal worse than it had looked by firelight. 2 frames gone, one of them beyond mending, 20 bolts of finished cloth, all of the winter dye stock, her mother's press. About 41 pounds of work in a business that had been worth 11 pounds in its best year before any of this started. She had money by then, and she did not have that much money. She sat at my table with the smith and para and did the sums 3 times, and then said, quite calmly, that she was back to where she had been in September and would have to build it again. Aaron said we would double what could be doubled. She said that a loom is not a bolt of cloth, and that even if we could produce one, there is no goat alive who can produce 19 years of her mother's hands on the shafts. Then she said the thing I have never forgotten, which is that she would take the trade over the frame, because a frame can be rebuilt by anybody with money and a name cannot. Leora came on the 4th night after the fire, and she asked about Bryn's frames before she asked about anything else, which she had never done about anybody but the animal. I told her the cost of it, item by item. She listened to the entire list and did not interrupt once, and when I got to the end of it, she said that she was sorry, and she meant it, and it was not any use to anybody. Then she said that 37 days is a long time to hold a thing, and I asked her what happens to her if the reading is never made, and she said that a contest without a determination lapses, and a lapsed entry is a struck entry. I asked her what she would do if we lost the thing altogether, and she said that she supposed she would have to go and find herself another farmer. She said it lightly, as she says everything, and it was meant to be a joke, and it landed like a dropped plate, and she looked at my face and started to say something else, and then did not. Ferris took it hardest after Bryn. He had a fixed idea that all of it had happened because he had accepted a chair in her back room in October, and that a keeper who cannot keep his own book had brought a fire down on the woman who fed him. He would not be talked out of it. What he did instead was work. He sat up for 4 nights and went through the founding rules from the first page, and on the 5th morning he came to my kitchen with his ears red and said that he had found something and would rather not say it out loud in a room with a window. So we went out to the barn, all 4 of us, and shut the door and stood round a milking stool in the dark like conspirators, which by then is what we were. He said he had been reading the clause about the reading and that the wording is defective, which is a phrase that man uses about roughly everything in that book. The violation must be read from the founding rules before the assembly in the words it was made in. Read from, not read out of. And a keeper of the 9th degree, he said, with his chin coming up, is himself a record. Perrin asked what that meant in plain speech. Ferris said it means that if the book is destroyed, and the keeper who holds the whole of it in memory is standing in front of the assembly, then the reading can still be made from him. Bryn asked the question I did not think of, and it is the question that made the rest of that winter what it was. She asked him whether the other side knew that, and she asked it before he had finished being pleased with himself, which is how she asks everything. He said no, almost certainly not, because it has never been done, and because nobody reads the clauses about the clauses. Then he sat down on my milking stool and said, very quietly, that it also means that from now on the book is not the only thing worth stealing. 19 men turned up at the burnt end of Bryn's workshop on the first fine morning in February, and not one of them had been asked, and Aldrich had them sorted into 3 gangs before the frost was off the wall. He is not a kind man. I have said that before, and I will go on saying it, because kindness had nothing to do with it. He stood in a wet yard with his fists on his hips and told 19 grown men that the dye shed was going up first because a weaver without dye is a woman with a hobby. Then he told the smith that his son could carry, told the Hollis boy he could carry, told Corin he was not to lift anything at all with that hand and could keep the tally instead, and got it all moving inside 20 minutes. Corin kept the tally for 12 days. He also kept a jug going and a fire in the yard, and he learned everybody's name who came from out of the parish, and he wrote down what each man had given so that Bryn would have it afterwards. He had 4 teeth missing on the left side and a face that was still every color there is, and he was the happiest man in Thistledown for that entire fortnight. We put up the dye shed in 3 days, and the stock room in 5. The roof between them took another 4 because the good frame had gone and the smith had to make the ironwork new. Smith made it out of doubled stock. 2 bars into 4, 4 into 8, and my animal worked 3 days out of the 12 and rested the rest. And every hinge and strap and nail in that roof came out of a goat and a forge, and nobody in that yard thought it was strange anymore. The timber came from Talbot, and it took Bryn a fortnight to find that out, and she was angrier about it than she had been about the fire. 9 loads of it, seasoned oak and elm off his own ground, carted down over 4 days by 2 men who said they had been paid and would not say by whom. And when Bryn went up to his house to have it out with him, he was not at home, and he was not at home the second time either. He never once said it was him. He never sent a note, and he never wrote it in his book, and Bryn found out in the end from the carter's wife, who had no idea it was supposed to be a secret. Perrin said that a man who does a good turn and will not be thanked for it is a man who is paying for something. Bryn said that she did not care what he was paying for, that the roof would keep the rain off her frames either way, and that she would rather owe Talbot than the weather. New frame came up from Ostwin on the 4th day on a hired wagon, and half the village walked out to the top of the lane to watch it come, which is not a thing anybody would do for a loom in an ordinary year. Bryn would not let anybody else carry it in. She had the smith and Perrin on the shafts, and she walked backwards in front of them the entire way, telling them where to put their feet. And when it was standing, she put both hands on the breastbeam and stood there for a while with her back to everybody. It is a better frame than the one that burned. That is the part she cannot say out loud even now. Her mother's had a shaft that had been mended twice and a treadle that stuck in wet weather, and this one is new and true and cost 41 pounds of somebody else's trouble. Widow Hollis named the place while we were putting the ridge on. She stood in the yard with her arms folded and called it the new shop, in the flat way she says everything. And by the end of that week, 400 people were calling it that, and it has been the new shop ever since. Edrin Vale came on the 6th day, up the lane, on foot, with no herald and no wagon, and Bijou trotting behind him on a lead in a coat, with no embroidery on it at all. He had come to inspect the opposition. That is what he said at the gate, in front of 6 men on the roof, and Aldrich shouted down that if he was inspecting, he could inspect a bundle of laths up the ladder, and he did. He worked on that roof for 4 hours. In his good coat badly, getting in the way of people who knew what they were doing, and the men were polite to him because he was a stranger and rude to him by dinner because he had earned it. Bijou spent the whole afternoon in my barn, asleep against Clover, and had to be carried out at dusk still asleep, and Clover complained about it for a full minute after they had gone. He and I sat on the churchyard wall afterwards while the light went out of the sky, with the noise of the yard going on behind us, and neither of us in any hurry to join it. He asked how she was. He always asks about the animal first, which is the thing I have always liked about him. I said, well. He said Bijou had been off her feed for 11 days after the square and had come right slowly. Then he told me what he had come to say, and it took him a long time to get to it, and I let him take his time. He said he had been in a bad way 4 years ago, after his mother died and the household went to his uncle, and that Vesa had come to him in a dream and told him he was too fine a young man for it to end like that. No sentence has ever gone into me the way that one did. He said it as his own story. He did not know he was handing me anything at all, and he could not understand why I had to get up and walk about for a minute. Then he said the rest of it. She had been kind for a year. She had been generous for another. And somewhere in the 3rd year, he had stopped being a young man she was fond of and had become a thing she owned, and he could not tell me the day it had happened, only that it had. He said that she had picked him the way a man picks a horse at a fair. Sound wind, good coat, no history, and above all, not likely to argue. I asked him what changed. He said the square. He said that what he could not get past was not that Bijou had been knocked down, it was that Vesa had gone on talking, and that a person who does not hear a dog screaming 9 feet behind her has not decided anything about the dog at all. Then he told me 4 things and asked me not to say where they came from, and every one of them mattered before the month was out. The man in the green coat is called Ansel Rook, and he has been Vesa's steward in the mortal world for 19 years. Pelamir owes her something and will not be neutral in anything. Fenwick Cole has been engaged again, and this time not alone. And the 4th was that Vesa had stopped talking about the book in the last fortnight and had started talking about the keeper. Perrin came up to my house that night at about 10 o'clock, which he never does, because in 20 years he has never once come to see me after dark without sending word first. Village was still up. There was a fire in Bryn's yard and about 40 people round it, and somebody had brought a fiddle, and the roof had gone on that afternoon, and the entire parish had decided to be pleased about it. He would not come in. He stood in my doorway with his hat in his hands, in the light off my own fire, and said that he needed to tell me a thing and that he had been carrying it for 10 days and had wanted to be sure. He had been sitting with Ferris, off and on since January in Bryn's back room and then in my barn, going through the founding rules with a small gray god who does not sleep more than 4 hours in 4 days and who likes being asked things. Aaron never asked the question that would show a man what he is looking for. He asks 4 others that would not, and then he sits with the 4 answers for a fortnight. The first was about how a wager is normally made. Ferris told him that entries are made quietly and kept quiet, because attention brings interference, and interference brings arbiters, and that in 400 years he has never known a patron who wanted her entry talked about before it was won. The second was about the cap. Ferris told him that a grant is capped once at the making by the patron, in the moment of the giving, and cannot be raised or lowered afterwards by anybody. Perrin asked him what happens if a patron sets it high. Ferris said that a high cap makes a strong entry and an unstable one, and that a discharge like the one in my yard in August is what a high cap looks like from the outside, and that any keeper would call it badly done. She told me in my own field on the first night that she would cap it, obviously, since it would not do to make me unstoppable in a week. The third question he put to the keeper was about the bowls on my gatepost, and that is the one that finished it. Perrin had taken one of them in December and had walked it back. He found the woman who had left it. She is from Nethercombe, 4 miles off, and she is 61 years old, and had never been in this parish in her life before that autumn. He asked her where she had got the name from. She told him she had dreamed it, and she was pleased to be asked, and she gave him a piece of cake. She was not the only one. He found 2 more that winter, one in Halloway and one on the Ostwin Road, and both of them gave him the same answer, and neither of them had ever heard the other one say it. And the fourth thing was mine. I had handed it to him myself, in 4 separate pieces across 4 months, without ever once hearing what I was saying. Then in October, when the business was still a private wager nobody outside my yard knew about. Well, in November, when 4 villages were talking and strangers were standing at my wall. Then again in January, after the square went frightened and 2 families took their names off the list, Perrin said all of that standing in my doorway with the hat still in his fists, in order, without any heat in his voice, and then he said that he was not telling me that she is wicked. He said he did not think she was. He said only that she is starving, and that she is fed by being talked about, and that everything that had happened to me since August had made more people talk about her, and that the odds she said she liked were not my odds. Did not shout at him. I have been grateful for that ever since. I asked him whether Ferris had said any of this out loud, and Perrin said that Ferris had said one thing, in January, when he was tired. He had said that the whole affair had the shape of a manufactured legend. He had said it as a professional remark about the pattern of it, the way a carpenter says that a joint has been cut by hand, and he had not meant anything by it, and had gone back to his page. Then Perrin went home, and I stood in my own doorway and listened to a fiddle going in Bryn's yard for a while, and then I went to bed to have it out with her. She was there before me. I have wondered since whether she knew what was coming, or whether she simply had somewhere to be. Did not work up to it. I asked her, standing in the bad corner of my own field, whether she had ever set the cap at all. She did not answer straight away. That is how I knew, and I think she meant me to know that way, because a woman who can lie as easily as she breathes could have had an answer out before I had finished the sentence. Then she said that she had set the cap where it needed to be set, and she said it looking straight at me, with her chin up, in the voice she uses for prices. I asked her what it had needed to be for. She said for the thing to be seen from the Ridge Road, and she did not soften it at all, and I would rather she had. And then she told me all of it, standing in a thin field, without one word of it being dragged out of her, which I did not expect and which I have never managed to hold against her properly. She is not fading as a person gets old. She is close to the edge of it now, this year, and she was close to it last August when she came into that field and looked me over and told me I was too good looking to let it end like that. She had looked at a great many people that summer. What she needed was not a lucky man. What she needed was a tale that carries, and a poor man with nothing and a sick animal, beating people with wagons and titles in front of witnesses, is a tale that walks into every kitchen in a county on its own legs. She said she did not make Vessa cheat. She did not send Fenwick to my barn, and she did not put a hook across my animal's leg, and she did not write one line of what any of those people chose to do. What she did do was set a stage up in my yard in the August of that year, with the shutters standing open, in a valley where everybody walks past my ground to the mill. I asked her whether she had known that somebody would come. She said she had hoped somebody would come. She said that a quiet wager feeds nobody, and that a public quarrel with a proud god feeds everybody who is watching it, and that she had needed to be watched more than she had needed to be safe. I asked her whether she had ever meant to tell me any of it. She said no. She said it without any decoration on it, which by then was the only mercy she had left to give me. Then she said that she is fond of me, and that this is also true, and that she has never once said a false thing to me about the animal. I said that a man had put an iron hook across my animal's back leg in my own barn in the dark, and that she had opened the shutter that brought him. And she said that she had not let anybody do anything at all. She had opened a shutter. Everything after that was done by people with their own hands and their own reasons. Then she said the sentence I have never been able to put down, which is that she would do it again, because the other thing available to her is to be a shape in the water that nobody can put a name to. I woke at about 4 with my jaw aching from grinding my teeth in my sleep and no idea in the world what to do with any of it. There was frost on the inside of my window. Out in the barn, my goat was asleep on her side with her legs out, entirely well, with a fence post half eaten over her head and a roof over her that a village had put on. And down in the village at 4 in the morning, there were still 7 people awake round a fire in a rebuilt yard, and somebody was singing, and every single one of them was happy. I went down at 7. I helped hang the doors on the dye shed. I ate what was put in front of me, and I said the right things to Corin about the tally, and I told Bryn the frame was true, and not one of them knew anything was wrong, except Perrin, who did not look at me all day. Aldrich asked me at about noon what was the matter with my face, and I told him I had not slept, and he said that was what happened to men who stood about in doorways at 10 o'clock at night talking, and went back to work. What I could not get straight, and did not get straight for weeks, is that none of it was false. The roof is a real roof. The village really did come. Corin really did hold on to a man's leg in a burning yard, and Bryn really did build a trade out of a room behind a smithy. Every single thing that happened in this village happened because people decided to do it, and the shutter that was opened over my barn in August does not take 1 hour of any of it away from any of them. It only means that somebody I was fond of stood in a field and looked at the worst night of my life and saw a thing that would carry. It was not fit to be around for the fortnight after that, and the first person I took it out on was Corin, who had 4 teeth missing on my account. He came down to the barn on a wet morning with a rota in his hand and asked me whether he should put 2 men on the ridge or 3, and he asked it 4 times in about 10 minutes because he always does, because he wants to be sure. I told him to stop asking me things. I told him to work it out himself for once, since he had a rota and a hand and the whole village behind him. I said it flatly and loudly in my own yard, and he stood there with the paper in his hand and said of course, and went away, and did the rota himself, and put 3 men on it, and never mentioned it again to me or to anybody. Perrin found out inside a day because Perrin finds everything out, and never said a word about it, which was worse than being shouted at. I went up to the mill on the Friday and apologized properly. Corin said there was nothing to apologize for, and I said there was, and we stood in his yard disagreeing about it for a while, and then he gave me a sack of flour I had not paid for and would not take the money. That is what I was like that month. Bryn told me on about the 9th day that I was going about like a man with a stone in his boot and asked whether I intended to tell anybody what was in it. I did not. I could not think of one way to say it that did not end with me explaining to a woman whose workshop had burned down that all of it had been arranged. Leora came 4 times in that fortnight, and I would not speak to her, and I am not proud of any of the 4, and I would probably do it again. The first night I stood in the bad corner of my own field and let her talk, and did not answer one word, and she got through about 4 minutes of it before she understood what was happening and stopped. Second night I turned round and walked toward the hedge, which is a thing you cannot actually do in a dream. And I got about 9 paces and the hedge was still 9 paces off, and I stood there with my back to her until I woke up. The third night, she said that she was not going to apologize for wanting to exist. I said that I had not asked her to. She asked me what I did want, and I could not tell her, and that is the entire trouble with anger, that it is a great deal easier to hold than to spend. The fourth night she asked about Clover, and I answered her, because I will always answer that. And she said thank you and went, and I lay awake afterwards feeling like somebody who has kicked something. Talbot came up my lane on the 3rd Tuesday in February in the middle of the afternoon, with the whole Ridge Road able to see him do it. He came on foot in his good gray coat with a leather case under his arm, and he stopped at my gate and waited there until I came out to him, rather than walking in, which he has never done in all the years he has held paper on me. I asked him what he wanted, and I asked it the same as I had been saying everything else that month, which is to say badly and with the door half shut. He said he wanted a quarter of an hour, and that he would have it standing in the lane if I preferred, and that he had come to tell me something before he lost his nerve about it. So we went into my kitchen, and I did not offer him anything, and he sat down at the table where Ferris's book had lain in October, and he put the case in front of him and did not open it. Then he told me all of it from September onward in order with the dates on it without being asked a single question by anybody. The man at the fleece. The 4 shillings. The pleasant conversation in the corner with the settle pulled round, in which Reeve Talbot of Thistledown had sold a stranger, the observation that value was appearing on the marsh ground, and that nobody could account for it. He said he had gone home that night, pleased with himself. He said he had written the 4 shillings in his book on the Tuesday page under other, and that he had looked at that entry more times since than he had looked at anything else he ever wrote. He told me about the green coat and about a room in his own house that he has not sat in since, and about a man who never once raised his voice. Ansel Rook had come to his house in October on the Friday I walked up to clear the last 9 shillings, and had been sitting in his back room while I stood in the front one refusing to take my own money off his table. He came back in November, and in December, and after that, once a fortnight. He never threatened anybody. He never raised his voice. He simply came and sat and asked how things were in the village, and asked about the weather, and asked whether the keeper was well. And every time he came, he brought something small. a bottle, a dozen candles, once a pair of gloves, which Talbot said he wore for 2 days before he understood what wearing them meant and put them in a drawer. I asked him what he had given the man in return for the bottles and the candles and the pair of gloves he wore for 2 days. He said, and he did not look up while he said it, that he had told him where the keeper was sleeping in the first week of January. I stood up. I do not remember standing up. I know that I got as far as the far end of my own kitchen and had to stop there with both hands flat on the wall, and that Talbot did not move from his chair or defend himself in any way. Bryn's workshop went up on the 19th of January, 11 days after that, and I did the arithmetic on it standing at the end of my own kitchen with my back to him. He said he had not known what they meant to do with it. Then, before I could say the obvious thing, he said that this was not an excuse, that a man who tells you where a thing is kept has told you what to burn, and that he had worked that out standing on a bucket chain at midnight with his own hands black. Then he opened the case and took out 3 separate things and laid them on my table one at a time in the order a man lays out a hand of cards he has decided to lose with. The lease was in it and the counterpart, and a written surrender of the reversion drawn up by a man of law in Ostwin on the 11th of February, which is 8 days before he came to me, and 8 days is a long time to sit on a thing like that in your own house. Put the 4 acres in my name. All of it, ground, buildings, and the low field, free of any rent or condition, with no money asked and none owing. I asked him why. He said because he was going to be told to do the other thing within the fortnight, and that once he had been told, doing it would be a choice, and he did not want to find out what he would choose. Then he told me what the other thing was, and it was clever. And I have thought since that it was the cleverest single move anybody made in that entire business. Rook wanted him to declare the lease forfeit at the Ostwin court day, 3 days before the assembly, on a breach that was perfectly real. There is a clause in that lease about the ground being kept in husbandry. I had a scorched circle in my low field that 400 people had walked past all winter, and a trade with looms in it that I had never once asked leave for. No gods, no fire, no thief in a window, 1 reeve, 1 clause, 1 court day in Ostwin, and a farmer with no ground to stand on and no barn to keep his animal in 3 days before the reading. Bryn said afterwards that it would have worked. She said it would have taken us 4 months to unwind, and we did not have 4 days. I asked what it was going to cost him to do this instead of the other, and he did not pretend for one moment that the answer was nothing. He was quiet for a while. Then he told me that his own money is not his own. Most of what a country moneylender lends is borrowed from a house in the capital and lent on again at a turn. And Talbot's paper is held by a merchant house in Ostwin and has been for 19 years. Rook had bought that paper in December, all of it at once at a premium, and had sat on it and said nothing about it until the 2nd week of February, when he mentioned it, pleasantly, over a bottle he had brought. So, the man who has held paper on half this village for 30 years is now a man with somebody else's paper on him, and it will be called in, and he knows the month it will happen. Asked what he will do. He said he supposed he would find out what it is like on the other end of it. Then he stood up and said one more thing. And it is the only time in 11 years I have heard that man say anything about himself that was not about money. He said that he had spent his whole life being the man who arrives with the book, and that he had always told himself it was business and there was nothing personal in any of it. Then he said that in January he had stood on a bucket chain next to a weaver, whose roof he had helped to set fire to, and had not been able to keep that sentence in his head any longer. He did not apologize. I want that put down, because it is the thing that made me believe him. He did not once say he was sorry, and he did not ask for anything, and he took his hat off my table and went down my lane and did not look back. I did not thank him either. I stood in my own doorway, holding the surrender of my own 4 acres in both hands, and could not get one word out, and by the time I had one, he was past the oak. Perrin took the papers to Ostwin the next morning, and had them entered and copied and lodged in 3 places, because Perrin does not believe in a thing until it exists in 3 places. Bryn read the surrender twice and said that it was clean, and then she sat down and said that she was going to have to change her opinion of a man she had disliked for 19 years, and that she resented it enormously. And Ferris, when he heard, said that the reeve had done a thing that could not be undone by any procedure available to the other side, and then he asked what a reeve is, and had to have the office explained to him twice. The village heard about the 4 acres inside 3 days, because a thing entered in Ostwin is a thing 4 carters know by Thursday, and Thistledown had opinions about it for a fortnight. Widow Hollis said it was guilt, and she said it with enormous satisfaction. The smith said that a man who gives away ground has been frightened by something worse than losing it. Aldrich said nothing at all, which from him is a considered position. Bryn went up to that house on the Sunday, and this time he was at home, and she was in there an hour and a half, and she has never told me one word of what was said, and I have never asked her twice. What I know is that she came back down and went straight to her frames and worked until dark, and that from that week onward, she stopped calling him the Reeve and started calling him Talbot. Ferris spent the whole last fortnight of February rehearsing, which is not a word he would accept, and is exactly what it was. He would not call it that. He called it preparation of the reading, and what it amounted to was a small gray god standing in the middle of my barn floor at all hours, reciting a clause aloud to a goat, over and over, syllable for syllable. He had to have it perfect. A reading made from a keeper rather than from the book is a thing that has never been done, and he said that the first man to do a thing that has never been done gets no allowance at all for stumbling over a word. Over listened to all of it about 40 times. She is now, I should think, the only goat in this kingdom who could recite the non-interference clause of the founding rules, and she has never shown the slightest interest in doing so. Cheated of their clause by a man in a gray coat with a leather case, they went back to the only thing they had left, which was the oldest thing on their list. I did not know that at the time. What I knew was that on the 24th of February, my animal would not settle at dusk. She stood in the middle of her stall with her ears forward and her head turned to the east for the better part of 20 minutes, as she had done the night the champion first walked out of this village. Corin's watch had 3 men on the ridge and 2 at the top of the lane. Perrin was at my house because he had been sleeping at my house since the fire. Bryn was in the new shop with Ferris and the book, 400 paces away, with 6 men round the building. We had been ready since January, and being ready for 6 weeks is exactly how a village stops being ready. They came at 2:30, and they did not come over the wall, and they did not come quietly at all. They came up the lane on horses, at a walk, with 2 torches, straight past the 2 men at the top of it, because 2 farmhands with sticks do not stop 4 riders, and both of those men were sensible enough to know it, and to run for the village instead. I was awake before they reached the gate. Perrin was out of the kitchen with the poker and I had the hoe, and neither of us had any illusion at all about what a hoe is worth against a horse. Fenwick Cole came through my gate at the front of them, and there was no whistling this time and no pleasant face and no talk about grazing. There were 6 of them behind him, 4 on foot with the horses and 2 more coming round the barn from the brook side, and one of the ones on foot was carrying a coil of rope. And they had brought a wagon and left it standing at the mouth of the lane with the horse still in the shafts. He did not want a conversation. He got down off the horse without hurrying and looked at the 2 of us standing in front of a barn door with a poker and a hoe. Then he said one sentence, which was that we could stand aside now and be sorry about it in the morning, and that he had been paid for the animal and not for either of us. Men behind him spread out as men do who have done this before. 2 toward the house, 1 toward the gate to shut it, and the 2 from the brookside already at the back corner of the barn where the stone wall is low. Inside, Clover started up. Not the flat 2-part sound she made in August when a rope went round her neck. Something else, going on, and I have never heard her make it before or since. Perrin got his back against the barn door beside me. He said, quite conversationally, that there were 7 of them, and 2 of us, and that he wished to state for the record that he had told me in August that this was going to kill me. And that is when I understood how badly I had misread that winter. They had never needed the book at all. Take the animal and there is no entry. Take the entry and there is nothing for the assembly to determine. And a violation that cannot be read against a rival who no longer exists is a violation that never happened. Perrin said afterwards that I said something at that point. I have no memory of saying anything. What I remember is the sound of the ridge road, which is a sound like nothing else on this earth, and which is what 400 people make when they are all coming down a hill at once in the dark. 2 men who ran did not run home. They ran along the ridge road, hammering on shutters, and the ridge road runs above 9 houses, and every one of those 9 woke the next one. What came down my lane at 2:45 on the 25th of February was not a rescue. Nobody had planned it, and nobody was in charge of it, and about half of them arrived in their nightshirts with whatever had been standing by the door. The smith came with a hammer, because that is what is by his door. Widow Hollis came with a lamp and stood where the lane meets the ridge, holding it up for the people behind her, which turned out to matter more than anything else anybody did in the first 4 minutes. Fenwick's men heard that coming down the hill and did the sensible thing, which was to stop being careful and get on with it as fast as they could. 2 of them came for the barn door, and I hit one of them with a hoe and it broke. And then I was fighting a man with 2 feet of ash handle and losing, and Perrin got an arm around his neck from behind, and the three of us went down in the muck together. The one with the rope got past the pair of us while we were on the ground and went straight through the barn door with it already open in his hands. I have to be careful about this part because I did not see the middle of it, and I have 4 accounts of it from 4 people who were in that barn, and no 2 of them agree about the order. What everybody agrees on is that he got the rope on her and got her as far as the door. And what everybody agrees on after that is that Clover put her head down and planted, the same as she had planted in August, and that a goat who has decided not to move is a thing you need 3 men and a barrow to shift. He had 1 man to help him with her. He had 1 man because the second one was underneath me in the muck with a piece of hoe handle across his throat. Bryn arrived with 4 of the 6 men who had been standing around the new shop, which means she had done the sum in about 4 seconds and had come down with the wrong answer on purpose. She told me afterwards exactly what she had thought, and she did not dress it up. If they take the animal, there is no entry and the reading is worth nothing. And if they burn the book while we are all up here, then there is still an entry and a keeper who has the whole of it by heart. So she left 2 men and Ferris with the founding rules of the wager between gods in a building that had already burned once that winter and brought the rest of them to my barn. Ferris wanted to come. Bryn told him that a keeper who gets a torch put through him in a farmyard is a reading that never happens, and shut the door on him. And he stood behind it and shouted procedure at her through 4 inches of oak while she walked away. Talbot came too. He came last, and he came with his own 2 carters and 3 horses, and he stood at the top of my lane holding heads and did not come down into the yard at all, and I did not know he had been there until the morning. Aldrich arrived at that point, and I want to set down what my employer of 12 years did, because I had known that man since I was a boy, and had never once seen him raise his hand to anything. He came through my gate at a flat run with a scythe blade in one hand, not on a snath, just the blade, holding it by the tang like a hook. He did not raise it at anybody. He got in front of the man with the rope and stood there and told him to put my animal down. The man went for him, and Aldrich hit him with his other fist and put him on the ground, and then stood over him and told the whole yard in his ordinary shouting voice that he had 39 years of hay in his arms and that there was not 1 man here who wanted any of it. Then Corin Maffey, miller of this parish, aged 51, with 4 teeth gone and a hand he could not close, let the horses go. He had come down with the second lot and had gone round the outside of it all to the mouth of the lane, where the wagon was standing with the horse in the shafts, and he had worked out on the way that if he cut that horse loose, they could not carry her away. He had not worked out, in the dark, at a run, with a knife in his good hand, is that the 4 riding horses were tied to that same rail. 5 loose horses came into a yard containing about 30 people in the dark, with torches going. The smith's boy went under one of them and came out with a cracked collarbone. A woman I will not name was knocked into my own wall. 2 of Fenwick's men were flattened, which is the only good thing about any of it. Perrin was on his knees at the time, and one of them came over him and put a hoof through his forearm, and I heard the noise of it from 10 feet away over everything else that was happening. I got to him. He was sitting up with his arm across his lap, and the hand at an angle a hand does not go, and he looked at it and said quite clearly that he had told me. Warren stood at the mouth of the lane with a cut halter in his hand and his mouth open, watching the thing he had done, and I will say for that man that he did not run away from it. He went straight back in and started catching horses, and the horses saved us. Not the men, not the hammer, not any cleverness of mine. 5 loose horses milling about in a narrow lane with a wagon across it, and Fenwick's people could not get a beast out of that yard on foot if they had held it, and every one of them knew it inside a minute. That is the moment Edrin Vale rode into it, and I did not know him at first because I was on my knees in my own yard holding my friend's wrist. He came up the lane behind the horses on a gray mare with Bijou inside his coat, in his good clothes, alone. 4 days east of his own house at 3 in the morning. He got down in the middle of my yard with a broken hoe and a scythe blade and 30 frightened villagers all round him, and he walked over to Fenwick Cole and said his name. And he told him, at a volume that carried to every man in that yard, exactly who he was. Edrin Vale of Halloway, champion of the entry of the patron Vessa, standing in this yard, on this side of it, against her. He said that his own herald would report it before noon. He said that he had a household and an income and a standing in the game, and that all of them were finished the moment he had opened his mouth, and that he had opened it anyway. Fenwick asked him, without much interest, what he supposed any of that was worth to the men standing in this yard at 3 in the morning. And Edrin said the thing that ended it. He said that when spring came in, the keeper would read a violation before the assembled gods, and that Vessa will be stripped of standing, and that a patron with no standing has no revenues and no agents and no purse. He asked Fenwick how much he was owed. Fenwick said 4 pounds on completion. Edrin said that 4 pounds on completion from a goddess who will not exist as a power inside a fortnight is 4 pounds of nothing, and that he had ridden 4 days to say so before Fenwick found it out the slow way. Nobody in that yard moved for a while after that. 30 villagers, 7 hired men, and 5 loose horses, all of them standing still in the torchlight doing the same piece of arithmetic. Fenwick Cole is not a brave man, and he is not a coward either. He is a man who is paid to do a thing and does it, and what happened in my yard is that somebody put a figure in front of him, and the figure was wrong. He looked at the lane full of horses. He looked at 30 villagers and a smith with a hammer and an old man with a scythe blade standing over one of his own people. He looked at a rich young man who had just burned his own life down in public for the pleasure of saying it out loud. Then he turned round and told his own men to get the wagon out of the lane and to put the 2 who could not walk up on the board. One of them argued. Fenwick told him, without any heat, that he could stay if he liked and could explain to a village court in Ostwin what he had been doing in a barn at 3 in the morning, and the man stopped arguing. He did not say anything else to me. He did not spit anything out at the fence line this time, and he did not tell me who was paying him and how many they would send. He got his people up out of the muck, put 2 of them on a wagon, and walked his horse down my lane at a walk past Widow Hollis holding her lamp up, and she said goodnight to him. In the flat voice she says everything in. And he touched his hat to her. And that is how it ended. Nobody died. I have been over it a great many times, and it comes out the same way each time, and it is chiefly luck and horses. Perrin's arm was broken in 2 places. The smith's boy had the collarbone. A man off the mill row had 4 teeth out and did not know which horse had done it. I had a cut on my head I do not remember getting, and Aldrich had split 3 knuckles on somebody's face and was pleased about it for a month. The barn took a torch in the thatch at the west end, and Bryn's watch had it out inside 2 minutes with a hook and a bucket, because Bryn had put 4 buckets of sand along that wall in January and had made me swear to keep them filled. Clover had a rope burn round her neck and a temper on her that lasted 3 days, and she was otherwise entirely herself. And at some point before dawn, she ate a torch, which had gone out, and which I only found out about later. Got Perrin into my kitchen, and Bryn set the arm with the smith holding him, and I am not going to write down what that was like. He said one thing while it was happening, through his teeth, which is that he had been right in August, and he has never let it go since, and I have never once asked him to. The wallet was found by Widow Hollis's grandson at first light, in the mud between the gate and the oak, where it had come out of a coat during the part of the night when men were rolling about in my yard. It was a workmanlike leather thing with 4 pounds in silver in one side of it, which is exactly what Fenwick had said out loud he was owed on completion, and a folded instruction in the other. Barris read it 3 times, and then sat down on my bench and said, very quietly, that this changed the shape of everything he had been preparing. The instruction is 4 lines long. It names my animal as the beast of the entry at Thistledown, and it wants her taken alive out of this parish and handed over before the first day of spring for 4 pounds on completion. The 4th line is about me. It is signed by Ansel Rook, steward, and it is sealed with a green stone. And above the signature, it says on the instruction, and for the account of the patron Vessa, in the same hand. Bryn brought down the crook from my rafters, where it had been since August, and laid it on the table beside the wallet. The higher mark on the shaft is a running dog inside a circle, which is a yard on the Ostwin Cattle Road, and that yard keeps a book of who takes what and pays for it. Perrin sent a man to Ostwin with a good coat and a pound in his pocket on the Thursday, and the entry in that book from the 2nd week of August is in the name of A. Rook, steward, and it is for 1 crook, 1 rope, and 1 muzzle. Ferris laid all of it out on my kitchen table in a row, the wallet and the instruction and the crook and the entry off the hire book, and stood looking at the 4 of them for a long time without saying anything. Then he said that the non-interference clause is about a patron acting in the mortal world in her own person, and that it is what we had, and that it would have carried the room on its own. And then he said that this is something else entirely. This is a patron, through a named steward, over a signature on an account, engaging a mortal for money to take an animal out of a barn, with a line in it about what may and may not be done to the man who owns her. He said that the assembly would forgive a temper in a market square before it forgave that. He said that the first thing puts a god beneath her own dignity, and that the second thing puts her beneath everybody's. I went into the field that night, and she was waiting, and I spoke to her for the first time in a month. Told her all of it before she could get a word in. The horses, Perrin's arm, the smith's boy, Corin with the halter in his hand, Aldrich with a scythe blade, a rich young man riding 4 days to say 1 sentence out loud. She listened to all of it. When I had finished, she said that not one of those people had been sent by anybody, and that she could not have arranged 4 of them if she had spent 100 years at it, and that whatever else I take away from this, I should take that. I said that she would say exactly that, in that way, at that moment, because it is a good thing to say, and she has always known which ones those are. And she said yes, and that it is also true, and that I would have to decide for myself how to live with both of those at once, because she has been doing it for 1100 years and has not managed it yet. Then she asked after the animal. I said a rope burn. She said good, and then she said, in an entirely different voice, that in 4 days it would be over one way or the other, and that if it went badly I was to take the 4 acres and be a farmer and forget her name. I told her that a great many people know her name now, and that they had not got it from me. She did not say anything to that at all, and the field stayed green. Edrin stayed 4 days. He slept in my kitchen and helped with the thatch and would not take a bed. And on the second morning, his herald came for him, and he sent it away in front of the entire village. He was ruined. He knew it while he was doing it, and he did it anyway. And when I tried to say something about it on the last evening, he told me not to, and said that he had spent 4 years being a well-kept young man and had 12 pounds of his own and a dog and would manage. He set out for the assembly before it was light. Ferris, with the book in a sack on his back and the wallet and the crook and the Ostwin entry in a bundle under his arm. Bryn, because nobody was going to stop her. Perrin, with his arms strapped to his chest and a face the color of a wall. Corin came to the top of the lane to see us off and would not come further, and said the village would keep the watch until we were back, and I told him to keep 2 on the ridge and 3 at the lane, and he laughed at that all the way back down the hill. And I went with a goat walking loose behind me on no rope at all, because I had decided somewhere in the middle of that winter that she was not going to be led anywhere by anybody ever again. We walked up the ridge road at dawn on the first day of spring, 5 of us and a goat, and about 200 paces past the crest, the road stopped being the road to Ostwin. There was no doorway and no light and nothing anybody could point to afterwards. The hedge on the left went on being a hedge. The one on the right was not a hedge, and had not been for some while, and none of us could say at what step it had changed. Aaron, with his arm strapped across his chest, said that he would like it recorded that he had noticed it about the 4th pace, and had said nothing, because he had not wanted to be the one. Then the ground went flat and wide, and the sky came down. And we were in a place I cannot describe properly, because every time I try, it comes out like a church, and it was nothing like a church. It was a bank of seats. That is the honest version. A great curved bank of seats going up and back further than I could see the top of, with an open floor at the bottom of it, and the light coming from no particular direction. And every seat in it was full, all the way up into a haze where I could not make out shapes anymore, and the noise of it hit us about a second after the sight did. I do not know how many. Hundreds. They were not all shaped the same, and about a third of them were not shaped like anything, and they were all doing exactly what 400 people do in a market square before a hanging or a wedding. They were talking. The place was going like a fair. Somebody 4 rows up was explaining the trial in the square to somebody who had missed it and getting it wrong, and being corrected loudly by 3 others. A thing like a heron in a coat leaned over the rail as we came in and asked whether that was the goat. Bryn said it was. It said that it had heard she was bigger. Bryn said that everybody says that, and it settled back into its seat looking satisfied, and I heard it repeating the exchange to its neighbor for a good while afterwards. That is the thing I had not prepared myself for, and I had spent a fortnight preparing, not the size of the place and not the shapes in it. The gossip. These are the powers of the world, and they had been following our winter as this village follows a scandal at the mill, and when Corin's name came up later in the reading, a whole section of the bank made a noise of recognition. Before any of it began, while we were still standing about at the edge of that floor waiting to be told where to go, Clover ate part of the floor. I do not know what the floor was made of. It was pale and slightly warm, and it went off in a sheet at the edge where somebody had scuffed it, and my animal had a corner of that sheet in her mouth before we had been standing there 4 minutes. Bryn tried to get it off her. A thing in the front row shaped mostly like weather told her to leave it, in a voice like a door, and then leaned over and watched with enormous interest while a goat from Thistledown ate the floor of the assembly of the powers of the world. Perrin said without moving his lips that he was going to be sick, and Bryn said that he was not, and that he would stand up straight and look bored because that is what people do who belong somewhere. The 4 of us stood in that place for a quarter of an hour before anything began, and I will tell you what got me through it, and it was not courage. It was that Ferris kept checking the strap on the book over and over exactly as Corin asked a question 4 times, and it was so ordinary that I could breathe. Halvard presided. He was in gray with more gray on it, and he had done something to his beard, and he was so plainly and completely in his element that I would have found it funny anywhere else. Vessa came in from the other side with Pelamir behind her and Ansel Rook behind him, and Rook was the only mortal in that place besides the 5 of us, and he stood at the back with his hands folded and his green ring on and did not look at anybody. She was magnificent, I want that said. She came in on her own feet into a room where every single power that exists was waiting to see her account for herself, and she came in with her chin up and her color on and did not hurry. Halvard opened it. He read out what the assembly had been convened for 3 times, in 3 different sets of words, and I have never been so pleased to hear that man take 4 minutes over one sentence. Then he called for the keeper, by name and by degree, and by the office he holds and the length of time he has held it. Ferris walked out onto that floor with the book against his chest, and he was shaking so hard I could see it from where I stood. He got it down onto the stand. He opened it. He found the place with his thumb, and he had to try twice, and the entire bank of them watched him do it in silence. Then he read out the clause in the words it was made in from the book, in front of all of them, and his voice did not shake at all from the first word to the last. No patron may personally, physically, in their own presence, act against a rival's side within the mortal world during an active contest, and any patron who does forfeits their entry entirely, and this forfeit is not at the discretion of anybody. Elamir spoke first, and he spoke well, and I had been expecting a fool because he had been unpleasant to me, and he was not a fool. He did not deny that she had been there. He said the trial had been tainted from the start by a keeper who exceeded his office, and that a void pronounced without authority is no void at all, and that the count therefore stood. And then he said that a patron who steps into a mortal square to arrest a fraud is not acting against a rival. She is acting in defense of the game itself, which every one of them has an interest in. That got a reaction. A section of the bank on the far side made a long, low sound, and one of them called out something in agreement, and I felt my stomach go, because a room can turn. Halvard let it run. Then he asked one question, which was whether the fish stall had been part of the fraud. The laugh went round that place like a wave. It went up and back and came round again, and Vessa stood in the middle of it with her chin up and took it, and I have never felt sorry for anybody the way I felt sorry for her for about 4 seconds. Then Halvard went at the procedure properly, in his own order, at his own speed, and the procedure is the thing that killed her. He called for the account of the vessel struck. Ferris said the vessel is a dog and cannot give an account. Halvard said that the handler of the vessel may give it, and asked for Edrin Vale of Halloway, champion of the entry of the patron Vessa. She turned round then and looked at him. It is the only time in that whole business I saw her ask anybody for anything. Edrin Vale walked out onto that floor with Bijou in his arms, in a plain coat with no household behind him, and no herald, and nothing at all left to lose. He did not put her down for any of it. He gave the account plainly, in order, with no color on it at all, where he had put the table, how far back from the middle, what his instruction from his own patron had been that morning, and what he had done with it. Then he said what happened to the dog, and he took about a minute and a half over 11 seconds of it. And by the end of it, that entire bank had gone quiet in a way it had not been quiet since we walked in. Then he said the one that finished it, and he said it without any heat, which is the only way it could have been said. He said that he had been on that floor for all of it, 9 feet away, and that he had heard the animal, and that his patron had not stopped speaking, and that he did not believe she had heard it either then or since. Pelamir said that the champion had defected and was not a credible witness. Halvard said that the champion had defected 4 days ago in a farmyard in front of 30 mortals at the cost of his entire standing, and asked the assembly whether it wished to hear about the cost. Then Ferris put the wallet down on the stand beside the book, and the whole bank leaned forward about an inch, all of it together, like a field of barley. He read the instruction out in the same voice he had used for the clause. 4 lines. The vessel of the entry known as the Marsh Goat to be taken alive from the parish of Thistledown and delivered before the first day of spring. 4 pounds on completion. And then he read the last line of it, and he read it twice. Nothing to be done to the handler that cannot be explained by a robbery. He read out the signature. Ansel Rook, steward. He read out the seal, a green stone. He read out the words above the signature, on the instruction and for the account of the patron Vessa. Then he laid the crook beside it and read the hire mark, and then the entry from a book kept in a hire yard out on the Ostwin Road in the 2nd week of August, in the name of A. Rook, steward, for 1 crook, 1 rope, and 1 muzzle. The room did not make a noise for that. It went the other way. 400 and more of them went absolutely silent, all at once, and it was the single most frightening thing that happened to me in that entire year. Halvard let it sit for a long time. Then he said in the same flat tone he might have used for a rainfall figure that a temper in a square is a small thing and that the assembly had seen worse from better. Then he said that hiring a mortal, over a steward's hand, on a patron's account, to take a beast out of a barn, with a line in it about what may be done to the man who owns her, is not a thing any of them can be seen to hold with. Every single one of them, he said, has a mortal somewhere who leaves a bowl of barley out on a gatepost, and none of them wanted that mortal hearing this read out. Nobody in that place spoke for her after that. Pelamir sat down. Rook stood at the back with his hands folded and his face perfectly still. They did it by consensus, and it did not take long, and it was not a vote in any way I could follow. It went round that bank like weather. She was stripped of standing in the game, of her entry, of the right to name a champion, and of her seat. And Halvard said each of those separately and slowly. She took it standing up. She did not argue and she did not plead, and when it was finished she straightened her sleeve and turned around to go, and she got about 4 paces and then she stopped and turned back. She did not look at me. She looked up and across at Leora, who had been standing at the edge of that floor since we came in and who had not said one word. She said that she had worked it out on the way in, which is the worst possible time to work anything out. She had spent the whole winter believing she was fighting a farmer. She had been reacting exactly the way something starving needed her to react, from the first flash of light in an August sky, to the fish stall, to the 4 lines under her steward's hand. Then she said the part that landed. She said that she had chosen every single one of those things herself, and that she was not asking anybody to pity her for it. And that the difference between the two of them is that she had never once needed to be liked while she did it. And she went out, and the bank did not make a sound. And I watched several hundred powers of the world turn round and look at Leora at the same time. She stood in it. That is all I can say for her. Everything she had spent that winter buying was in that room, and it all came due in about 10 seconds, and she stood there and let it. Pelamir was put down 2 degrees and given a form of words about it that took Halvard 4 minutes to read. He took it sitting down and did not look up, and he was the only one in that place who had come out of it having lost something he could count. Ansel Rook was not sentenced to anything because there is nothing in that book about mortals, and the Covenants have no authority over a man with a pen and never have. What happened to him is that his patron ceased to be a power, and a steward of 19 years walked out of that place with a green stone ring and no employer, and I have never once heard his name since, in any connection at all. Halvard, who does not care about any of it and never has, asked whether there was any further business, and a dozen of them said that there was. They did not accuse her of anything. There is nothing to accuse her of. She broke no clause, and Ferris confirmed it twice when asked. And a patron may set her cap where she likes, and may keep her own counsel with her own mortal. What they did instead was worse and slower. They talked about her, in front of her, about her, to each other, for a solid stretch of it, in the tone this village uses about a woman who is married for money. And Halvard said that the forfeited position and the freed contract of the champion Edrin Vale fall to the surviving entry, and Leora said, in a clear voice into a silent room, that they do not fall to the entry, they fall to the mortal. He asked her whether she meant that. She said she did, and that she would say every word of the reason in front of all of them if he required it, and he did not require it, and I have always thought he understood exactly what she was doing, so they gave it to me. A farmer with 4 acres standing on a floor in front of every power there is, holding a rope with no goat on the end of it because she had wandered off to investigate somebody's foot. Halvard turned to me and asked, in the same voice he uses for everything, for my determination on the forfeited position and on the freed contract. I said I would give it in the morning, because I had not yet asked Edrin Vale what he wanted, and it seemed to me that a man who had been given away twice already might reasonably be consulted the 3rd time. That got a noise out of the bank that I did not expect and have never fully understood, and Perrin told me afterwards that he thought about 1/3 of them were laughing and the rest were not. Then I said the other thing, because I had worked out somewhere between the wallet and the fish stall that I would never in my life be standing in front of that many listeners again. I said it to Leora, in front of every one of them, and I said it plainly. And my voice did what it does. I said that I did not want an apology and would not have believed one. I said that I know what she did in August and I know why, and that she may keep both. And that from this day forward she does not manage me for her own sake without telling me she is doing it. She asked whether that was all. I said that it was all of it, and that if she ever breaks it she is not to come back and explain, because I would rather have the empty field. In front of the assembled powers of the world, a fading goddess in a green dress said yes out loud, in a voice everybody there could hear, and then said my name after it, which she had never once done in front of anybody. Halvard closed the assembly by reading out what had been determined 3 times over, in 3 different suits of words, and by then I could have kissed him for it. We came back down onto the ridge road about 400 paces on the Ostwind side of where we had left it, at 3 in the afternoon, in ordinary spring weather, with the mill wheel going below us and somebody burning couch grass in the low field. Nobody said anything for the first half mile. Then Ferris, walking in the middle of us with the book strapped on his back and his hat on straight, said that he would like it noted that he had not stumbled over a single word. Bryn told him that nobody had ever doubted it. He said that he had doubted it continuously since January, and then he asked her whether there would be any of the pie left, and that is everything a god of records had to say about the greatest afternoon of his career. Perrin was gray by then, and his arm had swollen inside the strapping, and Corin met us at the top of the lane with a cart he had borrowed and had been standing beside since noon. He asked how it had gone, and I found that I could not answer him. So Bryn said that we had won, and Corin sat down on the shaft of that cart and put his face in his good hand. I gave my determination the next morning at my own kitchen table, with a swollen friend on one side of me and a keeper of the 9th degree on the other, and I asked Edrin Vale what he wanted before I said one word of it. Did not have an answer ready. He sat there with his hands round a cup and turned it about and said that nobody had asked him a question of that shape since he was 19 years old, and could he have a minute. Then he said that he wanted to go home, and that he did not have one, and that he supposed what he actually wanted was to find out what he is like when nobody has any use for him. So that is what I gave him. The freed contract dissolved outright. No claim on him, no service owed to me or to Leora or to anybody. Bijou released from the entry entirely, which Ferris had to look up and which took him an hour and which he was delighted about. And the forfeited position I refused. All of it, the seat and the standing and whatever a mortal is supposed to do with either. And I refused it in 4 words and then had to say it again properly for the record, because 4 words is not a determination. Ferris asked me why. I told him that I had spent a winter watching what a seat at that table does to the people who have one, and that I have 4 acres and a trade in a village, and that I would like to keep being a man who can be surprised by a good year. He wrote all of it down. Then he read it back. Then he asked whether I was quite certain, twice in exactly the tone Corin uses about a rota, and I said yes both times and let him ask a third. The village had all of it out of the 5 of us by dinner time on the day we came back, and did not believe about a third of what we told them. They believed the bank of seats, and they believed Vesa. What they would not have was the heron in a coat or the floor, and to this day there are people in this parish who will tell you that Bryn Aldery made the heron up and she has stopped correcting them. Widow Hollis wanted to know what the powers of the world had been wearing. I told her as much as I could remember, and she listened to every word of it and then said that it sounded like a lot of trouble to go to. They lit a fire in the square that night, and Corin got up on the market cross and read out the names of everybody who had come down my lane on the 25th of February, all 31 of them, in the order he had written them down at the time, because he had written them down at the time. Vesa is not dead, and was never going to be whatever anybody in the fleece says on a winter evening. That is not a thing that happens to any of them. Ferris tells me is that she is a power without standing, which means no seat, no entry, no champion, no agents, and no revenues, and that in about 200 years, if she is careful and lucky, she may be permitted to petition. He says she has gone north. He says it the way you say that a difficult cousin has gone to the coast, and then he changes the subject because a keeper does not gossip and is very bad at not gossiping. I do not forgive her, and I am not asked to. She hired a man for £4 to take my animal out of my barn and put a line in the instruction about what could be done to me. And she did that with her own steward's hand, and no amount of being baited by anybody makes those 4 lines somebody else's. Leora took it better than I expected, which is to say that she argued with me about it for 4 separate nights and then stopped. She still comes. Not every night, and never when I want her to, which she says is not deliberate and which I do not believe. She is still vain. She told me in June that the beard was a mistake and she has mentioned it since. And when I shaved it off, she said that she had not said anything about it, and then laughed for about a minute at her own reflection in my water butt. What is different is small, and it took me a while to name it. She tells me now when she wants something. She said in the first week of May that she needed me to let a man from Nethercombe put a stone up by my gate with her name on it, and that she was asking rather than arranging it, and that she would rather I said no than found out about it in October. I said yes. It is a bad stone, and the letters are crooked, and it is exactly the sort of thing a man from Nethercombe would cut, and people leave barley on the top of it, and Clover eats the barley about twice a week. She is not out of the dark. That is the honest part of this. A stone at a gate and 4 villages who tell the tale in the winter is not the same thing at all as what she used to have. She has never once told me how close it was, or how close it still is, and I have stopped asking her, because there is a difference between honesty and interrogation, and I only ever get to require one of them. What I know is what I can see with my own eyes when I go down there at night, which is that the field has grass in it every single time now, all the way to the hedge. Steve Talbot came within a fortnight of losing everything he had, and the way he did not is the piece of business I am proudest of in my life, and it was Bryn's idea, and it took 4 minutes to decide. Rook had bought Talbot's paper in December with his patron's money. In March, his patron was not a power any longer, and a steward with a greenstone ring and no employer had £900 of a country moneylender's debt in a satchel, and no way on this earth to enforce it or to explain it. He sold it in Ostwin in April at about a third of what it was worth, to a factor acting for the new shop of Thistledown, whose principal is a weaver and whose second name on the instrument is a farmer with 4 acres. So I own Reeve Talbot's paper. I have owned all of it for a year and a half now, and I bought it with money that came out of a goat and a weaver and a village list. I have never once mentioned it to him, and he has never once mentioned it to me, and he knows perfectly well that I have it because Bryn told him herself the day it was signed in his own front room, standing up in about a dozen words. He works for us. That is what came out of it. He does the money for the new shop, all of it. And there is not one person in 6 villages better at knowing who can pay and who is telling you a story. And he takes a wage and no share and asked for it that way himself. We are not friends. He has never been in my house since the afternoon of the case, and I do not want him in it, and I have not forgiven him for a bucket chain in January any more than he has forgiven himself. But he stood up in the square at Michaelmas and told 400 people what the year's takings had been, and where every penny of it had gone, out loud, item by item, because Bryn makes him do it, and the village listened to a moneylender read out his book, and nobody threw anything. Bryn has 14 people working for her now, and 4 frames and the fulling trough on the brook that she took to Talbot for money 11 years ago, and was refused. She has not used the magic in the trade since the spring. Not once, and it was her decision, and she made it before anybody suggested it. Her reason was arithmetic, as it always is. She said the word had been worth a penny over the price for 1 season and would be worth nothing in 3, and that a house buys cloth on the 4th order because of the 3rd one, and no goat has anything to do with the 3rd one. What Clover does now, she does for the village list, which Corin Maffey keeps in a book with a strap on it and will not let anybody else touch. That is his entirely, and nobody takes it off him. 41 items when we started, and it has never once been empty since, and he has every line of it in a book with the reasons written next to each name. And he asks me about the order of it 4 times a week, and I answer him every time. He got his teeth done in Ostwin in the summer, out of the shop's money, on Bryn's instruction, and he tried to give it back twice. Aldrich has me 3 days a week and complains about my tools. He came into the barn in October and told me that the low field is being farmed properly for the first time since my father, and then said that he had not meant it as a compliment and that the gate still needs hanging. His sister's boy works for Bryn now, and has turned out to have a real hand for the dye vats. And Aldrich tells people up and down this parish that it was his own idea from the start. Ferris comes twice a year and stays 4 days and does not eat anything and complains about my chairs. He has a blanket at Bryn's that nobody else is allowed to use. He brought Halvard once, in August, on the anniversary, and Halvard inspected the hoofprint he had left in my yard the year before and pronounced it well kept, and then spent an hour explaining to Corin why the 11th clause is defectively worded. Corin listened to the whole of it and asked 2 questions, and Halvard answered both. And I stood in the doorway and watched a keeper of covenants older than this valley be pleased with a miller, and thought that I have seen stranger things than that in the last year, but not many. Adrian Vale took a room in Holloway and then a house at the cheap end of it, and he breeds dogs now, and he is not very good at it yet and is getting better. He writes to Perrin rather than to me every month without fail, which I find funny, and which Perrin does not find funny at all. Bijou is 11 now and gray round the muzzle, and she comes with him when he visits, and the 2 animals lie down in the same corner of my barn exactly as they did on the day of the first trial, and neither of them has produced a single doubled thing since the entry was dissolved. I did not know that would happen. Neither did Ferris. Bijou stopped when her contract stopped, which is how it is supposed to work, and my animal did not stop at all, because mine was a gift and not a contract, and Leora has never taken back anything she has given anybody. And then there is Perrin, who I owe more than all of them together, and who I very nearly never asked one single question. I did it in April, at my own table, with his arm out of the strapping and going stiff on him in the mornings, and I asked him what he wanted. Not what we should do. What he wanted. He looked at me across my own table as if I had asked him something indecent, and then he looked at the wall for a while, and I let him have it. And he said that he wanted to walk to the sea. He said it like a man who has been carrying a thing about in his coat for a long while, waiting for somebody to ask. 9 weeks, on his own, no cover story to keep straight, and nobody in the whole of that time asking him what they ought to do next. I said I would come with him. He said no. He said it fast, and then he laughed and said that this was the point of it and that I had proved it in about 4 seconds. He went on the 1st of May and came back in the 2nd week of July, browner and thinner, having said nothing whatever to anybody about anything for 2 months, and he said it was the best thing he had ever done, and he has not stopped talking about it since. He brought Clover a shellback from the sea, a big ridged one the size of my palm, and carried it home in his coat for 10 days. She ate it inside 4 seconds. I saw Fenwick Cole once more, at the Ostwin hiring fair in September, standing about at the drover's end with his hands in his coat looking for a month's work. He saw me first. He did not walk away, and he did not come over, and after a while I went over, because I cannot leave a thing standing. I asked him whether he had ever been paid. He said no. He said it without any particular feeling, the way a man tells you a field flooded, And then he asked after the animal, and I said she was well, and he said that he was glad, and I think he was. Then he told me the only thing he ever gave me for nothing, which is that in August, he had been given the farm and the description and a pound for the hire of the tools, and had been told the beast was worth a great deal and that nobody would come after it. Nobody would come after it. That is what he had been told about my 4 acres in the second week of August by a steward in a green coat, and he stood in a hiring fair a year later and said it out loud in front of me because it had turned out to be the single worst piece of information he was ever sold. The 2 families who took their names off the list in December are both back on it. The man with 4 children came up my lane in the spring with the same sack and did not apologize for anything, which was the right way round, and I put him third. Aaron's arm stiffens in the wet and always will. The smith's boy came right. Corin's hand closes now, but not all the way, and the widow who went into my wall was never quite steady on her feet afterwards and died in the winter following, of her age, and I am not going to pretend I know how much of that was the horses. Those are the pieces that did not go back. There are not many of them, and I have counted them more often than I have counted anything else. The 4 acres are mine, and they are entered in 3 places, and I put a new roof on the barn in the autumn out of my own money, and did not double 1 nail of it, which is a foolish sort of pride, and I do not care. 14 other households in this parish have things in them that a goat made twice over, and every one of them was carried up a lane by somebody who asked for it in front of their neighbors, in an order they argued about in public, with a miller keeping the list. I still owe nobody anything. I have not been in debt since the March I have been telling you about, and the strange part is how little of the day it takes up. A man with no debt does not think about it. He thinks about the gate. Clover is 13 years old this year, which for a goat that was dying in a barn the summer before last is a thing I am not going to try to explain to anybody. She has a rope burn under the hair on her neck that never quite went, and 1 horn still pointing at the ground, and a coat you would not put on a floor. She works when she is fit, and not when she is not, and she has never once been asked for more than that since the night I put my father's watch in her mouth. The backwards watch is under the hearthstone in my kitchen. It still runs, and it still hums, and it is still going the wrong way round, and I take it out about once a year and look at it and put it back. Shave in front of the same cracked glass. The crack still runs from the left eye down, so I am still looking at myself in 2 pieces, and I have never had it mended, and I never will. What is different is not the face. I am 28, and I look it, and the winter put something round my mouth that was not there before, and I have a village and a trade and a friend with a stiff arm and a goddess with a crooked stone at my gate. What is different is that the man in that glass has not once, in a year and a half, stood in front of it at night and quietly decided that this is where it stops. That is the difference, all of it, and it took a goat. A war between gods and 400 people to get it. This morning, while I was standing there with the razor in my hand working all that out for about the 9th time, my goat came in through the door I had left open, took the towel off my shoulder, and got all of it into her mouth before I had my hand on her. She is not sorry. She has never been sorry about anything in her life. She stood in the middle of my kitchen, chewing my only towel with the wet still on my face, and looked at me with her yellow eyes and her 1 crooked horn, entirely unbothered, entirely herself, waiting to see what I intended to do about it. I did not do anything about it. I put the razor down and I laughed until I had to sit on the bed, and then I went out and filled her trough.
So that is a man with 4 acres, 1 sick goat, and a debt he could not pay, handed the power to make 2 of anything and nearly ruined by it inside a week. He thought the gift was the answer. It was only ever a lever, and every time he leaned on it harder than the animal could carry, somebody else paid. What actually won was a weaver who could price what he could only make, a friend who counted the hours she rested, and a miller nobody had ever listened to. Gods bet on his tail, and a village decided it instead. What you are handed is never what saves you, and the day you ask a thing you love to carry more than it can, you have already lost the part worth winning.